Hey Mark, I have an interview today and I'm really nervous. Would you be free to go with me? I think it would be helpful to have your support. Plus, you might also learn something new.
Okay, Huzan, I'll go with you. I'm free all day and just watching TV anyway.
Hey Mark, please wait outside while I'm giving the interview. God, I'm nervous.
Okay, Huzan, no worries. He'll be waiting here.
It's raining outside. Bring your friend inside the room.
Get inside, Mark, but please don't say anything.
So, tell me more about yourself. Okay, Huzan. Why you want to work in this company?
I want to work here because I need money.
Congratulations, you're hired. And your salary is $139,250.
Thank you so much. I'll come back tomorrow.
Congratulations on your job. You deserved it. I was wondering if you could teach me how to code.
Sure, why not? What is your current coding proficiency?
To be honest, I don't know nothing about coding at all.
Alright, Mark, no worries, I got you. First, go to the Huzan WebDev YouTube channel and complete HTML, CSS, and JavaScript courses. They are totally free, you don't have to pay for anything. Then come back and I'm going to show you the rest.
Okay, consider it done. Hey Huzan, I've completed HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. What's next?
Oh, really?
Yep, you can ask me questions if you want to.
That's awesome. Now let me teach you React Native.
What's React Native?
React Native is a framework developed by Facebook, aka Meta, for building the mobile application using JavaScript and React.js. It allows developers to write code once and deploy it on both iOS and Android platforms, leveraging a single code base. So React Native was developed by Facebook in 2013 and React.js was built by the same company Facebook in 2011. It uses something called the component model, something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds, and it also allows us to build a modular apps, learn it once and write it anywhere. So now let me discuss all of them one by one. React Native is the most popular and powerful mobile application framework developed and sponsored by Facebook. It uses something called a component model, and a component is just a piece of a UI, or you can say the user interface, that has its own logic and appearance. A component can be small as a button or large as an entire application, so you don't have to worry about what a component is for now, because we are going to be discussing components in a more great detail. If you are watching this course, I already assume that you guys already know what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is. So at this point, this is how you are building your application. First, you created your HTML file and you put all of the entire structure of your application inside that .html file. Then you created .css file and you provided all of your styling inside the CSS file, and then same will apply for the JavaScript. But now in the React.js and also in the React Native, that's not the case. We are going to be creating something called a component for each of the thing, and you don't have to worry about what a component is, but basically we're going to be just creating a simple UI, and also we are going to be providing a bit of styling and logic for every component that we have. So it's going to allow us to separate our entire markup into multiple components.
Sounds cool. From where should we begin?
Now let's make a setup for our coding journey. So the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to go to reactnative.dev, and once you hit enter, it's going to bring us to this React Native official page. And I love this sentence: learn once, write it anywhere. So what do I mean by this sentence? This sentence simply means that if you learn React Native, you can build a desktop application, you can build Android, iOS, and also the website by using React Native. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna just click on this getting started button right here. And by the way, if you prefer the light theme, you can totally click on this icon right here. So so here's a warning, it's gonna totally change the UI. I'm gonna click on there, and if you prefer the light theme, and this is your light theme, but I prefer the dark theme, so I'm gonna just choose that. So you can learn more about that if you wanted to, but in my case, I'm gonna click on the setup your environment right here. So here you can see it's gonna automatically detect my operating system right here. I happen to be using a Windows, so it automatically detect my operating system. Okay, so if you are using a Mac OS, so here are instructions for you. If you are using a Linux, so here are instructions for you, but in my case, I'm gonna just choose this Windows right here. And then we have a two option. We have an Android and also the iOS. So if I click on this iOS, and it is saying like unsupported, like you are not a Mac user, so you cannot build the iOS application. So now you might be asking like, wait a second, am I watching the wrong course? Am I not be able to build the iOS app using this course? No, this is just a setup that we are making right now. Code which you are going to be writing throughout this course will work on both the Android and also on the iOS. So you don't have to worry about them. But this is just a setup part, so I'm going to just choose this Android because I happen to be using a Windows, so that's why. So they are now asking to install a few things. The first thing they are asking is to install the Node.js and also the JDK. If you don't know what a Node.js is, you don't have to worry about that, because in this course we are not going to be using any Node.js, but this is just for the setup part. Okay, so they're now recommending to install the Chocolatey. So I'm going to just click on this link, and then I'm going to click on this install button right here, and here are their installation instructions right here. So the first thing they are asking is to open our terminal and run this command. So I open my terminal and I'm going to just place this command, and if I hit enter, and here you can see it is now giving us remote side. But in your case, if it is giving you restricted, then you should just use this command and everything will work totally the same. Okay, so you just have to do that. Finally, we have to install Chocolatey in our machine. So I'm going to just copy this entire command, and I'm going to go back, and now let me just place it right here and hit enter. And I get this error: installation of a Chocolatey to default folder requires the administrative permission. So I'm going to just close that, and now let me open that by using a run as administrator. I'm going to open that, and I guess now it will work just fine. So I'm going to copy this command one more time, and now let me just place it right here, and I'm going to hit enter. And now at this time it will successfully install Chocolatey in my machine, and there we have it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use like Choco, and it's going to show me the current version that I'm using. And yeah, all of the command, if you want to get there, you can totally get there. So that was the installation for the Chocolatey. Next we have to install Node and also the JDK. I already installed Node, so I guess it's going to give me some sort of a warning or something like that. But anyways, I'm going to just copy this command from here, and then I'm going to run that right here. So I'm going to just run that, and now that's successfully done. So now we successfully install Node.js and also a JDK in our machine. So next we have to install the Android Studio. And by the way, if you don't want to use any emulator and you want to make your setup in your own phone, so for that you don't have to do this step. But for me, I'm going to be recording this course so that I can show you the result of our recording. So I'm going to be using this Android Studio. So I'm going to click on that, and now I'm going to click on this download Android Studio, and now we have to check this license agreement. I'm going to check that, and finally let's just download that in our machine. I'm going to click on that to install that in my machine. Now I'm going to click on the next, and yeah, hit next one more time, and I'm going to install it in this area, and I'm going to click on the next one more time, and finally we have to click on install. So it's going to install that in my machine. Click on the next one more time, and finally click on the finish, and I'm going to choose this do not import the settings. I'm going to click on OK, click on the next, and yeah, standard would be fine. I don't want to install the custom one, so standard would be fine. Click on the next, and yeah, it is giving me a warning that it should not include any spaces, but I'm not even providing any spaces, so I'll just click on the next. So it's gonna download and install all of these things in my machine. So it's gonna take a lot of time because it includes 1 GB file and also a lot of MBs file right here. Look at this one. So yeah, I'm gonna click on the next one more time. I'm going to select that to accept. Let's just accept all of that, and now I'm gonna click on this finish. Now it's gonna start to download all of their packages, which I just showed you a few seconds ago. It's gonna take a lot of time, so I'm gonna fast forward the video right now. Now that's successfully done. I'm gonna click on the finish, and it launches automatically. So I'm going to click on the more actions, and then I'm going to go into the SDK manager, and here I'm going to install a few packages. So yeah, you can install the Android 12, 13 if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to choose this Android 11. It's going to give us just a smaller screen size. Now I'm going to go into the SDK tools, and now here inside there I'm going to choose this Android SDK command line tools, and you also have to make sure that you check this Android SDK platform tools as well. Now I'm going to click on OK, and it's going to install that in my machine, so it's going to take a bit of time. And yeah, I'm going to click on this OK right now. I'm going to just click on, now let me accept that, and next, and now here it's going to download and install that in my machine. And now that's successfully done. I'm going to click on this finish right here, and now it's time to create our own virtual device. So I'm going to click on this more actions and click on this virtual device manager. So here you can see I already have that, but in your case, if that's not the case, so you can click on this plus symbol, and here you can choose any kind of device that you like. So you can choose like small phone, medium phone, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of them right here. You can even choose the tablet, Wear OS, desktop, TV, and something like that. But in my case, I already have that, so I'm not going to install that. If you want to install that, you can just choose any kind of device that you like, and then click on the next, and then choose the API right here. So it will automatically detect this one. But if that's not the case, so you can also download this R1 right here and click next, and it's going to install that in your machine. So in my case, now I'm going to click on this icon to open that in my machine. So it's going to launch there in a few seconds, and this is how it looks like. I know it's looking awful. I'm going to change that in a few seconds, but now let me just wait for that to launch. It's kind of a bigger device. I don't like that. I'm gonna just click on the new one, and I'm going to create this. I'm going to choose this Pixel 8 Pro. Click on the next. I'm gonna also click on the next one more time, and yeah, you can give it any name that you like, but in my case that name would be fine. Let's just click on the finish, and it's gonna create there in my machine. And here you can see this one is now currently running. So I'm gonna close there from here. Let's just close there, and now I'm gonna click on this new virtual device right here, which is a Pixel 8 Pro. I'm going to click on that to launch that in my machine. And here is my device right here, so I'm going to just, and yeah, that's looking better. Now this one is looking totally better. And here is my virtual device right here. I bought a new phone. So yeah, you can go and you can do whatever you want to do right here. You can choose the Gmail and you can do every single thing that you want. So yeah, that was the virtual setup, and now let's get into the real setup, like how you're going to be using the React Native by using an Expo. And I'm back. I was getting an error on that other emulator. I told you remove that and reinstall a new emulator right here. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to set up our environment variable. So how we are going to be doing them? Well, let me just show you how we can do that. Just write env, and here you can see we are now getting this edit the system environment variable. I'm going to click on that, and then we have to click on this environment variable right here. So once I click on that, and here you can see I don't have any what do we call it, Android home right here. So now let's just do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click on this new one right here, and I'm going to give it this exactly the same name like Android home. Underneath there you have to specify this path right here. First of all, you have to go to the C drive, then go to the users folder, then go to your own name. In my case, my name is Hussein Web Dev, so in your case it's going to be something else. Go to there and then open the app data folder, then the local folder, then the Android folder, and finally go to the SDK and then click OK. Okay, so here you can see it's gonna add there right here. Let me just show you there. Where is my Android? There we go. So we have this Android home right here. I'm gonna click on OK, and this is everything that you have to do for the setup. And now let's just create our own Expo project. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this one, and here you can see we can create our Expo project right here by using this command. But I'm gonna click on there, so it's gonna open the Expo documentation right here on the new screen. You can basically manually go to the Expo by clicking on this Expo right here, and here you can see you just have to type like expo.dev, and it's going to bring you to this Expo documentation. So I'm going to click on this read docs, and yeah, it's going to bring us to this same screen right here. So I'm going to copy this command, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to find out the place where we want to put our projects. So I'm going to be creating my project right here on my desktop. So you know what, let me just show you every single thing. And yeah, I already have there, so let's just remove that from here. I'm going to right click on there and open my terminal right here on my desktop. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now let me just place this command right here, which is npx create-next-app and then add latest. So I'm going to hit enter right now. You just have to write yes or Y and hit enter. So it's going to proceed there. And next you have to give some sort of a name for your project. So in my case, I'm going to give it the name of like React Native React Native demos or something like that. I'm gonna hit enter, so it's gonna generate there for me right here on my desktop. And that's now successfully installed. First we have to go into this project, and then we have to use npm run android. We are not going to be doing that. So first we have to go into that React Native, and I'm gonna just hit tab, so it's gonna auto complete there for me. Let's just hit enter, and I'm using a VS Code, so I'm gonna use code dot. If you're using some other IDE or text editor, that's totally fine, but in my case I'm gonna just hit enter right here. So it's gonna open that project right here in my VS Code. So you know what, to run this project, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to open our terminal by holding command and then hit tilde. So it's gonna open your terminal right here. I'm going to be using npm start, and now let me just hit enter right here. So it's going to run that project in my machine. And by the way, check out this .expo right here. So if you have your own physical phone device, so first of all you have to install the Expo app and then open that app and just scan there. So once you scan there, then you would be able to test your project by using your physical device. But in my case, I'm gonna just press A, so it's gonna open my emulator right here, not this one. Let's just close there. It's gonna open my project in this emulator. So I'm gonna hit A, and let's just wait for that so it can download this data. And here you can see that project is now successfully open in my virtual device right here, as you can see there. So we can go ahead and make changes. Let me just go to my index file. Let's just go into the index.tsx file. So what I'm going to do is there, instead of this welcome, I'm going to just write my name like Hussein web dev. You can write your own name if you wanted to. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see instead of that welcome, we are now getting my name like Hussein web dev right here. So yeah, that was the entire setup that you have to do only once. And next we're going to be making a cleanup, and then I'm going to be explaining every single file and folder. Now I'll try to explain all of these files and folders, but I want you to keep in mind that you don't have to worry about any of these explanation. Like, you don't have to worry about what assets folder and components folder is, because throughout the course you're going to master this entire directory and every single thing inside there. Okay, so let's get into it. The first thing that we have is the .expo folder, and we get this folder once we compile our project, once we start our project. So what do I mean by that? Here you can see inside my terminal I'm running this project, so that's why I'm now getting that expo folder by hitting Control and C. So it's gonna stop there right here, and now I'm gonna go ahead and remove this. So I'm gonna totally delete that from this folder directory. And now let me open my terminal one more time, and I'm gonna be using npm start one more time, and I want you to focus on this area. It's gonna create that folder for me right now. So if I hit enter, and here you can see it's going to take a bit of time, and now it's going to give us that expo folder right here. Okay, so that's that. Now the next thing that we have is the app, or you can say the screens. Later in this course we are going to be learning about the Expo Router, so you're going to master this folder. But for now I want you to keep in mind is that in this folder we only store the screens. Like, we can have the home screen, the about screen, the portfolio screen, the app screen, and something like that. Okay, so now inside this folder we store the screens. And now currently we have the tabs folder. You don't have to worry about that because this is the Expo Router thing. We're not there yet, so we're not going to be discussing that right now. Next we have a assets folder, and as the name suggests that here we are going to be storing our static assets like images, jpgs, pngs, fonts, and general HTML files and stuff like that. Okay, so this is the assets folder where we're going to be putting our static files. And next we have a component, so we have an entire dedicated section about components. So once again, don't worry about the components for now. Next or you can think about the components as just a piece of code where we are going to be storing all of our functionality. Next we have our constant folder, and as the name suggests that here we are going to be storing our constants right here. Let me just open there, and as you can see we are going to be changing these colors. So yeah, we can put our constants there, and you don't have to once again like worry about the constants for now. Next we have a hooks. We did not discuss about the hooks and all of that kind of stuff, so you don't have to worry about that for now. Then we have a node modules folder, and it's going to include all of the modules, like all of the packages by which our React Native is depend on. Okay, so this is a pretty big folder, and inside this folder we have like all of their packages and folders and files. So I'll just click on there so to hide there. Next we have a scripts, and once again you don't have to worry about the scripts. Then we have a .gitignore file, and it's gonna allows us to ignore a certain file or folder once we are pushing our code to our GitHub repository. So if you don't know what a Git and GitHub is, you don't have to worry about this file. Okay, and if you already know what a Git and GitHub is, so basically it's gonna just allows us to remove all of that files once you push your code into your GitHub repository. Then we have a app.json file, and now inside this app.json file is going to store all of the information about our specific project that we are currently working on. So we have a name, we have a slug, the version and orientation, icons, schema, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's going to just store all of the information about our project. Then we have our Babel configuration. So once we write our code, we have to compile our code to a certain devices. For that we are going to be using a Babel tool. So that's the only file that we currently have right now for the Babel configuration. Then we have a export.env, and this is a TypeScript file. If you don't know what this is, you don't even have to worry about that. But if you already took my JavaScript course, you already know what this file is. So this is basically just a declaration file. And next we have a package.log.json and once again it's gonna keep track of all of the packages that we've installed inside this project right here. And this is supremely big project, I mean like a supremely big file. Next we have a package.json, and here you can see inside this package.json we have all of the information about the thing that we installed for this project, like how we can start our project. So we can start our project by using either npm start, or we can use like expo start. We can reset our project, Android, iOS, and all of their scripts right here. We can even test our project, and we can also keep track of the dependencies that we currently have, like expo vector icons, and we have a expo and expo constants. You don't have to worry about that. and we also have our Expo Router, which we are going to be discussing very soon. So yeah, that was the package JSON, and then the next one we have is a readme.md file. And basically once we push our code into our GitHub repository, so this is how it will look like right here. Let me just show you that. This is how our project will look like welcome to your Expo app, and to use this command to install all of the packages and stuff like that. You can totally modify that if you wanted to, like instead of welcome to the Expo, I'll just write like hello, my name is, come on, name is Hussein. So if I save this file, and here you can see I'm now getting like hello, my name is Hussein, and this file is for those people who are interested in getting into our project. Okay, so here you can provide the explanation for your project, like this project will do this or that and stuff like that. So I'll just remove that from here, and next we have a tsconfig file, and this is a TypeScript configuration file. Okay, so we already discussed every single thing that we currently have right now inside my TypeScript course, and also TypeScript with Next.js course. So if you are interested in a TypeScript, so you can totally go ahead and watch that courses. But if you are not interested in a TypeScript, so you don't have to worry about any of this stuff for now. So let's just close that. And that was my rough explanation about these files and folders. Now let's just remove all of that stuff from here. Okay, so I'm going to open my terminal and stop my server and every single thing. And now let me just go ahead, and first of all I'm going to just select this Expo. I'm going to select my app, assets, components, constants, hooks, not the node modules but the script. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to just totally delete that. So currently I only have these files right here, and inside this directory I'm going to create a new folder. I'll give it the name of like src. Inside this source directory I'm going to be creating a new folder. I'll give it the name of like app, and I'm going to hit enter right here. And now inside this app I'm going to right click on that and click on this new file. And now let's just create our index.tsx component. And by the way, I said component, but you don't have to worry about a component and stuff like that. So I'll just write a tsx for now, and I'm going to hit enter. And by the way, now let me just show you one extension that will be very helpful for you. Just search for React in your extension area, and then choose this one right here, which is ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets. So once you successfully install it in your machine, and then you have to write RFNE, it's going to give us a lot of code. You don't have to worry about all of that code. So you can either click on this one or you can hit tab. Okay, so it's going to give us this coding right here. And I know now a lot of you will say like, Hussein, it gives us a lot of code and I don't know what's going on. You don't have to worry about any of this coding, because I'm going to be explaining that in a few seconds. So once I save my file, and now I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to be using npm start, or I can use a expo start, whatever you want to call this. So I'm going to just use like npm start. It's going to start my project right here, and then I'm going to hit A to open that in my emulator. It is not opening there right here. So the first thing that you can do is that you can just select your emulator and double hit R, like RR. So it's going to refresh there, or you can also hit R right here. So it's going to refresh or reload all of your assets file. Okay, so let's just wait for that. And once again, if you get this kind of UI, this is a React Expo stuff, you don't have to worry about that. Just click on this sitemap and then select your index.tsx file from there. And here you can see what are we getting. We are now getting our index right here. So now if I made changes right here, so instead of writing an index, I'll just write like hello world and save my file. And once I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our hello world right here, which is super amazing. So yeah, that was it about for these files and folders. And next we are going to be discussing something called the components in React Native.
That was a difficult setup. What's next?
Let's discuss components. So what is a component and why should anyone care about that? So components are independent and reusable bits of code. They serve the same purpose as JavaScript function, but work in isolation and return something called the JSX or HTML. So that's just a basic definition of what a component is. But now let me show you how the component works. So let's suppose you want to build this application. First of all, we would have our settings and also my plan. Then we can provide our banner, and we also have a few cards. So now if you want to divide them into multiple components, so this is how we are going to be doing that. First of all, we are going to be creating a component for the navigation or the settings. Then we can create a separate component for the header, or you can say the progress bar, or whatever you want to call that. And then we can also create a separate component for the card, and then we can reuse that components again and again. We don't have to write our code again and again, and we're going to be using something called the props. So this is how we are going to be passing our data into multiple components. And yeah, we can create a component for the plan, for the reports, and also for the me. Okay, so this is how we are going to be separating this UI into multiple components. So how the syntax will look like? This is how the syntax will look like. Like basically we're going to be just creating our JavaScript function. You can create this function by using a function result keyword, or you can also create this function by using this arrow syntax. And inside there we're going to be using something called the text, and you don't have to worry about that. So that's just a basic definition of what a component is. And now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's create our own components inside React Native. So how we're going to be doing that? The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import every single thing that we are going to be using inside this specific component. So in my case, I'm going to only import the text from the React Native. And so now a lot of you will ask me like, Hussein, what in the world is this text? This text is also a built-in component, but we're not going to be discussing that not right now, but we are going to be discussing that very soon. So first of all, you have to import the text from the React Native. Next, you just have to create the JavaScript function. So you can either use the function result keyword and you can give it any name that you like, but keep in mind the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be in lowercase. So you can give it the name of like apple, you can give it the name of like banana, you can give it the name of like home or about or any name that you like, but in my case I'm going to only give it the name of like index right here. So now we are not going to be providing any perimeter to that, and inside there I will only return this text component. And now inside this text component I'll just write like hello world. You can write anything that you like, but in my case I'm going to only write this hello world. And finally let me just export this component so that I can use that in anywhere inside my project. So I'm going to save this file, and now let me run my project once again. So I'll just use like npm start, and I'm going to hit A to open that in my emulator right here. So once again we are now getting this error, so I'm going to just double hit R. I'm going to just double hit R, so it's going to refresh there, and now it's going to give us this error once again. So I'm going to click on this sitemap, and then I'm going to go into my index.tsx file, and what are we getting? We are now getting this hello world right here inside our emulator right here. So yeah, this is working. Now I can totally change whatever I want to change, like goodbye world or something like this. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our goodbye world right here, which is amazing. So yeah, that's looking amazing. Next, we can also create like more than one component inside single file right here. So I'll just create a new function right here. I'll just give it the name of like I don't know, greet or something like that, and let's just remove that from here. And I'm gonna just return like their text component once again. I'll just write text, open and close there, and I'm gonna just write like good day Mr. Hussein. I'll just save my file. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use this greet component inside this index function right here. So how we are going to be doing that? I'm going to just remove that from here, and this is how we are going to be creating our component, or you can say this is how we are going to be creating our function. And now let me just show you how we are going to be using that right here inside this component. So now a lot of you will say like we just have to call this function right here. So if I just use like greet and execute, then save my file. So what are we getting? We are now getting like good day Mr. Hussein, which is working, but in React Native and also in the React.js, we're not going to be calling our function like this. We have to first of all write an opening tag, then we have to write our component name. So now in this case, my component name is a greet, so I'm going to click on there, and I have to just close there like this, just like this. So I'm going to have to save my file, and what are we getting? We are now getting like good day Mr. Hussein right here, which is exactly the same thing. So this is how we are going to be creating our function, or you can say this is how we are going to be creating our components. But in the majority of time, we're not going to be using this function result keyword. So I'm going to just select both of them, and let's just remove that from here. And first of all, we are going to be using a const result keyword, and we can totally change that to the arrow function like this. So I'm going to save my file, and still it will work exactly the same. So yeah, that's amazing, but we're not going to be writing like a lot of component in one single file. What we have to do is that we have to first of all create our components folder inside the src. I'll just write like components, and now inside these components we have to create a lot of files for each of the components. So let's suppose if I want to create my greet component inside this components folder, so I'll just create a new file. I'll give it the name of like greet, and then .tsx or ts, or not ts but tsx or jsx or js. So I'll just write like tsx because I want to use a TypeScript. So I'm going to just hit enter right here, and next we have to go ahead and go to our index file. And now from this index file, I'm going to cut this component from here. I'm going to save my file, and now let me just place that right here. Now it's going to give us two errors right here. Like inside my greet component, I'm now getting like the text is not defined, and now inside this index file, I'm getting error, but it is not showing me right here. You know what, it will give us an error. So first of all, we have to resolve this error right here. So what do we have to do? We have to import this text right here manually. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write import, and then I'll just write a text, and it's going to import it from this long list. We don't want that, we only want to get that from the React Native. So I'll save my file, and finally we have to just export this so we can use it. So let's just use our export default, and let's just write our grid component right here, and I'm gonna save my file. Now this is how we are going to be creating our component. This is how we can separate them out, and now let me show you how we can use that. And as you can see right here, that grid is not defined because we did not import this. So to import that, first of all, we are going to be using import and then the grid, and as soon as I write a grid, I'm gonna hit enter, and it's gonna auto-complete there for me. So this is how we are going to be importing that. From the components folder, we have our grid component, and we don't have to write like their TSX and JSX and stuff like that. It's gonna totally work exactly the same right here. So I'm gonna save my file, and now we are getting this error once again. Let's just go to our index.tsx, and we're now getting like good day Mr. Hussein. So now I can totally change like whatever I want to change. So I'll just write like instead of Mr. Hussein, I'll just write like React Native developer, and I'll save my file. And what are we getting? We are now getting like good day Mr. React Native developer. So for practice, I'm going to create yet another component, and I'll just give it the name of like component a.tsx. And now I don't have to import, and then we have to create our function and all of that. I can just use rfne, and now if I hit enter, so it's going to create my component, and it's going to also import the necessary things that we are going to be usually using inside our component. So first of all, it is now importing something called the view. You don't have to worry about that. Or even though I'm going to just remove that from here, I'm going to also remove this one and also that one. It's going to create my arrow function, and as you can see right here, the first letter is uppercase and the rest of them is lowercase. Like you have to specify the first letter as uppercase, and then the rest of them can be anything. Okay, and now inside there, we are now using our text, and we are now providing component A. So now this is how we are going to be creating our component, but how we are going to be using that? We can either use this component A inside this grid component, or we can use it right here inside this index component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just cut that from here, and I'll just write like component, and here you can see we have our component A right here. So as soon as I click on that, it's gonna auto import that for me right here. But if it didn't, you have to import them manually, and then we have to close that and save our file. And as soon as I save my file, and what are we getting? We are now getting component A right here. But there is a bit of catch which I want you to keep in mind. Let's suppose if I want to render this grid component and also this component A at the same time right here inside this index.tsx file. So how can I go about doing that? Well, I'm going to just remove that from here, and now you might be thinking like we just have to write like grid because we already imported that right here, and some of you will say that we have to hit enter right here. No, it's gonna give us an error, and this is something called a JSX error, which I'm going to be explaining very soon. And to solve that, so for that I can use either a text component or I can use the view component. You don't have to worry about what a view is, but we are going to be explaining that very soon. So now inside this view component, I can just use my grid right here, and now let me just close that, and I can also use my component A, and now let me just close that. And as soon as I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting like good day Mr. React Native developer, and we are also getting component A right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our component, and this is how we are going to be using that component inside our index.jsx or tsx file. Welcome to the first challenge of this course. So what I want you to do is I want you to create 4 components, and the first component will say my name is, and here you have to print your own name, and then I am age years old. Like here you have to specify your own age, and then here is my X handle or Twitter handle, whatever you want to call that, and then you have to place your Twitter handle there. And I love a specific subject like math or computer science or something like that. You don't have to style these components. You will very soon, but not right now. Create this component, give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. Okay, so here you can see I have my app, and inside this app I have this index.tsx, and now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to give it the name of like components, and now inside this components folder, first of all I'm going to create my component, which will be a name component.tsx. okay, and now let me use my rfne. There we go. And here for the message I'm going to pass like my name is, then I'm going to pass my own name like my name is, and here I'll just write like Hussein. web dev would be fine. I'm going to also remove this view from here, and I'm going to delete this view from up above. So let's just save them. And now let me create another component, and that other component will be edge component.tsx. And I'm going to still use my RFNE, and here we have to pass our own edge. Okay, so I am edge years old, so I'll just write like I am 22 years old. Okay, we have to remove this view from here, and I'm going to also remove it from up above. For the third component, we have to write our own Twitter handle, so I'll just write like, I don't know, x handle component.tsx would be fine, RFNE, and here we have to pass every single thing right here. So let's just remove them, and here is my X handle, my ex-girlfriend handle. So I'll use like Hosan Web Dev is my Twitter handle, so I'm gonna save them. And next we have to create, therefore I love a specific subject. I'll create another component with the name of like favorite subject, subject.tsx, or favorite subject component.tsx would be fine. And let's just use RNFE, and let's just provide all of our text right here. So inside this text area, I'm gonna paste like I love math, and now let's just save them. Now the final thing that we have to do is that we have to render or register all of these components which we just created right here inside our index.tsx file. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that from here, and first of all I'm going to render my name component, and let's just render this. So if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like my name is Hosan Web Dev. That's going to be the first one. Now let's just also render our edge component. I'm going to also render that, and then I'm going to also render my X handle component, and finally we have to render our favorite subject component right here. And now I'm going to save my file. Let's just remove this text from here because we don't need that right here. Save my file, and here you can see my name is Hosan Web Dev. I'm 22 years old, and here is my Twitter handle, and I love math. So yeah, that was the first challenge. So if you weren't able to do that by yourself, that's completely okay. Now that you know how you're going to be creating your component, and so on and so forth.
Components are amazing. I love them. But how can I put something on the screen? Like text buttons, animations, and stuff? Just like HTML and CSS.
That's what we call a JSX in React Native.
What's JSX?
Now let's talk about something called the JSX. So what is a JSX? Or you can also say the JavaScript XML. So what a JavaScript XML is, and why should anyone care about that? So JSX allows us to write HTML in the React Native, and JSX makes it easier to write and add HTML in the React Native. So that's just a basic definition of what a JSX is. And now let me show you how we are going to be writing our JSX. So let's suppose we have this UI right here. First of all, we would have some sort of a text, then we have a circle, and inside this circle we have our 0, and then we have 2 buttons right here. So I want you to pause the video and tell me in plain English like what are all of these things. Okay, so just pause the video, and 3, 2, 1. This is how I will describe this. First of all, we have a text, then we have another text, then we have something called the view, then we have a text one more time, and now underneath that we have 2 buttons right here. And this is exactly the same thing in React Native. Like we have a text component which will allow us to write a text, then we have a view component. So this is just a container. If you've already worked with HTML, so you can think about the view as a div component. And then finally we have a button component. It's going to allow us to render a button right here. So now let me also show you how the code is going to look like. So this is how it looks like right here, and this is what we call the JSX or JavaScript XML. First of all, we have a view, then we have a text inside there, and then we have a button. And don't worry about this syntax. I'm gonna explain every single thing right now. So let's get into the coding. Now let's talk about the React Native primitive components. So here you can see I only have this src folder. Inside this src I have an app folder, and inside this app I only have this index.tsx file right here. So if I open there, we have only one component which is not doing anything. So now let's talk about the text component. So first of all, I'm going to create a components folder. So components, and now inside them I'm going to be creating my file which will be text component.tsx, and here I'm not going to do anything, but first of all I want to go into my React Native docs, and I'm going to hit Control K. It's going to open this Algolia right here, but if it didn't, you can click on the search and it's going to also open there right here. So I'm going to only search for this text right here, and now let me just select that. And as you can see right here, text is a React Native component for displaying the text. So you can use that to like display any kind of text. I don't know why it's taking a lot of time, but yeah, it will render all of that content right here. So this is a bit of complex code, like they're using a stat and whatnot. We're going to be learning all of that, but I want you to keep in mind that anytime you have some sort of a doubt, you can go ahead and go to the React Native docs and you can learn more about the specific component and anything that you like. So yeah, text is a React Native component for displaying only the text. So I'll just write like, first of all, let me grab the text from where, from the React Native, and then I'm going to be creating my component. So I'll just write like const text component JavaScript function, and I'm going to also export that so we can use it anywhere that we want. Okay, so now inside there I'm going to only return the text component, and here I can write anything that I want to write. Like I can write this is some random text or something like that, and as soon as I save my file, now we have to register this component inside our index.tsx. So I'll go into my index.tsx and I'm going to just import that right here. I'm going to be using a text and then component, and it's going to import that right here, as you can see, and I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we're now getting like this is some random text. So this text component from the React Native will allows us to render some sort of a text. Okay, so I want you to just keep that in mind. That was the first primitive component. Next, let's talk about the view component, and inside there I'm going to be using RFNE, and I'm not going to waste your time. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating that. And here you can see we are now using this view. But now let's talk about what is a view. And as you can see right here, we have our view component, and you can learn more about the view component right here. But basically a view component is just a div component in our HTML. So if you already work with the HTML, so this is exactly that we have. So the view is exactly a div component in our HTML. So now let me just remove that, and view is the kind of component which we use for a container. Like inside this view component, we're going to be placing a lot of our, like we can put the text content, we can put buttons, we can put images, we can put any kind of data right here inside this view. Okay, so you can think about the view as a div component. So yeah, that was the view component. Now I'm going to save my file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my index.tsx file, and now let me just run my view component right here. And as you can see right here, we are now getting our view component, which is looking super amazing. So I don't even have to write. Yeah, I have to do that. Now I can just duplicate that, and I can write like whatever I wanna write. And I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting that same result right here. And now let's discuss the buttons component. So I'll just create a new file. I'll give it the name of like button component.tsx, and now inside them I'm going to be using RNFE. And now let me just go to the top, and this is how we are going to be creating our component. And now let's talk about how we are going to be working with the buttons. So I'll just write like, if you are coming from the HTML, you might think that we are going to be creating our button like this. If you are coming from the React, so you think that we are going to be creating our button like this. And now in the React Native, we create our button like this. First of all, we have to create our button. We also have to import that from the React Native. So I'm going to click on that, and it's going to import that right here from the React Native. So first of all, we have to import that, and then we have to close them manually. So once we close that, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to specify a few attributes. So these are something called the prompts, which I'm going to be explaining in a very great detail. But for now, you can think about these which I'm providing right now as an attribute in HTML. So in HTML, if you wanted to write like an image, so we have to specify this src, and we also have to specify this alternative text. But in React Native, we are now working with the button component, so we can just write like title, and now we can specify any kind of title that we want. So I'll just write like learn more or tap me or something like that. So if I just write like learn more, I'm going to save my file, and now let me just go into my index.tsx component, and now let me render my button component right here. I'm going to save my file, and let's just check this out. And as you can see right here, I have my first button right here, which is looking amazing. So this is the first way of creating our button, and this is how we're going to be providing our title for our button. So we can just say like press me or something like that, and here you can see it's going to give us that press me right here. And yeah, you can provide any kind of title that you like, and we can also specify different kind of colors to it. So I can just write like color, and then I can write like, I don't know, maybe teal color or blue color or something like that. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see the button color is now successfully changed. I can change that to like red, and I'm going to save my file, and here you can see the color is now changed to red. So yeah, we are not only limited to the color's name, we can also provide a hexadecimal values like I don't know, FFF. So for totally white, I'm gonna save my file and it's gonna give us totally white button. We can also write 000 for totally black button, and so on and so forth. So I can just write like this color and I'm gonna save my file. It's gonna give us kind of a, yeah, I don't even know what color this is, but yes, it's gonna give us a button with a color. So this is the first way we can create our button, and this is the preferred and the recommended way. So I'm gonna comment this line out. Now we can also create our button by using the opening and also the closing, just like this. Okay, so here we have to open our button and we also have to close there. And now we are not going to be providing anything right here inside there. We still have to use those props. So we have to use like title, tab, not tab, but tab me or something like that. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting tab me. And yeah, I can also provide a color to like I don't know, crimson color or something like that. It's going to also change the color of this button to this crimson color right here. So this is amazing. We can also provide an attribute for the disable. So I'll just write like disable, and if I save my file, and here you can see my button is now totally disabled. I cannot click on that anymore. So this is how we can disable our button, and this is how we can provide a title, this is how we can provide a color, and this is how we can provide a hexadecimal value for a color. I'm going to remove that from here, and now let me briefly explain the events. You don't have to worry about the events for now, because later in this course we are going to be still learning about the events in a very great detail. But for now, let me just give you a quick test of the events. So let's suppose we have our button right here. I'm going to be using this button once again, and I'll just provide a title of like, I don't know, maybe like click and check console or something like that. And here now if I want to provide an event handler, so for that I'm going to be using the on press, and here we have to just provide our callback function, and then whatever you want to do when somebody clicks on this button. So I'll just use like console.log, and I'll just write like pressed, PRESSED, and now I'm going to save my file. And this is how we are going to be creating our component, and this is how we are going to be binding or attaching our event handler. So now let me just open there, and let's just use our R to reload there. Let me go into the sitemap index.tsx, and now as soon as I click on there, what are we getting? We are now getting this pressed right here. I can also use console.warn, so it's going to show us the result on the UI. So if I save there, now if I click on there, so here you can see we are now getting that warning right here inside this UI. So yeah, this is how we are going to be attaching the event handler. We can also provide like, you know, I'm going to change that to alert, and we can also provide our alert right here. Let's just remove that from here, and I'm going to be using like alert, you pressed me. I'm going to save my file, and now if I click on there, and here you can see we're now getting this pop-up box. I can click on the OK, and this is how everything works. There are a few more topics about buttons, which is called the touchable opacity and also the pressable. So I want to discuss that in a more detail. First of all, I'm going to be searching for the touchable opacity, opacity. So if I click on there, and they're now recommending like if you're looking for a more extensive and future-proof way to handle touch-based inputs, so please check out this pressable. So by the way, touchable opacity and also this pressable are exactly the same thing, but touchable opacity is a bit old one and pressable is the new one. So I'm going to just click on that. Pressable is the core component wrapper that can detect various stages of a press interaction on any of its defined children. So this is how we are going to be using that. This is how we are going to be providing our event handler, and now inside this event handler we can do anything that we want to do right here. So we have a few stages like on press in, on press out, and so on and so forth. So you can learn more about that right here if you wanted to, but I am now explaining that right here, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm going to go back, and now let me just place these comments right here. And we have a few stages like we have a on press. So whenever we provide on press, and we're going to be obviously providing some sort of a function that is called when the component is pressed. So this one is required. Then the next one we have is a on press in function that is called when the press gesture starts. And then we have a press on press out function that is called when the press gesture ends or is cancelled. And then we have a long press function that is called when the long press is detected. Okay, so we have a few properties right here. So now let's just discuss them one by one. First of all, we have to import our pressable right here. Okay, so if I hit enter, so it's going to automatically import that right here from the React Native. And yeah, let's just use them. And I'm going to close that. And now inside there, I'm going to be using my text component, and I'll just write like press me. And now inside there, first of all, we have to provide our own press. When somebody press there, so what do we have to do? I'll just write like console.log and then pressed, and I'm gonna save my file. So once I save my file, I'm gonna also open my console right here, and let's just refresh there. And what are we getting? We are not getting any button, but we are now getting our text, which is pressable. So if I click on there, and here you can see it's going to give us that pressed in the console right here. So that was the first one. We can also provide a styling to there, but we're not going to be discussing styling right now because it is a huge topic which we are going to be discussing later in this course, not right now. So I'll just use like style, and here I'll just provide like color, and color will be set to teal, and make sure that you provided 2 objects right here. 2. I want you to keep that in mind. And once I do that, so the press color is now changed to this teal, and now I can click on there and it's going to log there to the console. So that was the first way. Now I can totally duplicate there, and now let me show you the rest of them. That was the on press. The next one we have is the on press in right here, and still we are going to be using like let's just remove that on press in, and I'm going to also change the color of that to like coral or something like that. Press me, save my file. Let's just open our console, and now if I click on there, and here you can see we are now getting like on press in. And yeah, that was the second way. Let's just duplicate there a few times. The next one we have is a on press out, and I'm gonna also change the text of there to like on press just out. Change the color of there to magenta, and I want you to focus. If I click on there, and I did not leave my cursor, but as soon as I leave my cursor, here you can see we are now getting like on press out. So yeah, that was the next one. And now the final one we have is a on long press. We can also provide a long press, so I'll just write like on long press, and on long press, not out but just on long press. Change the color of that to crimson, and now I'll just press on there for a few seconds. So 1, 2, and here you can see we're now getting our long press. Let's just reload there. 1 and 2. In 2 seconds it gives us like on long press. So yeah, that was our touchable opacity and also the on press. And now the final thing that I want to show you is something called the images, like how we are going to be rendering the images inside our app. So I can just use like image component.tsx. Now inside there, let me just use my RFNE. I'm going to save my file, and I'll just use like let's explore images, and I'm gonna also go into my index component, and let's just use our image image component right here, and I'm gonna save my file. And here you can see we have our let's explore our images component, which is amazing. But first of all, we have to create our assets folder, ASSETS. And now inside this assets folder, we are going to be providing our own image. So you can go ahead and download this image from my GitHub repository, or you can go to the unsplash.com and download this image by yourself, or any other image if you wanted to. But in my case, I only have this image.jpg, and I'm going to also give you that in the description below if you want to download that and use that. So now the question is how we are going to be rendering the images inside our app. So to do that, first of all, we have to grab our image component, and let me just hit enter right here and close that. So this is everything that you have to do. No, this is not everything that you have to do. Here you can see we now successfully imported there right here. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide the source. Instead of the src in the HTML, we are now going to be using the source complete word, SOURCE. And now inside this source, we also have to provide these curly braces. And now inside these curly braces, we're going to be using the require. And now inside this require function, we're going to be providing the path where our image is located. So I'm going to be using /, and then I'm going to be using, // would be fine. And then here you can see we have our app, assets, and also a component. So I'm going to just use my assets, and now inside this assets, I have my image.jpg. And now if I save my file, and here you can see I am now getting the image, but this is super big. So let's just change the size of that. I'm going to be providing a bit of styling to them, but you don't have to worry about the styling for now. So I'll just write like width of 200, and I'm going to also provide the height of 200. So if I save my file, and here you can see this is how my image looks like. Now a lot of you will say that this is the internal image, but how can we use the external images? Well, the syntax is exactly the same. So I'll just use that image one more time, and now here I'm going to be providing a source. And now inside this source, first of all, we have to provide our URI, and then we have to provide the path of our image. So I'll just place this image right here, which is a reactjs.org, and then logo.og, and then .png. So I'm gonna save my file, but once again this will be a bit bigger, so I'll also provide a bit of styling to there. So I'll just use like style, and now here I'm gonna provide a width to there. Width will be 200, and also the height will be 200 as well. So if I save my file, and as you can see right here, I have my React.js logo right here. So this is how we can work with the text, the view, buttons, pressable and touchable opacity, and also the images. So yeah, that was the basic primitive component in the React Native. Okay, so time for another challenge. So what I want you to do is that I want you to create this card component. You don't have to style there, but you have to render the image. You have to write your name, and then you have to write like my name is, and then your name, and I love coding. And finally you have to create a button which will just say like press me. Give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder right here. Let me just zoom in, and inside this components folder I'm going to create my card component.tsx, and let's just use rfne and create that right in here. So I'm going to save there, and let me just go ahead and go to my index file, and inside there I'm going to be using my card component. And now let's just render that. So I'm going to save my file, and as you can see right here, we are now getting our card component, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to render the image. If you don't have any images, you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and download this image from there. But if you have your own image, you can also render there. I'll remove this text from here, and I'm going to render my component from the React Native first of all. And inside this image we have to provide our source, and inside this source we have to provide our require method, and inside this require method we have to provide the location where our image is located. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the SS folder, and inside this SS folder we have our image.jpg. So if I save this file, and as you can see right here, that image is massive. So I'm going to also change the size of that. Let's just provide a bit of styling to this. So I'll just use like width of 200. So if I save that, and I'm going to also provide a bit of height to it, so let's just provide a height of 200 as well. And now I'm going to save this file, and as you can see right here, we have our image, which is looking amazing. And now underneath this image we have to render our own name. Okay, so I'll just use the text, and I'm gonna put my own name right here, which is Hussein Web Dev. So if I save there, and we are now getting our name, and then finally, not finally, we also have to render the button as well. But now let me write my text right here, and inside this text I'm gonna write like my name is Hussein and I love coding. And now underneath there we are going to be also rendering a button. So I'll just write like button, and let's just hit enter right here. And for this button I'm gonna also put a title of press me. If I save then, and here you can see our UI is now completed. So we have our image, we also have our name, a sentence right here, and I don't know what I did, so let's just open that once again. Oh my god, I guess this time it's gonna take a bit of time. Oh, let's just reload there. Go to the sitemap, go to the index.tsx, and here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work. So finally we have our button, and yeah, that was the challenge number 2.
Well, that was self-explanatory. And by the way, where can I use JS?
Let's talk about the expression in JSX. So with JSX, you can write your expression inside the curly braces, and the expressions can be a variable, property, or any other valid JavaScript expression. And JSX will execute the expression and return the result. So I know that sounds a bit nonsense. So now let me just discuss that in a more detail. So this is a bit of code right here. First of all, we have a JavaScript variable, and now inside this variable I'm now holding the value of my name. Then we have a function which takes 2 parameters like a and b, and now we are just adding that a and b right here. I'm supposed to be providing a time symbol, but that's just my mistake. Okay, and then I'm writing like my name is, and then I'm writing my JavaScript expression right here, which is a username. And I want you to notice that in this case I'm using these curly braces, and anything I write inside the curly braces will be a JavaScript expression. Like here I can write like 2 plus 2, and it's going to give us the result of 4. And I can also write my JavaScript array, so it's going to also combine all of them, and then I can also execute my function call right here. So what do I mean by all of this gibberish? Now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Time to discuss the dynamic content in React Native. So I'm going to create a new component, dynamic content.tsx, and inside this component I'll just use my regular rnfe or rfne. Let me provide a space right here, save my file, and now let me just register that inside my index component. And here you can see I'm now getting my dynamic content right here. And now let's just discuss that. Let's suppose if you want to use your JavaScript inside your JSX, so how you're going to be doing that. And to do that, first of all, I'm going to just declare a variable and I'm going to give it the name of like username. You can give it any name that you like, but in my case, I'm going to give it the name of like username, and I'm going to specify my own name right here, like Hussein Web Dev. And now if I want to use the value of this variable inside my JSX, so how can I go about doing that? And to do that, instead of this dynamic content, I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to write like my name is, and then here I'm going to render the value of this username right here. First of all, I'm going to open my curly brace and then I'm going to close there, and here I can write any expression like any kind of JavaScript. I can just write like 2 plus 2, which is something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. But first of all, I'm going to just use like my username right here. If I save my file, and I'm going to have to just open there right here. Let's just use the A to open there. Let me go ahead and go to my index component. And here you can see I'm now getting like my name is Hussein Web Dev right here. What if I remove these curly braces from here? And now if I save my file, and what are we getting? I'm only getting my username right here, not the actual value which is available inside this variable. Okay, so if I want to get that specific value, so I'm going to have to wrap that in these curly braces. So if I save there, and I'm now getting Hussein Web Dev right here. So that was the first way. Now the next way is that how in the world we're going to be using a function values inside our JSX. So let me just create a function. I'll give it the name of like multiply, and it's going to take the parameter of A and also B. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just combine them like A plus B. And this is a TypeScript error. You don't have to worry about this syntax right now. So I'll just write like number here, and I'm going to also provide my number here as well. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file. And now let's suppose if I want to show the value of this multiply function right here inside my JSX, and now I'm going to use that right here. So I'll just use my text component, and I'll just use like 2 times 2, and then it's going to be equals to this expression right here, like my multiply function. And for the first parameter, I'm going to just provide a 2, and for the second one, I'm going to also provide a 2 right here. So if I save my file, so what am I getting? I am getting like 2 times 2 is equal to 4. And this is just a label. I can totally remove that. I don't have to do that. And here you can see still I'm getting a 4 right here. That's just a label, and this is my JavaScript expression right here. I'm now calling the value of this function inside my JSX. So this is what we call a dynamic content. And you know what? I'm going to show you one more thing. What if I just use like text, and then if I use like 2 plus 2 right here inside these curly braces? So what do you think is going to be the result of that? If I save my file, and you guessed it, we are going to be getting a 4 right here. And we are not just only limited to 2 plus 2. I can write like 10 plus 2. It's going to give us 12, and so on and so forth. So for the label, I'll just write like 2 plus 2, and then it's going to be equals to this 2 right here. So if I save that, and here you can see we are now adding 2 numbers, and it is now giving us the result of that. And if you just multiply something, so it's going to also give us the result of that. So that was amazing. But now let me show you a bit of catch right here inside there. Let's suppose I have an object me. I'm going to provide the name, and the name is Hussein, and I'm going to also provide the age, and the age will be 22. And if I try to access the value of this me, what do you think is going to be the result of that? You know what? Let's just test this out. So I'll just use my, come on, I'll just use my text, and here, let me just render me. Okay, so if I render the me, it's going to give us error because we cannot dynamically render the value of the object. So you have to keep that in mind. So I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to also comment this line out. So this is what we call the dynamic content in JavaScript. I mean like in React Native. So I'm gonna just click on there, and this is the basic result. Welcome to another challenge of this course. So I want you to create this UI. You don't have to style anything inside this UI, but the content of this component should be totally dynamic. So what do I mean by that? So I want you to create a separate variable for the price, and you're gonna have to put this price inside there. Then I want you to create a separate variable for the width and height of this image, and then you're going to be also rendering that totally dynamic, and also create a variable for the car name, rating, and some description. And then you're going to have to use those variables to put your content totally dynamic. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a component right here. I'm going to give it the name of like car component.tsx, and let's just use our RFNE inside there. I'm gonna save this file. I'm gonna go into my index, and now let me just render my car component right here. So if I save my file, and as you can see right here, I'm now getting my car component, which is looking amazing. So let's just remove that from here, and first of all, we're gonna have to declare a lot of variables right here. So first of all, for the price, and that price will be like 1 2 3 4 5 6. That's gonna be fine because this is just totally a random price. We have to create a variable for the image width, so I'll just use like image width, and it's going to be equals to 300, and I'm going to also duplicate that. And now let's just change that from the width to the height, and underneath that we're going to be also creating a variable for the car name, and the car name will be a Lambo. And now I'm going to also create for the car ratings, it's going to be equals to 3.5, and also the car description is going to be equals to like here is some random car description right here which you can put. So yeah, now that we successfully created our variables, but now we have to render them totally dynamically. So here I'm gonna also give you this image. If you want to download my image, so you can totally do that from my GitHub repository, but if you don't want to use this image, so you can totally use your own image if you wanted to. So now inside there, first of all, we have to render the image. So I'm going to just get my image component from the React Native, and I'm going to close it right here. And next we have to provide the source inside there. Now inside this source, first of all, we have to use our require method, require require, and inside this require we have to provide the path where our image is located. So I'm going to choose my assets, and inside this assets I'm going to go into the image.jpg. Okay, so if I save there right now, and as you can see right here, we are now getting this huge image right here. So I'm going to also change the width and height of them. So I'll just use like style will be now set to, the width will be set to this width which you can see right here. So I'm going to copy this image width, and I'm going to place it right here. Now let me provide a comma. I'm going to also provide a height to it, and that height will be equals to this image height. I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place that right here. So if I save there right now, and as you can see right here, we are now getting our car image right here, which is looking amazing. Now underneath this image, what do we have to do? We have to render our text right here. So we already have our car name right here, so I'm going to copy there. Now let me just place this car name, and also I'm going to be using that text one more time, and here we are going to be rendering the car rating right here. Okay, car rating, and I'm going to also duplicate that for the price as well. And yeah, finally we have to create our button, so let's just grab that from the React Native. And now for the title, I'm going to just pass like add to cart would be fine. So let's just save that and buy this Lamborghini right here. So what are we getting? We are now getting the image, we're getting the title, also the rating, and also the price. And finally we have our button right here, which is not doing anything. So yeah, that was our challenge number 3. And by the way, I forgot to render this car description, so I'm going to also have to render there right here underneath this car ratings right here. So I'm going to use like car description, and I'm going to save my file, and now here you can see we're now getting our car description right here. So yeah, that was the challenge number 3. There are a few ways to style your components in React Native. So the first way is to use the inline styling. So I'll just write like inline style.tsx component, and I'm going to be using RFNE, and it's going to create my inline component right here. So I'm going to just remove this text from here, and I'm going to just define a few divs right here, my view component, and I'm going to also remove this text from here. So let's suppose if I want to style there by using the inline CSS, so how can I go about doing that? To do that, we have to first of all write a style, and then we have to write 2 times these curly braces. Like the opening curly brace will be 2 times, and the closing will be also 2 times. And here you can write all of your CSS properties. Like for instance, if you want to change the background color of that, so you can just use like background, but you are not allowed to use dashes right here. This is a JavaScript space, and JavaScript will think that you are now subtracting something from the background variable, and that's not allowed. So to fix that, for that we are going to be using the camel case notation. So I'll just use like background color, and I'm going to just specify the color that I want. So I'll just write like red right here in this situation, and I'm going to also provide the width to this. So if I want to provide a width, I'm going to just write like 100. You can also store that in the quotes if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to just store that as a number. Okay, so this is going to be my width, and I'm going to also provide the height of 100 right here. So if I save my file, I already created this component, so I have to register there in my index file. So let's just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to grab first of all my inline style right here, and now let me just execute them, save my file, and this is how my component looks like right here, or you can say this is how my div looks like, or the view, whatever you want to call them. So that was the first one. Now let me just create a few more, like this is going to be for the view once again, and now let me just provide a bit of styling to that as well. So I'll just use like background color once again, and yeah, in this case I'm going to just change that to green, and I'm going to also provide the width of 100, and also the height will be totally 100. And you are more than welcome to choose any kind of CSS properties right here. You can provide the display property, you can provide the flex properties, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see I'm now getting this green box right here. I'm going to duplicate that a few times and just change the color of that to like something else, like blue and also yellow or something like this. So if I save my file, I'm now getting these boxes right here. So if I want to provide a margin or a padding, I can totally do that. I'll just select these portions right here. I'm going to provide a comma, and I can just use my margin all around, and I'll just provide 20 right here. So as soon as I do that, and here you can see I'm now getting these spaces right here. That's because of this margin property. So this is how we can style our application by using this inline CSS, but this is not a better way to style our components because we're going to have to write this style again and again, and we have to provide our styling inline, and that's not a better practice to style our component like this. Okay, so that was our inline CSS, and now let me just show you the internal CSS. So let's just create another component. I'm going to give it the name of like internal.tsx, and I'm going to be using RFNE. And now let me just zoom in a bit. And to use internal CSS, for that we are going to have to grab another component which is called the style sheet. Keep this spelling in mind. First of all, we have to write the S uppercase, and then the rest of them will be in lowercase, and then the other S will be also uppercase. So we have to grab that from the React Native, and now we can specify our styling right here, okay, totally separately. So I'm going to just use my style sheet component, which I just grabbed from the React Native, and for that style sheet component I already have this create method, and this will allows us to provide our styling right here. Okay, so first of all we have to provide our object inside them, and then a property, and then a specific values or a specific styling for that specific property. So in this case I'm going to just write like text style, and you are more than welcome to provide any name that you like. Okay, so I'll just write like text style, and I'm going to just change the color of my text to like crimson. You can provide any color that you like, and I'm going to also increase the size of that to like 30, and I'm going to also provide like, I don't know, maybe a background color would be fine. I'm going to just change that to yellow, and also provide a margin of 20 all around, and also the padding will be set to 20 pixel as well. Okay, so this is how we are going to be defining a specific property, and now this property is holding all of these styling right here. And now let me just store in some sort of a variable like const styles, and it's going to be now equals to this style sheet right here. Okay, so now I'm going to copy that from here, and by the way you can give it any name that you like. So I'm going to just give it the name of like style, and you don't have to do that if you don't want to do that. So I'll just put a style right here, and I'm going to be using my variable which is now currently holding all of my style sheet. So I'm going to copy them, and now let me just place that right here, and then if I just use dot, and here you can see it is now giving us this text style right here. So if I click on that, and now let me just save my file, and let me make sure that we registered that. No, we didn't, so let's just use our internal style right here, and let's just close that. I'm going to also comment this component out, save my file, and this is how the result will look like right here. So we have the text of crimson, font size is now set to 30, the background color is now set to yellow, margin and also the padding are applied to it. So this is what we call the internal style sheet, and the final one we have is the external style sheet. So now we discussed the inline, the internal, and now let's just discuss the external one. So I'll just create a new component, external style.tsx. Okay, and I'm going to be using my RFNE, and yeah, let's just use that right here. So to use the external style sheet, first of all we have to create a separate file. You can create the inside the components, but I'm going to just create a new folder. I'm going to give it the name of like utils, and now inside this utils I'm going to create a new file, give it the name of like style.ts, like that. And now inside there we are going to be defining all of our CSS. So I'll just use like style sheet. Come on, let's just grab the style sheet from the React Native. First of all we have to grab there, and I'm going to just use my st right here, or style, you can give it any name that you like. And now let me just use my style sheet, and then the create method on there, and here we have to specify our text style. And now inside there we are going to be providing first of all the color of totally white, and here you just have to define all of your CSS which you want, like font size and so on and so forth. So I'm going to just provide a background color of totally teal, and I'm going to also provide the margin of 20, and the padding will be also set to 20 right here. So I'm going to save them. Finally, let me just export them so that I can use them in my other components. So export default st for styling. So I'm going to save them, and now I'm going to go into my external style sheet component, and now let me just use the styling inside my external component. Okay, so external style component. So first of all, we're going to have to grab our st from the utils folder, and inside this utils folder we have our style right here. So to do that, we are going to be just using like style, and here we just have to use our st.text style right here. So if I save my file, and by the way, we have to register this component inside index component. So I'm going to be using external style right here, and now let me just use them. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see now that styling is now totally changed. I'm going to just provide a space right here, and yeah, this is how it looks like right here. So this is how we are going to be styling our component by using the inline CSS, the internal CSS, and also the external CSS right here. Okay, and by the way, we are going to be also learning about another ways like using a NativeWind throughout this course, but we are not there yet, so we are not going to be discussing there right now. At this point, we performed 3 challenges right here, as you can see. So what I want you to do in this challenge is that I want you to provide a styling to this component. Like first of all, for these 4 component, you're going to have to provide a bit of box shadow and also a bit of border right here, and then you also have to add a bit of styling to this card and also to this card as well. So yeah, give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and this is going to be the first challenge inside the styling section. Okay, so we also have 2 more, so yeah, give it your best shot. So here is my solution. So first of all, I'm going to render this component right here, which we've already built. So I'm going to use like name component, and I'm going to also render the edge component, also the x handle component, and I'm going to also render the favorite subject component if I save them. And this is how they currently look like right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my style right here. So I'll just create a file. I'll give it the name of like style.ts, and inside this style.ts, we're going to be providing all of our styling right here. So first of all, we have to import our style sheet from the React Native, and then we have to create our style right here. It's going to be equals to the style sheet, and let's just create our style sheet right here inside there. First of all, we're going to be providing the shadow style, and now inside this shadow style, I'm going to provide a padding of 20 pixel or just 20. I'm going to provide the width of 80%, and I'm going to also provide a border radius to them, and border radius will be 10. Shadow color will be set to totally black, and also the shadow offset will be set to, the width will be set to 0, and also the height will be set to 2. Okay, let me just provide a height to them. And underneath them, we're going to be using the shadow opacity. And for the shadow opacity, we're going to be using like 0.25. And then for the shadow radius, we're going to be also providing like 3.84 as a shadow radius. And finally, we also have to provide our elevation. And let's just provide 5 right here. So I'm going to save this file. And finally, we have to export that so that we can use that anywhere inside our files. Okay, so I'm going to be using like export default and then st. So if I save my file, this is how we are going to be creating our style sheet. But now let's just use that in all of our components. So first of all, I'm going to go into my edge component, and I'm going to provide that right here. So I'm going to first of all wrap that inside the view. I don't have to do that, but I want to do that. And now for this view, first of all, we have to import that from the React Native, and we have to use our style, and we also have to get our st from the style sheet, and then we have to use our shadow style right here. So if I save that, and here you can see we now successfully provided this shadow to it. I'm going to basically copy all of that from here, and I'm going to go into my favorite subject component. I'm going to also wrap the inside. Let's just place it right here. I'm going to use my style and then my shadow style right here. Save my file. Now I'm going to go into the name component there from here, put that inside the view, place that right here, and I'm going to use my style, and that style will be coming from that style sheet. And let's just use our shadow style right here. Next, we have to go into the what do we call it, X handle. We have to use our view right here. Inside this view, we have to place our styling, and let's just use our style of st, grab there, and use our shadow style right here. So I guess that's going to be it. So if I save there, and here you can see we now successfully provided all of that styling to all of these components right here. Next, we have to style this component right here. So if you want to provide these box shadows, you totally can, but I will highly recommend you to at least change the layout of the, like, center every single thing. That's the only thing that I want you to do. So just center there. Okay, like center the image and also center the text and button. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution. So currently I'm now providing the inline style for this image right here. So I'm going to just remove that and I'm going to save my file. And here you can see we are now getting this massive image. And to resolve that, first of all, we're going to have to grab the style sheet from the React Native. So I'll just use like style sheet from the React Native. I'm going to copy that from here. And now let's just create our styling right here. So first of all, I'm going to be using styles, and now that's going to be equals to the style sheet dot create, not compose but create. And now let's just create our style sheet right here. First of all, we are going to be creating our container, which will allow us to center every single. Now let me provide a padding to this. So padding will be set to 10. Padding for the top will be set to 50, and also padding for the bottom will be set to 40. And also I'm going to provide a margin of 20 right here, and align items will be set to center. Okay, so if I use that, and that's not going to be it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use it right here. I'll provide this style, and let's just use our styles.container. If I use that and save my file, and this is how my container looks like right here. Now let me provide a bit of shadow right here. So I'll just use like shadow color, and shadow color will be set to totally black. And I'm going to also provide the shadow offset. It's going to be equals to the width, and width will be set to 0, and height will be also set to 2 once again. And I'll also provide the shadow opacity, and shadow opacity will be 0.25, and the shadow radius will be set to 3.84. And if finally we have to provide our elevation right here, which will be set to 5. So that's going to be for the container. So I'm going to collapse this container right here. Now we have to focus on the image style right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like image style, and let's just make our image. The width will be set to 200, and also the height will be set to 200 as well. And I'm going to also provide a border radius of that, and border radius will be set to 100, and margin for the bottom will be set to 20 right here. So if I save that, we also have to use that right here for our image. So I'll just use it right now. Let's just use our style, and for this style we are going to be using our styles.image style right here. So if I save that, and this is how my image currently looks like right here. Everything is now perfectly centered. That's because of this style.container property right here. So if I just remove that from here and save my file, so this is how currently things looks like. Now if I bring it back, this is how currently things looks like right here, which is looking amazing. Let me increase the size of my name, and I'm going to also provide a bit of spacing right here. Okay, so to do that, first of all, we are going to be writing our heading, and this heading will have the font size of 20, and I'm going to also provide the margin for the bottom will be now set to 10. Okay, and now underneath this heading we are going to be also taking care of the text. So for the text we are going to be just providing like margin for the bottom will be now set to 20. Okay, so if I save there, and now here inside this text we have to provide our style, and we have to use our styles dot heading right here, and also for this one as well. So we are going to be using like styles dot text in this case. And so now if I save my file, and here you can see now this is looking better. So that was the second part of the styling number 2. Now that's done. Finally we have to create this component right here. I mean, like, we have to style this component. We already created that right here, so we have to style that. And I want you to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution. First we have to grab our style sheet. We don't need this button right here, so I'm going to remove that because we are now using a pressable. And yeah, now let's just use that right here. I'm going to use const styles. It's going to be equals to the style sheet, and then dot create method right here, and we have to create our style sheet. First of all, we have to create our pill, and that pill is this pill right here, like this first one. I'm going to change the background color of that to totally black. Let's just provide the color of totally white to it, and also you can provide the padding horizontal, and padding horizontal will be set to 5, and padding for the vertical will be set to 2, and border radius will be set to 5. Come on, let's just provide our margin for the bottom only of 10, and I'm going to also provide the width of 80 right here. Let's just use 80, and I'm going to also provide the margin for the top will be now set to 20, and text align will be set to totally center. So I'm going to save my file, and now let's just use our style sheet right here. Let's just go to the top, and we have to use that here. I'm going to use style, and we have to use our styles dot pill. So if I save my file, and this is how the pill looks like right here, which is looking amazing. I'm going to also increase the size of this text, so let's just do that. And I'm going to hide it right here. Let's just write heading, and inside this heading we are going to be increasing the font size of 20. Okay, so let's just use that right here for this text. I'm gonna provide like style and styles dot heading right here. So if I save there, and the size is now a bit bigger, you can totally make them more bigger than there, like I don't know, maybe 50 would be fine. That's gonna be looking awful, so I'll just stick with this 20, and yeah, that's looking better. Now let me also style that button. So I'm gonna be using like button right here, and inside that button, first of all, we have to provide the background color. So I'll just use like BG, and for the background color, we are going to be providing a black color, and I'm going to also provide the padding for horizontal of 5, and I'm going to also providing padding for vertical of 2, and border radius will be 5, and margin for the bottom will be set to 10, text align will be set to center, and also the width will be set to 120. So if I save there, and now let me just use that right here inside this pressable. Okay, so I'll just use my style, not styles, but just a style. So I'll just provide my styles dot button right here. So if I save there, and as you can see right here, our button is not looking the way it should look. I'm gonna also style this text inside the, what am I doing? I'm gonna also style this text which is inside this pressable component. I'm gonna be using my button text right here. So let's just use our button text, and inside there, let's just change the color of that to totally white, and padding will be set to 10. I'm gonna use that right here inside this pressable. So I'll just use my style, and then style dot button, not button, but was that button text? Yeah, that was button text right here. So if I save there, and here you can see it is looking kinda okayish, but yeah, you can provide more styling to that if you wanted to, but I am done with this styling challenge right here.
Quick question. What if I have a lot of data? Like I mean a lot. How can I render that on the screen?
For that, you'll have to use a FlatList component. Now let me show you. Now let's talk about how we are going to be iterating over through a lot of data, and how we can render all of that list of data. So to do that, for that we are going to be using something called the FlatList component, and now let's just learn about this. So first of all, I'm going to create a component. I'm going to give it the name of like listdata.tsx, and this is my second or maybe third time of re-recording this video. Okay, so I am going to just save this component right here, and I'm going to go into my index.tsx file, and now let me just register my list data component right here, save my file, and here let me just provide a spacing right here. Now let me go into my index.tsx file, and here you can see we have our list data right here. So let's just first of all create our list, and then we are going to be iterating over through that list. So I'm going to just create like fruits, and it's going to take like apple, and also the, I don't know, maybe banana, and also the orange. So in my case, I'm going to just only work with that. Is there any way which will allow me to iterate over through each item inside this list and then do something with that item? Okay, so like I want to iterate over through this apple, banana, and also the orange. Let's suppose if I want to render that in some way or form. So to do that, for that we have a component called the FlatList component. So I'm going to just choose that. So it's going to import that from the React Native right here, and now it requires a few parameters. First of all, it requires the data, like what is your data by which you want to iterate over through. So in my case, the data is fruit, so I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place that right here. Now we iterate over through each item inside this list, but what you want to do with that, like you want to log that to the console, you want to like update something, you want to remove something, or you want to just render that to the UI, or what you want to do with that. For that, we are going to be providing the render item right here. Okay, so once we provided that, so we are going to be providing our callback function. I'm going to just only pass my element as a perimeter, and now let me just log that to the console right here. So if I save my file, it's going to give me some sort of an error, so I want you to just ignore that for a few seconds. And now if I open my terminal, so what am I getting? I am getting the index right here, which is now currently set to 0, and then I'm getting the item right here. So that item is now first of all set to apple, then it is set to banana, and then it is set to orange right here, which is super amazing. And we are only interested in that specific item, not anything else than that. So how in the world we are going to be getting each item? So to do that, we are going to be destructuring that item right here. So now let me just destructure that. And by the way, if you guys don't know what a destructuring means, you got to check out my JavaScript course about that. So now let me just log to the console this item right here. So as soon as I save my file, and now let me just check this out. So what am I getting? I'm getting item is now set to apple, then banana, and then orange right here, which means like we are now successfully iterating over through each item right here, and we are also logging that to the console. But now you want to render that to the UI. So how can you go about doing that? Well, we just have to remove this console log from here. We have to provide our curly brace, and we have to just return the text And now for this text, we are going to be passing our item right here inside there. So if I save my file, and here you can see we have our apple, banana, and also the orange right here, which is looking amazing. So yeah, that was the first way. Now there is something else which I want you to keep in mind, which is called the keys. We did not discuss about the stats for now, so it doesn't make any sense to tell you about the keys, but I'm going to still tell you about the. So keys are unique. You have to provide a unique key for each item, as you can see right here. So for each item, you have to specify a unique label or identifier which will keep track of that specific item inside your list, as you can see right here. So for the apple, we have to provide like 1. Banana, we have to provide 2. For the orange, we have to provide 3, and so on and so forth. Later, if you want to remove a specific item from here, so we are not going to be removing only the item, we are going to be first of all checking that specific key, and based on that key, we are going to be removing that specific item. Okay, so to do that, we are going to be providing something called the key extractor. And I'm going to also tell you about the keys once we jump into the stats, but you don't have to worry about that for now. And here we also have to specify the callback function. So in my case, I'm going to only provide the item right here, and then let's just provide our item. So now this is how we are going to be providing a unique key for our element. So if I save, then nothing will happen right here and nothing will happen inside the console, but this is now something called a unique item. Now we are iterating over through each item. We are providing a specific unique key to that, and finally we are now rendering that to our UI. So that was the first way of iterating over through this item. Now let me just close that from here, and next we are going to be creating another component. I'm going to give it the name of like array of object.tsx, and now let me use my RFNE React functional component. And now here I'm going to provide this long list of objects right here. So we have this array of locations, and inside this array we have a few locations right here, like a few objects. So we have ID for each object, and we also have a specific name of the location. So we have a London, Paris, Berlin, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to save this file, and now the question is how in the world we are going to be iterating over through this location, and how we can render each city or each location name. And we also have to use this ID for the key. So I'm going to just collapse that from here. And now let me just grab my FlatList component one more time. So I'm going to be using a FlatList, and let me just grab that right here. And first of all, we have to register that. I'm going to comment this line out. And now let me just register my array of object right here. And let's just close that. And now the first thing that we have to provide is the key extractor, and for the key extractor we are going to be passing our item, and then we are going to be grabbing our item.id because we are only interested in a specific ID like 1, 2, and so on and so forth. So we are going to be grabbing that, but now the question is they are not a string, these are numbers right here. So how can we render that? Well, we have to convert that to a string, and to convert that to a string we are going to be using a toString method on there. Okay, so it's going to convert that to string, and then we will be able to successfully render that. Now we have to provide our data, like by which thing you want to iterate over through. So we are going to be iterating over through our locations right here, and we also have to provide our render item prop. And now let me just save them, and here we are going to be first of all extracting our item, like a specific item right here from there, and then we have to use our text. And now I'm going to be using my item.name right here because we are only interested in the name, which you can see right here. And it's going to give me an error. That's because I saved that very recently, so I'm going to have to reload that. We are getting this error. That's because we are now importing that from the React whatever. We only want to import that from the React Native, so I'm going to cut that from here. And now let me just place it right here and remove the second line, and let's just go into that once again. And here you can see we're now rendering all of the items, all of the city names right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be iterating over through all of the items by using a flat list. Time for the flat list challenge. So I already give you a lot, and I mean a lot of data. So what you have to do is that you have to render the product image, the product name, rating, and also the pricing. And there are a lot of images and a lot of names and ratings and pricing I give you. So just copy that from my GitHub repository and render that into your UI. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Come back and watch the solution. And if you want to style that, you totally can, but you don't have to. Okay, so here is my solution. So I'm going to create a separate component with the name of huge component.tsx, and let's just use our normal UI right here. And I'm going to also register that right in here. So my huge component, save my file, and now I'm getting a huge component right here, which is amazing. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to just place these products right here, and I have a lot of products which I gave you, and here you can see this is a products array right here, and inside this products array we have a few objects, and inside each object we have the product image, the product name, rating, and also the pricing. Okay, so yeah, just go ahead and render all of that. First of all, you're gonna have to render the image, then the name, then the rating, and then the pricing. So give it your best shot one more time. If you can't do it, that's completely like normal. You don't have to do that. Nobody is forcing you to do that, but yeah, at least give it your best shot. And here is my solution. And you already know like what we have to do in this situation. We have to use our FlatList component from the React Native, and I'm gonna close that right here. And I'm going to provide my data, and that data will be products, which is that entire list of products right here. So that's cool. We're going to also have to provide our key extractor. It's going to take the item and also the index as a parameter for our function. And also we're going to be taking this index and we have to convert that to the string, because we are not allowed to provide numbers. So we're going to have to convert that to the string. And next we have to render our item in some way or form. Okay, so we can totally use our arrow function right here, but I am not going to. Why is that? Because it's going to clutter my entire code and I don't want that. Okay, so in this situation I also wanted to show you yet another way of how we are going to be rendering our content. And to do that, we're going to be creating a function. You can like basically give it any name that you like, and I'm going to just give it the name of like a render item. I'm going to copy this function name, and we are going to be creating this function separately. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like my render item is going to take the item, and not just the item, we are going to be destructuring that item right here. And now inside there, what do we have to do? We have to just render our view first of all. And now inside this view, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to render our image, which will be coming from the React Native. And now for this image, we're going to have to specify the source, and the source will be the URI. And then we're going to be using that item, which is now coming from the perimeter, and then we're going to be getting only the image of that specific item right here. Okay, so if I save there, and now underneath there, we're going to also have to render our text right here. And for this text, we're going to be using item.name, and I'm going to duplicate that and change that to rating, and let's just change that to price. Okay, and here I'm going to specify like rating right here as a label, and I'm going to also provide like price for the label, the dollar symbol. So if I save my file, and by the way, I want you to keep in mind here, you can see we are now using a curly brace, and we have to return something from this function. But if we weren't using a curly braces and we were using this syntax, then we are not going to be returning anything from our function. But now in this case, we are now using a curly braces, so we have to return something from our function. So if I save that, and as you can see right here, so we are now getting the product name and also the product prices right here, and also the rating as well. We are not getting the image. I'm going to figure out why we are not getting the image in a few seconds. But first of all, I'm going to also provide a bit of TypeScript to this code right here. I'm going to go outside from this component, and let's just create our interface with the name of product. And now inside there, the image will be set to string, the name will be set to string as well, the rating will be a number, and also the price will be a number as well. So I'm going to copy the name of there, and we have to render there right here. So let's just use our item, and that item will be that specific product. So yeah, now that error is now successfully gone. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a bit of styling to there. And I'm not going to waste a lot of your time on styling. You can also copy and place the styling from somewhere else. So here is my styling right here. So what we have right now is that first of all, we are going to have to grab our style sheet from the React Native, so that error will be now successfully gone. First of all, we have our product container, in which we have our flexbox and align items and stuff like that. Then we are changing the style of the image, also the name, and also we are changing the rating and the price. Okay, so if you want to copy the styling, you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and copy all of the styling from there. And now let me just use their styling right here inside this component. So for the view, I'm going to provide my style, and that will be the styles.product container. And then for the image, we are going to be passing our image right here, so we have to provide our style, not the styles. Okay, so we have our styles.image right here, and we are going to be also providing a style for this name as well. So I'll just use like styles.name, and I'm going to also provide it for the rating as well. So let's just use our styles.rating, and I'm going to also provide it for the style. Come on, styles.price as well. So if I save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so we are now getting the image, we are also getting the product name and also the rating, and finally we are getting the price as well. So yeah, it is looking amazing, and we have a lot a lot of images, and we have a lot of products right here. So that was a challenge for the flat list. Now let's talk about the props. So what is a prop and why should anyone care about that? Anytime you want to pass over data from the parent component into the child component, so for that we're going to be using something called the props. So what is a prop? Props or properties are argument passed into components, and props are passed to components via HTML attributes. So now let me just say that once again. Anytime you want to pass over data from the parent component into the child component, so we are going to be using something called the prop. So how the syntax will look like? So this is how the syntax will look like. First of all, we have a parent component, and now inside this parent component, we are now calling, we are now executing, we are now rendering over a child component. And here you can see we are now providing these attributes to it. Like I'm now providing my name, which is Zustand Web Dev. Then I'm providing the age, which is 22. And then I'm providing a hobbies, which is singing, coding, and cooking. Now inside the component 2, which is a child component, I'm now accessing all of their data by using a props. Okay, so I'm gonna have to write a props, and then I can use the dot notation. And why am I writing a name? I'm writing a name because I already know that I passed the name for my child component from the parent component, so which means like I can totally access there in the child component. Then I would be also able to get the age and also the hobbies. Okay, so now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about the props in React Native. So props are just a way to pass your data from the parent component to the child component. So first of all, I'm going to just create my parent component.tsx file, and I'm going to also create my child component.tsx as well. So I'll just go to my parent first of all, and I'm going to be using my rfne. And here, let's just save our file, and then I'm going to go into my child component, and I'm going to be using my rfne one more time right here. Okay, so let's just save our file, and now let me just go into my index.tsx file and register there right here. So I'm going to be registering my parent component, and now let me just close there and save my file. And now let's just see how we are going to be passing our data from the parent component, like from this component, to the child component. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be just using like, let's just provide a bit of spacing right here so we can see what we have. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our parent component, and now I'm going to be calling my child component inside my parent component, and this is how we are going to be passing our data to there. So let's suppose if I want to pass the data of like my own name, so I'm going to be using like Zustand Web Dev right here for the name. And by the way, this is something called the prop. If you are coming from the HTML, so you already know that how we are going to be providing a prop to our component. Let's suppose in HTML you use the image tag, and in this image tag these are called the props. Like we are now providing some sort of a property for our component, like this image is a component, and we are now passing this property to that component. So I'm going to just remove that. And in React.js, this is now our own custom component, so we can also provide our own custom data to there. And we are getting some sort of an error, so we are going to be fixing that in a few seconds, but I want you to bear with me. This is a TypeScript error, you don't have to worry about that. So I'm going to save my file, and then I'm going to go into my child component. This is how we are going to be passing our data to the child component, and now this is how we are going to be getting that data from the parent component to the child component. So we can just use a props, and then I can totally log that to the console like props right here. So if I save my file, and now if I open my terminal, and as you can see right here, so I have a name property, and the value is now set to Zustand Web Dev right here, which is amazing. So this is how we are going to be passing a data from the parent component to the child component, and this is how we are going to be using that. So now I'm going to just remove that from here, and instead of using this child component, I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to use my dynamic content properties right here, and here I'm going to be using props.name. Okay, so as soon as I do that, and if I save my file, and here you can see I'm now getting Zustand Web Dev right here. Let's suppose if I want to provide something else to my component, like for instance if I want to provide like age, so the age is 22 right here. So I'm going to save my file. Now let me go into my child component, and now I'm going to just duplicate that, and instead of writing a name, I'm going to just write an age right here. So if I save that, and we are now getting an age right here, so I can totally write like a label for myself like name, and then I can also provide an edge right here. So if I save there, so we are now getting a name and also the edge right here. We can provide any kind of data right here. So I can just write like hobbies, and hobbies are going to be array like I don't know, maybe singing, one of my favorite hobby, and then coding, and then also cooking. So I'm gonna save my file. So now we are providing these hobbies as an array right here. So let's suppose if I duplicate that right here, instead of writing an edge, I'm gonna change that to hobbies, and now let's just save our file. And here you can see we are now still getting an edge, so let's just change that to hobbies, save my file, singing, coding, and also the cooking right here. So this is how we are going to be passing a data from the parent component to the child component. And now let me also show you that how in the world we are going to be destructuring that data. So we no longer have to use this props dot and props dot again and again. So to do that, we are going to be removing that from here, and I'm going to just destructure all of the things that I need right now. So I'm going to just write like name, because we are now passing that name right here. So this is how we are going to be destructuring this so that we can use the inside our component. Then we also have our edge and also the hobbies. So I'm going to just provide my edge right here and also the hobbies right here as well. So now we no longer have to provide these props again and again. So I'm going to select the one, and I'm going to hold Control and then hit D, Control D one more time, and now let's just remove that from here. I'm going to save my file, and still we're getting the same result right here. But now it is giving us some sort of an error, and that is coming from the TypeScript. So if you guys don't know what a TypeScript is, you don't have to worry about that. You can totally ignore that. Or if you guys already know what a TypeScript is, so for that we are going to be creating an interface right here. You can give it any name that you like. In my case, I'm going to give it the name of like child props, and now inside there we're going to be providing a name, and name will be obviously a string, and then we have a edge, and edge will be a number, and then we have a hobbies, and hobbies are the string of array. So if I save my file, now we have to provide there right here. Okay, so we're going to be using props right here. So as soon as I do that, and here you can see that error is now successfully gone. And now if I check this out, everything is working the way I expect them to work. So yeah, this is how we're going to be passing our data from the parent component to the child component. This is how we are going to be consuming there or getting there. This is how we are going to be destructuring there, and this is how we are going to be providing a checks or a TypeScript for that. Welcome to the props challenge. So once again, I already give you all of the data, and you have to pass that data from the index component to the products component. So I want you to create a separate component for the product and pass your data from the index component to that products component, and then just render the product image, the product name, price, feature, and the description. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to place my products right here, and once again we have our products array, and inside this products array we have our product name, then we have our product image, product price, product description, and is featured right here. Okay, so for each of the object, as you can see right here, so I'm going to save this file, and now I'm going to collapse that right here. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to iterate over through each product inside this list. So to do that, we're going to have to remove this view from here, and we have to use our FlatList component from the React Native, and I'm going to close that right here. First, we have to provide our data, and that data will be a products, which we are going to be specifying from this list. And then we also have to provide our render item right here. So I'm going to use like render item, and for this render item, we are going to be also destructuring our item from there. And now let's just use that right here. So first of all, we are going to be creating this component in a few seconds, but I want you to just bear with me. Okay, so we are going to be creating this component in a few seconds. First of all, we are going to be passing the name as a prop, and to do that, we are going to be getting there from the item.product name. Okay, next we also have to provide the image, and that image will be item.product image right here. Next, we also have to provide a price right here, and that price will be a item.price right here. Come on, product price, there we go. And we're going to be also providing a description right here, and that description will be coming from the item.product description. We also have to provide our is feature. You don't have to provide the is feature because this is just a boolean value, but yeah, I'm gonna also provide that right here. So I'll just use like item.is feature right here. Okay, so if I save that, and this is how we are going to be passing all of our data by using the props. So this is how we are going to be passing our data from the index component to our products component. So I'm going to go ahead and create this product right here. So let's just create our product.tsx, and inside there we are going to be using RFNE. So this is how we are going to be creating our component, and now let's just import that right here. So I'm going to be importing my product in this way. So if I save my file, So now they are suggesting like we have to destructure this name and so on and so forth. And now let's just do that. So before I destructure all of the props, first of all, I want to create an interface so that it does not give us a lot of errors right here. So we are going to be creating our interface, and the name will be just a product. And now inside there, we are going to be providing first of all the name. As you can see right here, we are now providing a name, and name will be string. We are going to be also providing a price, and price will be a number, obviously, and is feature will be, come on, is featured will be set to boolean. Let me check out the spelling. I'm gonna copy that from there. Now let me just paste it right here, and I'm gonna also provide the image, and the image will be set to string, and the description will be also set to string. So now let me just destructure all of their props right here. Okay, so I'm going to destructure there. First of all the name, then the price, then is feature, and also the image description. Okay, so I'm gonna save my file, and now let me just bind all of that product props right here. So if I save there, and now it's not going to give us any errors. So finally we have to just render all of that content which we are now getting from the index component to this product component right here. So now inside this view, I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to create yet another view. And now inside that view, first of all, we are going to be rendering our image, so we have to grab that from the React Native. And now inside there, we are going to be providing the source, and the source will be the URI because we are now using the external images, and that's going to be set to the image prop which we are now getting right here. And now underneath them, we also have to create yet another view. And now inside this view, we are going to be rendering first of all the text. So I'll just use like my name right here, which is coming from the prop. And now underneath them, I'm going to also duplicate that right here, and let's just render our price as well. And I'm going to also duplicate the, let's just change that to description right here, but I'm going to also create yet another text component right here. And now we are going to be rendering there totally conditionally. So how are we going to be doing that? We are going to be doing that like this. If we have is featured, and then we are going to be rendering this component right here. And if you don't have that is featured, so we're not going to be rendering anything. Okay, so I'll just use like featured right here. Okay, so let's just save that, and I guess that's going to be it. But finally, I'm going to provide a bit of styling to it so that it just look a bit better. Okay, so you can totally go ahead and copy all of the styling from my GitHub repository, and I'm going to just place that right here. And let's just grab our style sheet from the React Native. And now let me just use that inside this component. First of all, we have to provide our container style. So we're going to be using like styles.container or content container, or you know what, not content container, but we're going to be using our product container. Okay, let's just provide our style right here. We're going to be using styles.image container, and now we also have to use that right here. Okay, so we're going to be using a style, and then styles.product container right here as well. Not a product container, just a product image rather, because this is just an image. And now underneath that, we also have to use the style here. We are going to be using a styles.content container, and now inside this text, we're going to be using a style, and that's going to be a styles.product name. Okay, like that. And we are going to be also providing our style here for the styles.product price, and I'm going to also provide it right here for the style. Come on, that's a lot of typing. Style, so we have to provide our feature tag. And finally for this one, god damn it, that was a lot of typing, so we have to use our styles.product description right here. So if I save that, and now finally let's just test this out. I'm gonna go into the sitemap, go to my index.tsx, and this is how it looks like right here. So we have our product A, product B, and so on and so forth. We have the images, we have the prices, we have the feature, and we are now getting the dollar symbol, but we are not getting any prices right here. Oh, here you can see we are now providing this dollar symbol right here. So I'm going to just remove that and check this out, and now that's looking better. So yeah, that was the props challenge. Now let's talk about the conditional rendering. So conditional rendering in React Native works the same way as conditional works in JavaScript. You can use the JavaScript operators like if, else, or you can also use the AND operator, or you can use the JavaScript ternary to represent the current state, and let React Native update the UI to match them. So how that's gonna look like? We can conditionally render our UI by using a few methods. So we are going to be learning about the if statement, then we are going to be also learning about the and operator, and finally we are going to be learning about the ternary operator. So now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's get into the conditional rendering. So I'm going to create my component right here. I'm going to give it the name of like conditional statement .tsx, and inside this component I'm going to be using my RNFE, save my file, and I'm going to also register there right here. So I'll just use my conditional statement. I'm going to also close there here, save my file, and as you can see right here, we're now getting our conditional rendering or conditional statement to be precise, which is looking amazing. Now inside this component I'm going to be creating 3 separate components. So we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but I want to just make a point. So I'll create my valid password component. And now inside this component we are going to be only returning our text, which will just say like valid password. So that's the only reason I did not create this component separately in the separate file. I'm going to duplicate there and I'm going to change there to the invalid password, and let's just change the component name to invalid password. Now I'm going to also create another component which will be for the password checker. So I'll just use like const password, and it's going to be taking a prop of is valid, which you are going to be passing there in a few seconds. Okay, so now inside this component, now we are going to be doing our conditional rendering, like how we are going to be conditionally rendering our UI. Okay, so the first way which we are going to be learning is obviously the if and else statement. So I'm going to take this prop and I'm going to render my content totally conditionally based on this specific prop. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about by using the if statement. Okay, so we are going to be using our if statement and I'm going to be passing this same prop to it. So if that prop is true, so we are going to be returning the valid password right here. But if that's not the case, so you can also write the else clause right here. But in my case, I'm not going to write any else clause. I'll just return like invalid password right here. Both of them will work exactly the same. So now let me just say that once again. First of all, we have 2 components. The first component only return like valid password, the second one return like invalid password. Now we are creating yet another component for the password. It will take the prop of is valid. So if that prop is valid, like if the value of this prop is true, we are going to be returning the valid password. But if the value of this prop is false, we are going to be returning the value of invalid prop right here. And now finally we have to call this component inside this conditional rendering. So I'll just remove that from here, and I'm going to call my component, my password component right here, and obviously it's going to take some sort of a prop, and now we have to provide this prop right here. So we are going to be using like is valid, and initially I'm going to set that to false. So what do you think is going to happen? Now that we provided the value of false to it, now I want you to pause the video and give me the simple answer of this component right here. Either we are going to be getting the value of this component or this component. So pause the video, give me an answer. And the is valid is now set to false, so we are going to be getting the value of invalid password component, which is now only showing us the invalid password right here. And now let me show you that, and here you can see we are now getting our invalid password, which is looking amazing. But now if I change that to true, let me just change that to true, and I'm gonna save my file, and now we are getting the value of valid password, and that's because our component is now valid. Like is valid prop is now set to true, so that's why we are now getting the result of this valid password component right here. Now that was the first way of conditionally rendering our UI. The next way we have is using the and operator. So I'm going to be creating a new component, and I will give it the name of like and operator.tsx. Inside there we are going to be using like that same rf and e. I'm going to comment this line out, and now let's just render our and operator right here. I'm gonna close this, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our and operator right here, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create an array, and inside this array we are going to be storing a few groceries, and now let's just write our milk and bread, also eggs, and finally I'm going to also provide the cheese inside there. So now that we have a few groceries right here, now we are going to be iterating over through there, and we are going to be returning there right here. Okay, so I'll just use my FlatList component. You guys already know that. And now let's just use my FlatList component, and for the first prop I'm going to be passing my data, and the data will be that groceries, and now underneath it we're going to be also providing our render item, and we're going to be returning the item out of there. And now let me provide my text, and inside this text we're going to be rendering our item inside there. So now if I save my file, and as you can see right here, we are now getting all of our groceries, which is looking amazing. But now the next thing that I want to show you is that how we are going to be showing the length of these groceries by using the AND operator, or you can say by using the AND conditional statement. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna just create my text right here, and now inside this text I'll just write like cart, and I'll just write cart, come on, not chart but cart here, and I'm going to render this icon right here. Okay, so here in this case we are going to be passing our data totally conditionally. So I'll just provide my condition like if groceries.length is greater than 0, which means like if we have some sort of a content inside this array, so in that situation we are going to be providing the length of our item. But if we don't have nothing inside this groceries, then we're not going to be showing anything at all. So I'm going to be using my AND operator right here, and once we do that, now we can provide this text right here. Let me just say that once again, if this condition is true, then we would be able to run this code. If this condition is false, so then we're not going to be able to run this code right here, and I'm going to also show you that in a few seconds. So I'll just use like you have and then groceries.length items in your cart. Okay, so I'm gonna save my file, and now watch what happens. Here you can see I'm now getting like you have 4 items inside your cart, which is looking amazing. Now if I totally empty out my cart, I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting nothing. And why is that? Because now this condition is set to false. Now we would not able to run this code, so that's the only reason we are not getting anything right here inside our UI. But if you have like at least one item inside this list, so if I just write 1, here you can see it's going to give us like you have 1 item inside your cart. Okay, so yeah, that was the conditional rendering by using the AND operator. So that's then. Now let me show you the final one, which is called the JavaScript ternary. Sorry, I can't even pronounce that word, JavaScript ternary. There we go. So to show you that, I'm gonna just create my separate component with the name of like ternary operator.tsx, and now I'm gonna go ahead and go to my conditional statement. I'm gonna copy every single thing inside there, and I'm gonna place there right here. Okay, so I'll just change the name of this component to ternary operator, and that's going to be fine. And now inside there, here you can see we are now using our if and else statement. And if you are coming from the JavaScript, so we are going to be just refactoring this code to use the one-liner, which is called the ternary. So I'll just return like if is valid. So in that situation, we are going to be rendering our valid password component right here. But if that's not the case, so then we are going to be rendering our invalid component. So if I save there, and now it's going to give us exactly the same thing. So if I go into my index component, I'm going to comment this line out, and now underneath there we are going to be using our ternary operator component, and I'm going to execute that. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our valid password right here. But if I go ahead and change that to false, I'm going to change that to false, save my file, and now we are getting our invalid component. So yeah, this is how we are going to be rendering our content conditionally. Hey Mark, today I want you to give me all of your attention, and I mean all of it.
You're scaring me. What's going on?
Today we are going to be learning about the stat in React Native. Now it's time to discuss 2 topics at once. First of all, we are going to be discussing the stat, then we are going to be also discussing the hooks. So let's just talk about what a stat is and why you should even care about that. So keep in mind, stat is a built-in React.js object that is used to contain data or information about a specific component. And now you might be asking like, here it is just a React.js, not a React Native. I want you to keep that in mind. So let me just say that once again. Stat is a built-in React.js object that is used to contain data or information about a specific component. A component stat can change over time, and whenever it changes, the component will re-render. I want you to just keep this sentence in mind. And now let's talk about something called the hooks and why you should even care about that. So hooks are a new addition in React 16, and now in this video we're using the React.js 19 version, and they let you use the stat and other React.js feature without writing a class-based component. So back in the days, not that long ago, but we have to write a class-based component, and for that you would also have to know encapsulation, polymorphism, inheritance, and object-oriented programming. But luckily for you, you don't have to learn any of those topics. Now you can use a stack in your React Native projects by just using a functions. Okay, so yeah, the hooks are amazing. So the first hook which you are going to be learning is something called the useStat hook. So useStat hook allows us to track stat in the functional component. Stat generally refer to a data or property they need to be tracking in the application. So yeah, that was a lot of theory, and now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about one of my favorite topic in this entire course, which is called the stat. So we already discussed what a stat is, but now let's talk about how we are going to be working with that. So first of all, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to give it the name of like basic counter, and now inside there we are going to be first of all creating our counter by without using the stat.tsx. I don't know why I take a break in there, but anyways, let me use my RFNE, and I'm going to just provide a bit of spacing right there. Let's just register there inside our index.tsx file, which is without stat. So I'm going to just register there right here, save my file. And here you can see we are now getting our without stat right here. We already discussed what a stat is. So stat is a place where we store our data, and then we can update that data, and whenever we update that data, it will re-render our component. So what do I mean by all of that gibberish? First of all, we are going to be just creating our counter variable, and the initial value I'm going to store the 0 inside there. So this is our counter variable, and now we are storing this data inside there. So the first step is now complete. Like, we need a place where we can store our data, but now let's talk about how we are going to be updating that data. So if I just use my stat right here, so I'm going to just use like count, and now let me just render the value of this counter right here, save my file. And as you can see right here, we have our count with the value of 0 inside there. But now if I use a button, let me just grab that from the React Native, and I'm going to also provide a title to that, and for the title I'm going to provide an increment right here. Okay, so this is going to be my title, and I'm going to also provide the on press event handler right here. So whenever we click on that button, what should happen? We should just increment our button right here. So this should be a counter, and now if I save my file, and what do you think will be the result of that? So if I click on there, nothing is happening right here. And why is that? That's because we are now directly mutating or changing the data of this counter, and in React.js and also in the React Native, this is not allowed. Whenever you store some sort of a data and you need to update that data or the value of that data, for that you have to use the stat. So how we are going to be using a stat? Now let me just show you this. So I want you to keep in mind that this is a big no-no in React.js. You cannot do that. This is not allowed. I hope that makes sense. So now let me just create another component. I'll give it the name of like with stat right here in this case, and I'm going to use my RFNE one more time like so, and I'm going to go into my index.js component, and now let me just use my with stat component right here. Let's just register there, comment this line out, save my file, and here you can see we have a with component right here. So now in this case, first of all, I'm going to be grabbing something from the React.js, not from the React Native, but from the React.js. We're now importing this useStat from the React.js. And why is that? Because a useStat is a hook built for React.js. It was not built for the React Native, but we can still use this useStat inside our React Native projects as well. Okay, so for the initial value, I'm going to specify 0 right here, and I'm going to store that in the count variable. And now if I log to the console this count, and now if I save my file, so watch what happens. So if I open my terminal right here, it will first of all give me the value which we are now initially storing inside there, and then it's going to give us a function right here. So basically this count or this 0 is the data which you want to store inside our variable, and then this function is a function which will allow us to change that data. So I want you to just keep that in mind. Okay, so we are not going to be using this syntax. We want to use something called the array destructuring. So this is how the array destructuring will look like. First of all, we have to provide the initial data value or the name of the initial data, and then we have to provide a comma, and we also have to destructure this function which will allows us to change your data. So you can give it any name that you like, but the convention is that first of all you have to use the set keyword and then the name. So like count, in this case I provided for the name as a count, so that's why I can use set and then my count. If I provided like apple right here, so then I'm gonna have to use the set and then apple right here. So if I provided like, I don't know, my own name like Hussein, then I'm gonna have to write like set Hussein right here in this case. But now in this case we are working with the count, so we have to first of all write a count, and this is a convention. You don't have to follow that if you don't want to, but nowadays everybody follow that. So that's why I'm showing you that. So we have to use the set and then the count. So let me just say that once again. This count is holding the value of this initial state value, which is now set to 0. So you can also change that to like 10, you can change that to 100,000, you can also change that to array, you can change that to string, you can change that to object, you can change that to any kind of data that you like. Okay, so basically we are now creating our count variable, and we are now storing the value of 0 inside there, and then we have our set count method, which will allows us to change this initial value right here. That was a lot of explanation. So first of all, I'm going to just render my count right here. So if I just use like count, and now let me provide my count right here for the label, and now if I save my file, and we are now getting the value of 0 right here. So if I provide it like 10 and save my file, so here you can see we're now getting a 10 right here, and so on and so forth. So now if I wanted to change the value of there, so we don't have to use like count plus plus, we are not allowed to do that. So if you want to change the value of there, so for that we are going to be using the set count method. Okay, so how we are going to be doing that, let's just use our button first of all. So when somebody clicks on their button, so what do you want to do? First of all, let me just provide a title to there, and I'm going to just provide like increment for the value. And when somebody press that button on press, we are going to be firing this function. We are going to be using set count, and now inside this set count you can totally mutate your data. So I'm going to just use like count and then +1. So this is how we are going to be changing the value of this count. So if I save my file, and now if I click on there, and here you can see it is now giving me 1 right here. So as soon as I click on there, it's going to increment my counter by 1. So that was the first way. Now we can also decrement our counter. So I'm going to just duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to just write like decrement. And now let me just, instead of providing a plus, I'm going to provide a minus right here to save my file. And now if I click on this decrement, it's going to decrement my counter by 1 right here. So that was the entire theory about the state, and that was just the basics of the state. Now that's cool and everything, but I wanted to go ahead and create yet another folder. I'm going to give it the name of like 2, and then updating arrays right here. And now inside there we are going to be creating our component like update array.tsx. And now let me use my RFNE, and we have to remove this spacing from here. I'm going to copy there, go to the bottom, and let's just place it right here, just like that. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and now let me just go ahead and register there right here. So I'm going to be using my update array right here. Let's just grab that, save our file, and check it out. And as you can see, I have my update array right here, which is looking amazing. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just grab my useStat from my React.js, and the initial value I'm going to specify like Alex as my friend, and also John, and I'm going to also specify Jordan right here, array of items. And now I'm going to store that in my friends, and also the set friends list right here. So now I'm going to go back, and I have to provide my equal to symbol. I always forget. So now I'm going to save my file. So this is how we are going to be storing this array of data inside this friends, and this set friends will allow us to mutate this data or change the value of this data. First we have to render this data so that we can see something. So to do that, we are going to be using our FlatList, which will be coming from the React Native, and for the data we are going to be providing that friends right here. And now I'm going to also provide the key extractor, and for the key extractor we are going to be providing a friends, and then let's just use our arrow function, and I'm going to be providing a friend right here. Instead of friends, I'm going to only provide a friend right here. Okay, so that was the key extractor, but I'm going to also provide the render item as well, so we can see our item. Let's just destructure there and provide my item inside there. And now let's just use our text component to render that item right here. So I'll just use my item, save my file, and as you can see right here, I have my Alex, John, and Jordan friends right here. So this is how we are going to be creating our friends, and this is how we are going to be rendering there. And now let's talk about how we are going to be adding a new friend. So to do that, we are going to be creating a button, and which will be coming from the React Native, and we are going to be using a title first of all. And for the title, I'm going to just use like add one, and then we have to provide the on press event handler right here, and we are going to be creating a function which will be add one friend. So I'll just copy there, and now let me just create that right here. I'm going to use my add one friend, and then here this is going to be my arrow function, just like that. And I'm not going to be providing any curly braces. I know I can do that as a one-liner. So now if I want to mutate the value of this existing array, so how can I go about doing that? Well, I just have to use the set friends right here, and first of all I have to provide the entire list of friends. So if I just provide it like, I don't know, maybe Hossein, so it's going to remove every single thing from this array, it's going to replace it with this Hussein, but this is not something that we want. We want to add a new friend right here, like add one. So to do that, first of all, we have to make the copy of the existing items or the friends. So we are going to be using like dot dot dot, the spread operator, and now we have to use our friends, and then we are going to be adding a new friend right here, so which will be Hussein. If I save my file, and that's everything that you have to do to mutate your state, which is by adding a new item or a new friend. And as you can see right here, I only have Alex, John, and Jordan. And if I click on there, and now here you can see we're now successfully adding Hussein right here to the list. So that was the first way. And now we can also remove one friend from there. So we can just use like remove one from there, and let's just create our function. We can use our set friends one more time, and first of all, we are going to have to use our friends array, and we are going to be using a filter method on there. And for the filter method, we are going to be checking if that specific friend is not equals to John. So we only want to remove that John from this list. So if you want to remove the Alex, you're going to have to provide the Alex right here. If you want to remove the Jordan, so you have to provide this Jordan right here. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate that. Instead of add, I'm going to just write like remove, and I'm going to also change there to the remove one function right here. So if I save there, so here you can see I have Alex, John, Jordan, and Hussein. And now if I want to remove this John, so I'm going to just click on this remove one, and it's going to remove that John from this list. Okay, so yeah, now I'm going to duplicate there, and let me just show you the final one, which is updating a friend. Okay, so I'll just remove there. I'll just change that to like update friend or update one. Instead of one, I can change that to friend. You know what, I'm going to just change that to friend. Change this one to friend as well, and also this one to friend as well. And now let me use my update one, and I'm going to copy there and create there right here. Okay, so let's just use like, first of all, let me provide a bit of spacing, and let's just create there right here, set friends. We are going to be providing our friends, and we have to use our map method to iterate over through each friend, and then we can just use like if friend triple equals to the Alex. So what do you want to do in that situation? We just want to change the name to like Alex Smith or something like that. And if that's not the case, we just only want to get that specific friend right here. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and now here you can see, you know what, I'm going to just reload there by just using double R. So it's going to reload there right here, and here you can see I have my Alex, John, Jordan right here. So if I want to update the name of this Alex, so I'm going to have to only click on this update friend, and it's going to change there to the Alex Smith right here, which is amazing. So this is how we are going to be updating one friend, like adding a one friend, removing a friend, and updating a friend. So yeah, that was how we are going to be mutating array of items by using the stat. So this is how we are going to be updating the array. And now let's talk about how we can update the objects. So I'll just create a new folder. I'm going to give it the name of like 3 update objects. Now inside there, we're going to be creating a component like update object.tsx. Let's just use our RFNE and provide a bit of spacing here. Let me go into my index.tsx file and register there right in here. So update object, and now I'm going to render there right here, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our update object right here, which is looking amazing. So that's cool. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just grab my useStat from the React.js, and the initial value will be set to object, and I'm going to store the value of like title for the movie. You can store any kind of title that you like, but in my case I'm going to provide an equalizer 3 because this is one of my favorite movie. I love all of the equalizer movie, like starting from the 1 to the 3rd movie. So yeah, and now let's just provide a ratings of 7 right here. I'm going to also store them in the variable like what do we call it, movie, and also the set movie right here. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. So this is how we are going to be defining our state, and this is how we are going to be providing the object value inside that state. So now let's just render there right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using like movie.title, and now if I save my file, so here you can see we're now getting the movie title, and now let me just provide the ratings right here, save my file, and we are also getting the ratings right here, which is amazing. But now the question is, how in the world we are going to be updating this data? And you guessed it, we are going to be using this set movie right here. And to do that, first of all, we have to use our button. So when somebody clicks on that button, we have to update our movie. I'm going to provide a title, and the title will be change ratings, and we are only interested in changing the movie title. If you want to change the movie name, you can totally do that, but we are going to be only changing the movie rating. And now let me provide my handle click right here. So I'm going to copy there, and let's just create there right here, handle click, And now here inside there, we're going to be using this function, and it's going to allow us to change the initial value right here. Okay, so we're going to be using like set movie, and I'm going to be providing this object once again. And first of all, we have to provide the copy of the existing state. So we're going to be providing like movie, which is this movie right here. So we are also providing the title and also the ratings right here. So first of all, we have to do that by using the spread operator, and then we have to provide a new ratings for that. So we're going to be using like ratings, and now let's just change that to like 5. So yeah, let's just provide a 5 to that. And here you can see the movie is now set to equalizer 3, and the ratings is set to 5, I mean like 7. So if I change there to like ratings, the ratings are now set to 7. So if I click on there, it's going to change the ratings to 5 right here, which is amazing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be updating the stats, and this is how we are going to be using without the stat, with the stat, and with the stat of just a number, and also with array, and also with the object. And you can also work with the strings, and come on, there are a lot of things that you can do with the stat. But yeah, that was just a few examples of a stat. And I closed the video, and then I realized that I forgot to show you one topic, which is called how we are going to be sharing our stat. Let me just show you that. I'm going to go into my components, and I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to give it the name of like sharing stat would be fine. And now inside there, we are going to be creating a few components like sharing stat.tsx, and then component 1.tsx and component 2.tsx. and now let's just start from the first one. Okay, and let me copy there, but we are getting a space. Let's just copy this entire thing, go to the bottom and place that here, save my file. And now I'm going to go into my React functional component, or React Native functional component, whatever you want to call that. So this is a component 1, and I'm going to be using a component 2, and this is how we are going to be creating our component 2 right here. So yeah, that's amazing. But now in this sharing state component, we are going to be defining our state, and then we are going to be sharing there with the component 1 and also with the component 2. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? And to do that, first of all, we are going to be creating our set like count, and then set count right here, and it's going to be equals to the use stat. You already know all of that stuff, and the initial value will be set to 0. And now inside there, we are going to be using our components right here. So we are going to be using like component 1, and let's just close there. And we're going to be also using component 2 right here, and let's just close there right here. Okay, so we are going to be passing the value of this count or this stat as a prop to this component. So how can I do that? I can just use a count as a prop. You can give it any name that you like once again, in my case, I'm going to only give it the name of like count, and for the value, I'm going to also pass the count right here. And I'm going to also provide yet another prop, which will be on click handler, and we're going to be passing like this handler function right here, which is the set count, and we're going to be providing count plus 1 right here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this entire thing from here. Let's just copy there, and I'm going to just place it right here. And yeah, that's going to be a count. That's going to be for the count too. And we are now getting these errors. That's because we did not use them inside our components right here. So now let's just use them. I'm going to go into the component 1, and I'm going to destructure my count and also the on click handler right here. Okay, so once we destructure them, now we can totally use them right here. So what I'm going to do is then I'm going to just write my text right here, and I'm going to give it the name of like component 1 so we can differentiate between them. And then we're going to be using the text, and I'm going to also render my count right here. And now I'm going to just use my button. So when somebody clicks on that button, what do you want to do? First of all, we have to provide our title, and the title will be press me. And I'm going to also provide the on press event handler, and let's just provide our on click event handler, which is coming from the sharing state right here. So here you can see that error is now successfully gone from the component 1, and now let's just remove it from the component 2 as well. Okay, so we are now getting an error right here. This is a TypeScript error, but you don't have to worry about that if you don't know what a TypeScript is. Let me just destructure my count and also my on click handler right here. And now I'm going to provide a bit of spacing, and I'm going to use my text one more time, render my count here, and I'm going to be also rendering my button, and let's just provide them manually. And when somebody clicks on there, so let's just provide our title like press me, and when somebody clicks on there or press on there, we're going to be providing our on click event handler right here. So that's amazing, but we also have to provide an interface for that. If you guys don't know what a TypeScript is, so you don't have to do this coding, like you don't have to write this coding right here. But if you already know what a TypeScript is, and if you work with a TypeScript a bit, so yeah, you can write this code right here with me. So which is a component type props would be fine, and here we have to just define our count, which will be set to number, and also on click handler will be set to a function which will not return anything but only the void. Okay, so now let's just bind there right here. So we have our component type, come on, not a common, man, what the hell, component type prop, component type props. I'm gonna copy there, and let's just place it right here, save our file, and now I'm gonna copy there from here as well, and now let me just place there here and bind there right here. So we have our component type prop here, save my file, and yeah, their errors are now successfully gone. So I can go ahead and click on there, and as you can see, oh, this is the other component. I'm gonna have to reload my app, and let's just reload there. But I guess we did not register there in or index file. Yeah, let's register there right here. So I'm gonna comment this line out, and now let me just register my sharing state, and now let me just save my file. And as you can see, it's gonna take a bit of time, but god damn it. And let's just try that out. So here you can see I have these two components. So I have a component 1 and the initial value is set to 0, and the component 2, and same will go for the component 2. So if I click on the press me, it's gonna update both of these states right here. And why is that? That's because we are now sharing this state right here. This state is defined in this component, which is a sharing state, and we are now passing there as a prompt to the component 1 and also to the component 2. So we are now changing there. So we are now passing this data to these components. So anytime I click on there, that component will re-render, and it's going to update that content right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be passing our data by using, or this is how we are going to be sharing our state by using the props. Welcome to state challenge number 1. So first of all, I want you to render some text, and that text will either say on or off. So if I click on this button, and if the text is set to off, we're going to have to change that to on. And if the text is already set to on, we're going to have to change that to off. So basically, I want you to just create a toggler button. So if you click on there, it's going to either change it to on or off. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a component toggler, or toggle button would be fine.tsx, and let's just use our rfne. And now I'm going to go into my index.tsx file, and I'm going to render my toggle button right here. So if I save there, the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write my state right here is on, and then set is on right here, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and we're going to be providing the initial value of false inside there. Okay, so now let me just remove this toggle button from here, or you know what, I'm going to just remove the text inside there. And now we're going to be rendering our content totally dynamically. So we're going to be checking if it is on. So what do we have to do? We have to just write on right here, and if that's not the case, we just have to change that to off. So that's everything that we have to do right now. And we also have to create a button. We're going to have to grab that from the React Native, and which will just say like toggle right here. And we're going to be also providing the on press event handler on there. And when somebody clicks on this button, so we just want to change the set is on to not is on right here. So basically, if it is true, so it's going to change there to false. If it is false, so it's going to change it to true. So if I save my file, and here you can see my text is now set to off. If I click on this, so it's going to change it to on. Okay, so I can now click on this, so it's going to make it off and on. So that was the first challenge. Next, I want you to create a basic weather app by using just a use state. Okay, so you're not going to be sending any request to any third-party API or stuff like that. So you just have to create some sort of a weather object, like the weather data object. And then inside there, you're going to have to put the city name, and for the value, you just have to put the random weather. So yeah, first of all, we are going to be providing the city name, and then once we click on the get weather button, so it's going to give us that weather of that specific city. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution. I'm going to go ahead and create my weather app right here. So weather app.tsx would be fine, just a simple weather app. And we are going to be using our rfne semi file, and now I'm going to also import that right here. Okay, so we have our weather app, and I'm going to close that here, save my file, and as you can see right here, we are now getting our weather app. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my weather data. So I'll just use like weather data, and now inside there we are going to be providing the city and a specific weather inside the city. So I'll just write like London, and now for this London we have this weather, and then I'm going to also provide a Paris, and Paris is a bit sunny, so we're going to be also providing a sunny. And we have a New York, and New York is always a cloudy, so yeah, that's going to be fine for the cities. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our stats. So first of all, we are going to have to get our city, so I'll just write like city and then set city is going to be equals to, come on, the use stat, and we are going to be providing an empty string inside there. Next, we're going to be also keeping track of the weather, so we're going to be writing like weather, come on, WATHER, and then set WATHER, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, not theme but use stat. Now inside there we're going to be only passing an empty string. Now let me take care of the view, so I'm going to go ahead and provide a space right here for the weather app, and now we also have to use our text input right here to get an input from the user. Okay, so first of all I'm going to provide a placeholder which will just say like enter city, and we're going to be also providing a value to there, and value will be just the initial value of the city, which is now initially set to empty string. And we are going to be also providing the on change handler right here. So for the on change we are going to be passing like set city. Okay, so now that's totally done. We're going to also have to take care of the button. So once we click on that button, so it's going to give us the weather. Okay, so let's just create our button right here, and for the button title I'm going to say like get weather, come on, WATHER, like so. And when somebody click on there, we're going to be getting a weather, which is going to be a function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And now I'm going to also render my weather totally dynamically, so I'll just use like weather, and if that is the case we're going to be using this text right here, and I'll just provide my weather right here inside there, like come on, WATHER. And if that's not the case, so we're going to be providing null right here. So I'm going to save my file, and we have to change that from the on change to the on change text, because we are now using the React Native, not a React JS. Okay, so yeah, next we have to create this function right here. So I'm going to go to the top, or you know, I'm going to just create it right here. So I'll just create my const get weather, and this is going to be my arrow function, and I'll just use like set weather. Now inside this set weather we are going to be passing our weather data, which is this weather data right here, like all of the entire thing. And now inside there we're going to be only providing a specific city, and if that's not the case we're going to be only showing like no data available. So if I save my file, and now let me just click on the sitemap and go to my index file, and here you can see we have our entered city. I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to this, so I'll just pass like London and get the weather. And here you can see we're now getting the weather right here, which is looking amazing. Now I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to that, and if you care about the styling, so you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of the styling from there. Okay, so yeah, let's just save there, and I'm going to go ahead and provide that right here. And now that's looking a bit better. So if I just search for like Paris, so I'll just use like PARIS and get the weather of there. So we are now getting a sunny. And now let me just check out the New York. Okay, so if I click on the get weather, it's going to give us a New York weather right here. So yeah, that was our simple and basic weather app. Next, I want you to create a color picker. So if I click on each of these colors right here, it's going to change the background color of that. I can't show you that right now, but you just have to click on a specific color and it's going to change the background color of that. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my color picker.tsx rfne, and let's just save there. Go to my index file. I'm going to comment this line out, and let's just use our color picker, and we're going to be getting there from the color picker component. Save our file. I'm going to also put a space right here, and yeah, that is working totally fine. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify a few colors right here. You can provide basically like the color name like blue, teal, green, yellow, and something like that, but in my case I like these colors, so I'm going to stick to that. Okay, so next we have to create our state right here. So I'm going to just use like const selected color, and then set selected color, and it's going to be equals to the use state. And here we have to specify the initial value of totally FFF, which means like totally white. Now let me take care of this UI right here. I'm going to change that to like pick a color, and underneath that I'm going to create yet another view, and inside there we're going to be using our map. So I'll just use like colors.map, Now it's going to allow us to iterate over through each color. So now I'm going to get a specific color out of there. And now let's just render there by using a touchable opacity. So if you want to use a pressable, you can totally use there. But in my case, I'm going to just go with the touchable opacity right here from the React Native. And let's just close that. And now for the props, I'm going to pass the key, and the key will be set to color. And when somebody clicks on there, so what do we have to do? We just have to fire this function, which is the set selected color. And we are going to have to provide the initial value of color inside there. Now I'm going to also take care of the styling. So let's just do that. I'm not going to waste your time, so I just copy it and paste it right here. Let's just remove that and grab that from the React Native. First of all, we are going to be just increasing the font size of the title. We're going to be also providing a bit of margin for the bottom of 20. We're going to be also providing a color container, which will be set to, like, the flex direction will be set to row, the flex wrap will be set to wrap, and justify content will be just set to center. Okay, and then for the color box, which we are going to be using right now, we have a width of 60, the height of 60, the margin will be set to 5, and border radius will be set to 30. Okay, so yeah, now let's just use it right here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to use my style right here. And for this style, we're going to be specifying style.colorBox, and I'm going to also provide a comma, and we're going to be changing the background color of there to totally the color which we've defined right here. Okay, so we have all of these colors right here. And now I'm going to go to the top of the view, and I'm going to also provide there right here. So let's just provide our style, and I'm going to also change the background color to this selected color, like whichever kind of color that we select. So we just want to provide their specific color right here. Okay, and I'm going to also change the title. So let's just provide a styling right here. I'm going to use my styles.title, and I'm going to also provide it for the view. Okay, so let's just use our style and then styles.colors container, and I guess that's going to be it. So if I save my file, and here you can see we have a few colors right here. So if I click on this, so it's going to change this color. If I click on the green, so it's going to change it to green. If I click on this pinkish, it's going to change it to pinkish, and so on and so forth. And as I said, that you can also use like teal color. So if I just provide like teal, and if I click on there, it's going to change it to teal. You can provide like crimson if you wanted to. And now if I click on this crimson, it's going to change it to crimson, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that was our basic color picker. Now the final project that I want you to build for this stats section is a to-do list application. So basically, you're going to have some sort of an input, and inside this input, you're going to be typing something, like you're going to be providing some sort of a to-do, like walk the dog, or record the React Native course, or learn React Native, or something like that. And then once you click on that add task, it's going to add it right here. Okay, you don't have to style it this way, but if you wanted to, I'm going to show you how you're going to be doing that. And if you double tap on each to do, it's going to remove it from this list. So yeah, give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution. And I want to say, this project is not going to be simple. If this is your first time, so to-do list is going to be a bit complex. I'm going to create a component. I'm going to give it the name of like to-do.tsx, and let's just use that right here. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and I'm going to render that inside my index file right in here, to do. Okay, grab that, save that, and inside this component, we're going to be also providing all of the styling. So I'll copy all of the styling from my GitHub repository, and here you can see I have all of these styling right here. If you care about the styling, you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository, or you can just pause the video and yeah, type it by yourself. Okay, so yeah, these are all of the styling that I'm going to be using right now. So let's just go ahead and take care of the to-do list. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create two stats. The first state will be for the text which we are going to be rendering to the screen. So we have a text and then set text, and we're going to be using a use stat for that, and the initial value will be obviously set to empty string. And then we also have to create a to do, and let's just create our to do right here, and then set to do. Okay, and it's going to be equals to the use stat. Come on, use stat. And for the initial value, we are going to be only specifying empty array right here inside there. Now I'm going to go into my UI, and let's just remove this text from here. Or you know what, I'm not going to remove that from here. I'll just write like to do list would be fine. And I'm going to also style that a bit. So I'm going to provide a styling to there like styles.header, and that's going to be fine. Underneath there, we're going to be also rendering our text input from the React Native. And now inside there, we are going to be using our style. And for this style, we are going to be using styles.input right here. And now I'm going to also provide the initial value, which will be coming from the text, which we have already defined right here. Okay, so that's going to be my initial value. And I'm going to also provide the on change text right here. When somebody change something inside their text field, so what do we have to do? We have to provide our set text right here in that case. And I'm going to also provide the placeholder, which will just say like add a new task. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the on submit, and that's going to be set to handle submit, the function which we are going to be defining in a few seconds, but I want you to give me just a few seconds. And I'm going to also provide for the return key type, so we are going to be just writing like done. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. Now this line of code will give me an error, so I'm going to comment this line out, and now let me take care of the button right here underneath there. So I'll just use like my button coming from the React Native, and now inside there for the title it will just say like add task. And when somebody press on that button, so we just want to create a new to do, which we are going to be doing there in a few seconds. I'll also comment this line out so that it does not give us some sort of an error. Now I'm going to also use the FlatList component from the React Native, because we are going to be rendering all of the to-dos right here inside this component. Okay, so for the data, we're going to be passing the to-dos, which we've already defined right here. I can't even speak no more. It's been a lot of talking today. I'm going to also provide the key extractor right here, and that key extractor will take the item and then item.specific ID. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the render item. So this is how we are going to be rendering our item. So render to do. Okay, let's get into it. So what's that to do's? It's just a to do. So I'm going to have to copy them and place it right here. Okay, so I'm going to save this file. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to take care of how we are going to be adding our to do. So I'll just comment this line out, and I'm going to also comment this line out as well. So now it's going to give us a lot of errors. So to fix that, we're going to have to write more code. So I'll just start from this function, which is the handle submit. So I'm going to copy there, and I'm going to create that right here. And basically this function is not a special function, but it's going to just call another function inside itself. So we are going to be using like add to do, which we did not create right now. So we are going to be creating that in a few seconds. I'm going to just execute that right now. So next we have to create this add to do right here. Okay, and to do that, we're going to be creating the up above, and I'll just use like add to do function. Inside there, first of all, we're going to be checking the value of the text. So we're going to be checking if the text are trim, like if there are empty spaces, just totally remove them. And then if there isn't any empty spaces, we just want to get like set to do's, or set to do rather. And first of all, we're going to be getting all of the existing to do. We don't want to modify there, so we just want to get all of the existing to do, and then we are going to be adding a new to do into there. So we're going to be using like date.now. I'm going to execute there, and then we're going to be getting like to string out of there. Okay, so we just want to convert that to string, and then I'm going to also provide a comma, and let's just provide our text. It's going to give us a TypeScript error, so just ignore that for a few seconds. Then we have to change the set text, and we have to provide the empty string inside there. And why are we doing that? Once we successfully added our to do, so we are going to be setting the text of the input field to totally empty string. So that's everything that we have to do for now. Let me just show you the UI. If I go to the timestamp, it's going to give us an error because we have to use this render to do right here. So we're going to take care of that right now. I'm going to just do that right here. So first of all, we have to use our render to do, and inside there it's going to take the item. We have to destructure there, and inside there we're going to have to use our touchable opacity right here. So we have our touchable opacity coming from the React Native, and I'm not going to close it that way. I'm going to close it manually. First, when somebody press on there, what do we have to do in this situation? You just want to fire this function, which we also did not create it right now. We're going to be creating that in a few seconds, but now let's just pass our item.id, and we're going to be creating this remove to do right here. Okay, and I'm going to also style that a bit so that it looks a bit better. I'll just write like style and then styles dot to do item inside there. Okay, and I'm going to also provide my text field, and for this text field we're going to be rendering my item.text right here. And for this text we're going to be providing our style, and let's just provide our styles.to-do text inside there. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be fine. So if I save my file, now it's going to give us an error, but I'm going to comment this line out. Now if I go into that file, and here you can see we have our to-do list and we have our input field right here. So if I just write like record not TypeScript, record React Native course, and now if I click on this add task, here you can see that input field is now successfully empty. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to just take care of this render item, I'm going to just uncomment there, and I'm going to place there right here. So I'll just use like const remove to do, and here we have to specify the ID, and the ID will be set to string. This is just a TypeScript thing that I did, I forgot to tell you about. But yeah, this is how you're going to be specifying the ID. And now I'm going to also write a set to do, and we're going to be iterating over through all of the to-dos by using a filter. And let's just provide our to-do right here as a parameter to our callback function. And now we are going to be searching for the to-do ID is not equals to that specific ID, and now we are going to be saving there. Okay, so let me just make sure that I did not miss something. Okay, we are getting some sort of error. That's because we are now using these curly braces, so which means like we're gonna have to return something from this function. So I'll just use like return, and if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this record the React Native course. If I double click on there, so it's going to remove it right here. Let me add something else like walk the dog, and if I click on the add task, so it's going to add it right here. I don't know, create a thumbnail for your course. I know the spelling is incorrect, but I'm going to add it anyways. So now the spelling is incorrect, so I'm going to double click on there, so it's going to remove it from here. I'm going to double click on that, so it's going to also remove it from here. And that was our simple to-do list application. So I'm going to also provide a bit of TypeScript to this code. So if you don't know what a TypeScript is, you can go ahead and jump to the next section. First, I'll go ahead and define my interface for the to-do. So let's just create our to-do interface, and it's going to have the ID which will be set to string, and it's going to also have the text which will be also set to string. And now underneath that, we are going to be creating yet another interface for the to-do item prop. And now inside this interface, we're going to be defining our item which will be set to to-do. And for these states, we are not getting any errors, but I'm going to also add my TypeScript here anyways. And let's just use our to-do object, or not object, but just an array. And yeah, it's gonna pretty much resolve all of the issues, but we have the item issue right here. And to take care of that, we are going to be using our to-do item prop. Okay, so if I just use that, and here you can see all of the errors are now successfully gone. So let me just test this out for the final time. I'm gonna write like watch TikTok and subscribe. Come on. Subscribe to Zustand YouTube channel if you like his content. And yeah, I'm going to remove that from here, and so on and so forth. So that was a lot of practice about the use state. Now let's learn another hook which is called the useEffect hook. So useEffect hook allow you to perform a side effect in your components. So some example of a side effects are like fetching a data from other API, or directly updating the DOM, something which we are not going to be doing in this case because we are not working with the React.js. We are using a React Native, so we are not going to be updating any DOM or stuff like that. I want you to also keep in mind, anytime we log something to the console or we use the console.1, we are still making a side effect. So yeah, that was enough theory, and now let's get into the coding. So there was a lot of theory about the use effect, and now let me show you how we are going to be using this. So to use that, I'm going to create a separate component. I'll give the name of like myEffect.tsx and rfne, save my file, and register that inside my index file. Okay, so myEffect, and now let me just render that right here, save my file, and as you can see, I have my effect right here, which is looking amazing. So now the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my simple counter, okay, because I want to make a point here. So I'll just use like set value, and now we are going to be using like come on useStat, and we are going to be providing the initial value of 0 inside there. Okay, and I'm going to also create a button which we are going to be grabbing from the React Native, and I'll provide the title of increment. And on press, when somebody press there, we're going to be just changing the value of there to +1. So we're going to be basically incrementing our counter by 1 anytime we just click on there. So I'll just render there right here. I'm going to be using like my value, save my file. Now if I click on there, and as you can see right here, anytime I click on there, my counter will increment. So we already know all of that stuff, but now let me show you how we are going to be using the use effect. So to do that, we're going to have to first of all grab that from the React.js, not from the React Native, but from the React.js. And why is that? Because hooks are tied to the React.js but not to the React Native. So we already grabbed like the use state. We're going to be also grabbing something called the use effect. So this is how we are going to be getting there, and now we have to use that right here inside our component. So now to use that, first of all we are going to be using like the use effect, and now we have to call this function, and it takes two arguments. The first argument it takes is a callback function, so you can either use the function result keyword and pass your function like this, but in my case I'm going to be using my arrow function right here. And now this is how we are going to be passing our callback function, and here we can provide any kind of side effect, we can provide any kind of logic, we can fetch the data, we can console log something, we can console warn something, we can do like crazy amount of stuff which you are going to be seeing in a few seconds. But for now we are going to be just using like console.warn, and here I'm going to just provide like use effect called right here. So if I save there, now console logging or console.warn or any kind of console log is something called the side effect. So now we are using a side effect, so that's why we are now using that inside the use effect hook. Okay, so we also have another parameter which is called the dependency array. I'm gonna get to that in a few seconds. So if I save my file, if I just reload that and watch what happens, I'm going to click on the sitemap, click on the index, and here you can see it's going to give us the result of this coding right here, like the result of this callback function. And why is that? That's because when our component first renders, so it's going to also gives us the result which is inside this callback function right here. So it's going to give us every single thing which we are going to be putting inside this callback function. So now in my case I only use like console.warn, but in your case you might be fetching a lot of data from other third-party APIs and something like that, but in my case I'm only using the console.warn. And watch what happens now. If I close there and if I click on this increment button right here, it will give us the result of this coding whenever I change something, whenever my component renders and whenever it re-renders, like which means like if I change something inside my component, so which means like my component will re-renders. So if my component re-renders, it's gonna give us the result of this coding right here, like anything we put inside this callback function, like all of the logic we put inside this callback function is going to give us the result of there right here. Okay, so as you can see right here, so if I click on there once again, it's going to give us the result of there. But now you might be asking, like in some situation we are going to be fetching a lot of data, it's going to take a lot of time, and if our component re-renders again and again, it's going to cause a lot of performance issues. And yeah, you are totally right. So for that we're going to be using something called the dependency array. So now let me just provide a comma, and in this case I'm going to only provide the empty dependency array. I am not providing any content inside there. This is totally empty. So if I save my file right now, and now if I just reload there, come on, let me just reload there, go to the sitemap and index.tsx, and as you can see right here, for the first render is going to give us the result of this callback function. But now if I close there and now if I click on this increment button one more time, nothing is happening. And why is that? Because we are now providing this empty dependency array, which means like this callback function will only call when our component first renders. It will not call again and again whenever our component re-renders. So I want you to just keep that in mind. If I don't specify this callback function, so anytime my component re-renders or for the first render, anything inside this callback function will be called. And if I just specify this empty dependency array, so it's gonna only call this function when our component renders for the first time, not when it re-renders again and again. Like if I click on this button, so now my component is re-rendering, but it is not calling this function again and again. So I want you to just keep that in mind. So this is the empty dependency array. And now here is the catch. If I copy this value and now if I put that right here for this dependency array, which means like whenever I change something inside my component, this component will re-renders, and this component will re-renders because of this state right here. So whenever our component re-renders because of this state, it will call this function right here. But if you have more than one state and also those state re-render our component, so this function will not be called. This function will be only called when our component re-renders because of this value. So now let me just show you that. So if I just reload there and go to the sitemap, click on the index, and here you can see this will call for the first time. And now let me just click on there, and here you can see this function will be called anytime our component re-renders because of this value right here, because of this state. Okay, so if I just click on there, and here you can see my component is calling. But if I create some other set right here, so I'm going to just use like something and then set something and now it's going to be equals to that same like useStat, and I'm going to also provide the initial value of 0 to there. I'm going to just duplicate that and change that to something, and instead of that set value, I'm going to just write like set something. Now if I save my file, and I'm going to also duplicate there. Okay, so let's just duplicate there, and I'm going to just put my something inside there. And as you can see, I have let's just provide our something here, and as you can see right here, this 0 is coming from this value, and this 0 is now coming from this something right here. So watch what happens. So if I click on this increment button, it will run this callback function right here. It will give us the value of this callback function. But if I click on this something, nothing is happening right here. Like I cannot see the result of this callback function. So if I click on there, and here you can see that's not working. And why is that? That's because we now set our useEffect the way like if something changes inside this component, if our component re-renders because of this value, so only call this callback function. Okay, so I want you to just keep that in mind. Let me just say that once again for the final time, and that's going to be it. If we don't specify nothing to there, so anytime our component re-renders, it's going to call this callback function. Like all of the logic which we have inside this callback function will be called. And if we just provide like the empty dependency array, it's going to only call this callback function once, not all the time. Like if something changes inside our component and our component re-renders, it's not going to call this callback function. And if we specify some sort of a state right here, like a value or something right here, and now this useEffect is tied to this value. So if our component renders or re-renders because of that state, so it's gonna just call this function right here, and it's gonna give us the result of anything which we put inside this callback function. So yeah, that was just a simple example of how we are going to be using a callback function, and this is how we are going to be providing a side effect inside there. And now let me show you how we are going to be fetching a data by using the useEffect, and how we are going to be providing a callback function, or how we are going to be providing a side effects to be precise. Now let's talk about how we are going to be sending a request to some sort of a third-party APIs by using the useEffect in React Native. So I'm going to create a separate component. I'll give it the name of like data fetching.tsx. And let's just use our renif or whatever you want to call there. I'm gonna go into my index, comment this line out, and render my data fetching component right here. So I'm gonna render them. I'm gonna save my file, and now let's get into it. Let's just provide our space, save our file, and yeah, we have our data fetching. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create some sort of a place where we're going to be storing our data. So to do that, you guessed it, we're going to be using our data, what do we call it, from our useStat. Okay, so for the initial value, we're going to be providing an array. And why are we providing an array? Because our data format, like the data which we are going to be fetching, is in array format. So that's the only reason I am now providing array right here. So yeah, and now let me show you from where we're going to be fetching all of our data. And we're going to be fetching our data from this JSON placeholder API. Just search there, and I'm going to click on this first link right here. You can learn more about that if you wanted to, and it will give you a lot of data. So if I just copy this link from here, god damn it, let me just copy there, and now it's going to only give us one to do right here. So if I place there, so here you can see it's going to give us the user ID of 1, the ID of 1, the title will be some random title, and we have our completed flag right here, which is amazing. So if you want to get a lot of data, you can get like 100 posts, 500 comments, 100 albums, and 5,000 photos, 200 to-dos, and 10 users from these endpoints right here. So you can totally send your request to these endpoints. And how are you going to be doing that? I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place it right here. And you just have to write like / either to-dos, or you can just write like photos or something like that, and it's going to give you all of their data based on this API endpoints right here. Okay, so this one is taking a bit of time because there was 5,000 photos. I'm going to be sending a request to this endpoint, which is to get all of their to-dos. I'm going to hit enter right now, and it's going to give us all of their to-dos right here, which is looking amazing. So what I'm going to do is that now I'm going to use my useEffect to fetch all of their data. So I'm going to be using my useEffect, and let me just provide my callback function, and I'm going to only provide my empty dependency array because we want this function to be only called once our component renders, not again and again. So that's the only reason we are now providing this empty dependency array right here. Okay, so now inside there, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my function like fetch data, data, and we're going to be using our asynchronous syntax right here. And now inside there, I'm going to be using await, and let's just use our built-in fetch right here. I'm gonna copy this link from here, and now let me just place there and / to do's. Okay, so if I hold control and click on there, and it's gonna open there right here. Let me just, it's gonna open there right here, and it's gonna give us all of their data right here, which means like, yeah, this link is totally working the way I expect him to work. So now I'm gonna store it in some sort of a variable like const response, and now this response is going to be stored inside this variable. So now if I just log that to the console like console.log of response, I'm going to save this file, but we also have to call this function inside there. So we are going to be using like fetch data, and I'm going to save my file. And now let's just check out our console.log right here, and let's just oh my god, go to the sitemap and go to the index. We have this data right here, so it is now giving me this data, but I don't know if I can show you that correctly. Here you can see it is now giving me all of their data from inside this console. So we have like body, and then we have our data, and then the collector, and this data is not the actual data. We have to change this response to the JSON. So how are we going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be first of all using the await syntax. Then we are going to be getting our response variable, and then we have to just use our JSON. So it's going to convert our data, which you can see right here. It's going to convert this response to the JSON data. Okay, and now we have to store it in some sort of variable like result or res or whatever you want to call that. And now we have to just use our result inside our console. So if I save that, and now if I check out my console, and we have all of that 100 to-dos right here, as you can see. So what do we have? We have this console.log, we have a completed flag, and which is now set to false. Then we have our ID starting from the 1, then we have a random title, then we have a user ID, then we have another completed and the ID 2, and so on and so forth. So it's going to give us all of that data right here. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data, but now we have to store this result inside this useState. So this is how we are going to be doing that. I'm going to remove this console.log from here, and I'm going to be using a set data, and I'm going to be pushing my result inside this set data right here. We are now changing the existing value from this empty array to this a lot of data array right here. Okay, so it's going to basically hold all of their to-dos, and I'm going to also cut this fetch from here, and I'm going to be using my try and catch blocks right here. And for the error, we are going to be just logging like console.error if you got some sort of error, and we are going to be just logging that error to the console. And then for the try block, we are going to be using our fetch data. So that's everything that we have to do for fetching our data. Now we are successfully fetching our data by using the useEffect, and now we are storing the inside our set data right here. Now the question is, how in the world we are going to be rendering all of that data? And to do that, we are going to be using our UI. Now in this case, we have our array, and inside the array we have a lot of data. So what do we have to do in that situation? You guessed it. We are going to be using the FlatList component, which will be coming from the React Native. So I'm going to click on that. It's going to bring that right here, as you can see, from the React Native. So that's amazing. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our data. Okay, so our data is our data, which is now stored inside this useState. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our key extractor, and for the key extractor we are going to be providing our callback function, which will be taking the item and then that specific ID, and now we are going to be converting that to the string. So now let me just show you that we have that specific ID like the user ID, and we also have, come on, let me just show you a random one. We have this ID which is a number. So now we are converting that number from just a number to a string. So this is how we are going to be using that inside our key extractor. Okay, so that's the second thing. And now the final thing that we have to do is that we have to use our render item, and we have to tell how we are going to be rendering our item. So I'm going to also destructure my item right here. We already discussed all of that stuff, and now we have to just render that right here inside our UI. Okay, so I'm going to be using my view, and I'm going to just close there, but I guess I messed it up something. Nope, I didn't. So now inside this view, what do we have to do? We have to first of all use our text, and now inside this text we're going to be rendering our item.id. So if I use that and if I save my file, we are now getting these errors, and they are not the actual errors. They are errors coming from TypeScript. They are not actual errors. So here you can see we are now getting all of that IDs right here, which is looking amazing. And we can also render the title. So I'm going to duplicate that and change that to the title. And now if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting these titles right here, which is amazing. And now we can also render the body as well. So if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting the title but the body is not rendering. So if I just refresh there, and something is wrong with the body. If I comment this line out, something is not right with the body. Let me just check. Okay, so it doesn't offer the body. As you can see right here, it only gives us the ID and the title. So if you want to get the body, so I guess we're gonna have to go into the comments or maybe the posts. And yeah, we have a body right here. So time for the useEffect challenge. So I want you to use the useEffect and make a request to this API right here, and it's going to give you a lot of information about the seafood. So just render the image and also the food title. So that's the only thing that you have to do. You don't have to provide any styling to that. If you wanted to provide a styling, so you totally can, but you don't have to. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution, meals.tsx. Now let's just use our RNFV, save our file, and register there right here. So I'll just use like C food meals. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our seafoods right here, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create our stats. So I'll just create like stat for the meals and set meals, and it's going to be equals to the use stat. And initially we're going to be storing empty array inside there. And now let's create for the loader. So I'll just use like loading and then set loading, and it's going to be equals to the use stat one more time. And for the initial value we're going to be providing true inside there. And now I'm going to also provide one for the error and set error, and it's going to be equals to the useEffect use stat. And now let's just provide a null inside there. Okay, so that's going to be it for the stat. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to fetch our data by using the useEffect. So I'll just grab that right here. I'm going to also provide a callback function to that. And for the dependency array, I'll only provide the empty dependency array right here. Okay, so now inside this useEffect, first of all, I'm going to create my function right here. So I'll just give it the name of like fetch meals, and it's going to be equals to this asynchronous function. And now inside this function we're going to be using our try and catch blocks. And for the catch block, I'll just use like set error, and I'm going to also provide my error error.message right here inside there. Or you know what, I'm going to make that as a ERR so that we don't get these conflicts right here. And I'm going to also provide a finally right here, so finally. And for the finally clause, I'll just use like set loading, and I'm going to set that to true. I'm going to make it as any, so it's going to remove this error from here. And now for the try block, what do we have to do? We're going to be making a request to this API right here, which is, okay, so if you want to type them manually, you totally can. Otherwise, you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and copy that from there. So I'll just store the inside the response, and I'm going to save my file right now. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to convert that to the JSON format. So I'll just use my response.json. And now I'm going to also store that in some sort of a variable like data. And I'm going to just set the meals, and we are going to be passing this data into there. Okay, so now that we successfully make a request to our API and everything is working the way we expect them to work, now underneath this try and catch blocks, I'm going to just call this function right here. Call my function right here like fetch meals, and let's just execute that. I'm going to save my file, and now let me just collapse this useEffect right here. Now before I get into the UI, first of all, I'm going to have to take care of the loading state and also the error. Okay, so I'll just use like if it is loading, so what do we have to do in this situation? We only have to return just a text, and inside this text we are going to be providing like maybe, yeah, I'll just write like loading ... would be fine. And yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. And I'm going to also provide one for the error, like if you got some sort of an error, so in this situation we're going to be returning the text one more time, and here we are going to be passing our error, and that error will be coming from that dynamic state right here. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and now underneath that we're going to be just returning our data. So let's just remove this text from here, and I'm going to use my FlatList, because in this case we are going to be returning, or we are going to be rendering a lot of data. So I'll just first of all provide my data, and the data will be set to meals. Okay, so which is this meals right here. I also want to provide the key extractor right here, and for this key extractor we are going to be providing the item, which will be set to any for now. And I'm going to just pass like item and then ID meal, which is a property available inside that item right here. And now for the render item function, I'm going to just only pass like my item, but I'm going to also have to destructure that right here. And now outside from there, or you know what, I'm not going to be using these curly braces right now. I'm going to be using these parentheses, and inside there let's just render our view. And we are getting some sort of error right here, so I'm going to have to remove that. Let me just provide that one more time. And now inside there we're going to be rendering our view, and I'm going to also close it right here, save my file, and that's looking better. But now inside this view we're going to be first of all rendering our image right here. like the product image, and I'm going to specify the source. And now this source will be taking the URI because now our images are external. Okay, so we have to use our stir meal thumb, which is a property available inside this source. Okay, so now underneath this image, we're going to be also rendering our text right here. And now for this text, I'll just render like item dot stir meal. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna save my file right now, and I'm gonna also provide a bit of styling to that. Underneath there, I'm gonna just place my styling right here. And if you care about the styling, so you can go ahead and copy the styling from my GitHub repository. Otherwise, you don't have to. Okay, so now let's just use the styling right here inside this component. For this view, I'm going to specify the style right here. It's going to take the styles.item. And now for this image, I'm going to provide my style and then the styles.image right here. And now finally, I'm going to also provide a styling to this last one, which will be styles.title right here. So I'm going to save my file, and I don't know what's wrong, so I'm going to have to reload there. Still, we're not getting anything. And I'm now passing this data, but instead of this data, we're going to have to pass the data.meals right here. So if I save there, now it's going to give us all of their images and all of their title of these specific meals right here. So yeah, this is what we have to do for this challenge, and I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna see you in the next challenge. Alright guys, so time for another challenge. So I want you to use the random user API, and it's going to give you a lot of users plus a lot of data about a specific user. So I want you to only render the image, the person name, and his or her email. Okay, so only do that. You don't have to do anything else than that. If you don't want to style that, you don't have to do that. But if you want to style that, you are more than welcome to do that by yourself. So yeah, give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to give it the name of like random user.tsx, and inside there we are going to be using our RFNE. Let's go into our index.tsx file. I'm going to comment this line out, and let's just render our random user right here, and I'm going to also close that right here. So if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting our random user right here, which is looking amazing. And by the way, I forgot to tell you, but in this specific challenge, I'm going to be using something called the Axios library. If you don't know what Axios is, well, you don't have to use that. You can totally use the what do we call it, the fetch API. But in my case, I'm going to be using the Axios library, like for those people who care about that. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to stop there right here, and I'm going to install my Axios right here. So I'm going to be using npm I, and then Axios is going to install that in my project right here. Okay, so while it's doing that, okay, that's done. So I'm going to have to use my npm start one more time. Okay, so it's going to start my server once again. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create some sort of a state where I'm going to be putting all of my users. So I'll just use like users and then set users right here inside there. So I'm going to be using like useStat, and I'm going to import that right here, and the initial value will be just empty array. Now underneath that, we are going to be also providing a loading state. So I'll just use like loading and then set loading right here, and it's going to be equals to the useStat one more time. And now for the initial value, we're going to be passing through inside there. Now I'm going to also create one for the error. Like you don't have to do that, but I want to do that. Okay, so I'm going to just create a state for that. Let's just use our useStat, and I'm going to provide the initial value of null right here. I'm going to hit A, so it's going to open that in my Android device. I'm going to also hit R, so it's going to reload that right here. Now let me click on this sitemap, and I'm going to also click on this index right here. So now it's time to fetch our data by using the useEffect. So we are going to be using a side effect. So for that, we have to use the useEffect. And for the dependency array, I'm going to only pass the empty string, like empty array right here. And now let's just fetch our users by creating our function. So I'll just use like asynchronous and await. And now inside there, we are going to be using our try and catch blocks. And for the catch, I'll just write like, I'm going to just change that to error. And for the type, I'm going to specify any right here. I'm going to set my error, and I'll just provide my error.message if we got one. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the finally state. And for the finally, we are going to be setting the loading to true, like to false to be precise. Okay, so now for the try block, what do we have to do? We have to get the response first of all by using await, and then we're going to be using axios.get. So it's going to allow us to get our to get our data, but we're going to also have to import that right here. So I'll just do that manually. I'll use my import axios from axios. Okay, so now that error is now successfully gone. And now I'm going to be placing my API right here, which is HTTPS, and then we have to go into the random user.me and then /. we have to provide the API, and here we're going to be passing a question mark, and then we have to write our results and then how much users you want. If you want 100, so it's going to give you 100. If you want 10, it's going to give you 10. If you want 2, it's going to give you 2. But in my case, I'm going to only get 10 right here, so it's going to give me only 10 users. So I'll just use my set user, and I'm going to also pass my response.data and then that specific results right here. I'm going to save this file, and that's going to be it for fetching the data. But I'm going to also have to call this function right here inside this useEffect, but underneath this function. So we're going to be using our fetch users, and I'm going to execute this function right here. Okay, so I'm going to comment these, or not comment, but I'm going to hide this area right here. Now let me take care of the loader and also the error. So if you have some sort of a loading, so for that we are going to have to only return this text, and I'll just say like loading dot dot dot. I'm going to also take care of the error state. So if you got some sort of an error, so in that situation we're going to be returning our text, and now inside this text we will just say like error and whatever error that we got. So we're going to be also rendering that right here. Now we know that we are going to be getting like a list of data. So for that we have to use something called the flat list. You already know that. So I'll just write like my flat list component. We're going to be grabbing that from the React Native, and now for the prop I'm going to pass my data and the users for that specific data, and then we are going to be rendering our item by using this function. And I'm going to also provide the render item function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, but not right now. So I'll just also provide the key extractor, and it's going to take the item, and the type will be any, because we don't know the type. Okay, so we'll just write like item.login, and then we are going to be using that UUID. Now let me take care of this function. So underneath this error we are going to be creating this function right here. So I'll just use like const render item, and it's going to be taking an item, but we also have to destructure that right here. Okay, and I'll also provide the, so that it don't give us an error. And I'm going to also use my view, and inside this view, first of all, we are going to be rendering the image. So we are going to have to grab that from the React Native, and I'll also provide the source right here. And for the source we are going to be providing the URI, and then we are going to be providing the item picture, picture dot thumbnail. Okay, so that's going to be it for the picture. And we are going to be also providing yet another view, and inside this view we are going to be providing our text component. I'll render my, what do we call it, item.name.first, and I'm going to also provide my item .name.last as well. So it's going to give us like the concatenate version of the first name and also the last name. Okay, so it's going to basically give us the full name of whatever person that we've got. And now we are going to be also rendering that text component one more time. And now let's just use our item.email right here. Okay, so I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to it. And why am I getting this error? I don't know why, but we are getting this error right now. First, let me take care of the styling, and then we're going to be taking care of their TypeScript error. So now let me just provide the styling right here. If you care about the styling, you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository, and you can grab all of the styling from there if you wanted to. But if you don't, well, that's going to be totally fine. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my style right here, and then we are going to be using style and then item container inside there. And now for the image, we are going to be also providing the style here. And now I'll just use like styles.avatar, like because we are going to be providing an image, so we have to provide our avatar. And now let's just provide our style here and use our styles.info container right here. Okay, and I'm going to also style that a bit. So let's just provide our style and then styles.name, and I'm going to also take care of the styling of this one. So let's just use our style and then styles.email. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. I don't know why am I getting this error. We are getting there from this area, which is render item. Okay, once again we are using the curly braces, so for that we are going to have to return something. So I'll just use like return right here. So if I save my file, that error is now successfully gone. And here you can see we are now getting these people right here. So we have the people name, then we have the people's, what do we call it, email, and we also have these images right here, which is looking amazing. So if I reload there, it's going to give us like more people right here. So if I go to the sitemap index.tsx, first we will get a loader, and then we're going to be getting all of these peoples right here, which is amazing. So yeah, that was our challenge number 2 of the useEffect. Let's learn the useReducer hook.
You mean JavaScript reduce method?
Kinda. Let's talk about another hook, which is called the useReducer. So useReducer is a hook that is similar to the useState, but it is designed for more complex state objects or state transition that involves multiple subvalues, and it allows you to manage state in the functional and immutable way. keep in mind we have two words, which one is mutable and another one is immutable, and that just simply means like mutable means something which can be changeable and immutable means something which cannot be changeable. So yeah, this is what a useReducer is, and now let's get into the coding part.
So basically it's a use state, but not for kids, right?
Yeah, something like that. You can still use it in a small component though, but you don't have to. So now let's talk about the useReducer hook. So I'm going to be creating a new component, and I'm going to just create my counter.tsx right here. This is use our RNFE and I'm going to save this file, and now let's just register there right in here. I'm going to save this file and let's just test this out. And here you can see I have my counter right here, which is looking amazing. And now let's talk about the useReducer. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import that from where? From the React.js, not from the React Native, because this is a hook and it's gonna allow us to change the UI and stuff, and it was specially designed for the React.js, not for the React Native. So that's the only reason we are going to be importing that from the React.js. So I want you to keep that in mind. So now that we successfully imported there, now the next thing that we have to do is that I am going to just write a bit of weird syntax, and I want you to just bear with me for a few seconds. So I'm going to write this syntax right now. So first of all, we have our stat, then we have something called the dispatch, and it's going to be equals to the useReducer hook right here. And this reducer hook will take two parameters. It will take the reducer function, and it will also take the initial state right here. Okay, so now let me just explain what in the world is this entire thing even mean. First of all, we would have our initial state, then we have our dispatch, and this dispatch will allows us to change our state. So what do I mean by that? Let's suppose we have like const count, and we also have a set count, and now it's going to be equals to the use state, and we're going to be providing the initial value of 0. So I want you to keep in mind that this area is exactly the same as this one right here, as the underneath one. Okay, so first of all, you would have a state, and you can change the name of that to like anything that you want, and we're going to be also storing our data inside the count. So like both of these, let me just highlight there. So like both of these are exactly the same thing. Now the next thing that we have is that we have dispatch function, and this dispatch function will allows us to change that state. And as you can see right here, that set count will do exactly the same thing. It will also allows us to change our count right here. So both of these lines are totally exactly the same thing. But now let's talk about this useReducer right here. And now this useReducer will take two parameters. The first thing it will take is a reducer function, and that reducer function will allows us to tell our compiler or to tell our component that how we are going to be changing our state. Let me just say that once again. This reducer function will allows us to tell our component that how we are going to be changing our existing state, and this is going to be our initial state. Okay, so I'm going to show you that in a few seconds, but I want you to just keep that in mind. First of all, we are going to be providing our state. This dispatch method will allows us to change our state. This reducer function will allows us to tell our component that how we are going to be changing our state, and then we are going to be providing our initial state right here. Okay, so to do that, first of all, I'm going to have to create my initial state. So I can create that up above right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const initial state, and by the way, you can give it like any name that you like. You can give it the name of like banana or orange or something like that, but in my case I'm going to only give it the name of like state, and the initial value will be set to count, and that count will be set to 0. Okay, so now we are taking that initial value and we are now putting there right here inside this useReducer function. I mean like, yeah, this useReducer hook to be precise. Now let's just take care of this reducer function. And as I said, that this reducer is going to be a function which will allows us to tell our component that how we are going to be updating our state. Okay, so I'm going to be using my function right here. I'm going to give it the name of like reducer. It's going to take one parameter of state, and also let me just remove this type from here. We're going to take care of that in a few seconds, and it's going to also take the action right here. Okay, so now inside there you can either use like if and else statement, you can use the switch and cases, you can use like different kind of methods, but this is a convenient way to use the switch and cases. So I'm going to be using like switch. Now we are telling that how we are going to be changing our state. So now we are taking this action, and if that action type is either equals to increment, so I'm going to provide a case right here. So if that is either equals to increment, so what do you want to do in that situation? We just want to return that existing object which will have the value of count. Okay, so I'm going to just write my count, and we are going to be pointing there to the state.count, and we are going to be incrementing there by 1. Okay, so that's exactly what we are doing right now. So if I save my file, so what are we doing? We are now checking if the action type is equals to increment, which we are going to be specifying for this dispatch function. So as I said, like there are a lot of bullet points that you have to keep in mind, and by the way, I'm going to also review every single thing, so you don't have to worry about that for now. Okay, so we're going to be passing there to this dispatch function. So what are we doing? If our case is equal to increment, so we are going to be just adding 1 to our state. Okay, and now let me provide another case, like if our case is equals to the decrement. So what do we want to do in that situation? We would just want to return the count, and in this case we are going to be accessing our state.count, and we just want to minus 1 from there, like we are now decrementing 1 from there. Okay, so that's the second case, and now let's just take care of that third one, which will be for the default case. Okay, so I'll just use my default, and the default value I'm going to provide like some sort of error, like throw new error. You can like basically provide anything that you want, so I'm going to just write like unhandled action type or something like that. Okay, so now that we successfully created our initial state, now that we tell our component that how in the world we are going to be updating our state, like if the case is equal to increment, so we are going to be adding 1 to that. If the case is equal to decrement, so we are going to be subtracting 1 from there. If the case is neither increment nor decrement, so we are going to be throwing this error right here. Now that we successfully pass these values to this useReducer right here, and now let's just use that inside our component. Okay, so how are we going to be doing that? First of all, I want to see what is my initial value. Okay, so what is my initial state? So to do that, I'm going to just write like count right here, and I'm going to be using state.count. So what is our state? This state is coming from this useReducer right here. Okay, so we are going to be passing this state, and we have a property available inside there which is set to count. Okay, so now if I save my file, now if I go there, let me check this out. And here you can see we are now getting the value of 0 right here. So which means like, yeah, we successfully set up our state. But now let's take care of that increment and decrement. So we're going to be creating our button, and we're going to be getting there from the React Native, and I'm going to say like title will be set to increment. And when somebody click on that, what do you want to do in that situation? We want to fire this function. So now in this case, we are not going to be using our set count or set value or something like that. As I said, that we are going to be using this dispatch function, and this dispatch function will allows us to change our state. Okay, so now we are going to be changing our state by using this dispatch function. So I'm going to just paste like dispatch right here, and inside this dispatch we are going to be passing our type. Okay, so now in this case we are going to be passing increment because we want to just increment our counter. And if that type is equal to increment, so what do you want to do in that situation? We just want to increment our counter by 1, as you can see right here. So if the case is equal to increment, so we are going to be incrementing our counter by 1. Okay, so now let me just show you that. As you can see right here, my count is now initially set to 0. If I click on that, and here you can see it is now incrementing my counter anytime I click on that. So now if you want to get like the decrement, so you know what, I want you to do that by yourself, but if you can't do that, then come back and watch the video. So I want you to at least give it your best shot. And now here is my solution. Okay, so this is a decrement, and when somebody click on that, or if somebody press there, so we're going to be firing our dispatch function. We're going to be providing our type, and in this situation we're going to be passing like decrement right here. Okay, so if I save my file, and now if I click on the decrement button, so it's going to just decrease my counter by 1, as you can see right here. So yeah, that was the entire flow, and we are now getting this TypeScript error, which I'm going to fix that in a few seconds. So what are we doing right now? First of all, we are now providing our state, then we are providing our dispatch function, and this dispatch function will allows us to change our state right here. Okay, so here we are going to be passing some sort of a condition, and based on that condition it's going to change our state. So yeah, that's done. Now let's talk about this reducer function and this initial value. So this initial value will be that value for our existing state. Like in this case, I'm only passing this count right here. You can pass array, you can pass like object, you can pass anything that you like. And now let's talk about this reducer function. So this reducer is a function which will allows us to tell our compiler or tell our component that how we are going to be changing our existing state. If the action type is equal to increment, so we are going to be just incrementing our counter by 1. If that is set to decrement, so we are going to be decrementing our counter by 1. Okay, so yeah, that was amazing. But if you don't know what a TypeScript is, you can totally skip this section and you can jump into the next section. But now I'm going to provide a bit of typing to this code. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my interface for the state. and it's going to take one count which will be set to number. Okay, and we're going to be also creating our type of action, and that's going to be equals to the type, and we only have two types, so we either have an increment, and yeah, we can also have the decrement. So I'll just write like type of decrement right here. So now that we successfully created this type, and now let's just attach that. So for the initial state, I'm going to be using my state right here, and I'm going to also provide that state right here for this reducer function. So let's just provide our state, and I'm going to also provide my action right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see all of that errors are now successfully gone. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using the useReducer in our React Native project. Welcome to the challenge number 1 of the useReducer hook. So I want you to recreate that same to-do list by using the useReducer. So you don't have to style that if you don't want to do that, but yeah, if you want to style that, you can totally do that. I want you to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. I'm going to create my component right here, which will be to-do.tsx, and inside there, let's just create our boilerplate, save this file, and I'm going to also register that here. Okay, our to-do list component, I'm going to render that, save my file, and as you can see right here, we are now getting our to-do. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to grab my useReducer from the React.js. We're going to be providing the reducer function to that, and then I'm going to also specify my initial state right here as well. And now I'm going to store that inside this the state, and also the dispatch function. Dispatch function allows us to change our state, and this is going to be our initial state value. Now I'm going to also create one for the input, so I'll just use my input value and then set input value right here. And in this situation, we are going to be using something called the use state, not the useEffect, not the useReducer, but the use state. And for the initial value, I'm going to only specify string right here inside there. Now let me take care of this initial state and also this useReducer. For the initial state, I'm going to create a variable with the name of like initial state, and that's going to be equals to this object. We're going to be passing our to-dos, which will be set to array. And now I'm going to also create this reducer function right here. So let's just use our const reducer. It's going to be equals to the state and also action. I mean, like, it's going to take the state and also the action. I'm going to provide a TypeScript to that in a few seconds, but now let me just use my switch and cases right here. Okay, so for the switch, we're going to be passing action.type, and for the first case, that's going to be equals to like add to do. So if somebody write like add to do, so in that situation, we have to just return our object. We have to mutate our to-dos, and here we have to specify all of the existing to-dos if we already have some, and if we don't have some, so then we're going to be just mutating with this new one. So I'll just provide the ID, and ID will be set to like date.now. We're going to be also changing that to like string, and now I'm going to also specify the text of action.payload, like whatever we specified inside that input field. So we're going to be using our action.payload right here. So that's going to be it for the first case. Now let me remove this break from here, and I'm going to also specify a new case, which will be remove to do. Okay, so for this remove to do, what do we have to do? We have to return our object, and that object will be returning like to do's, and we have to write our state.todos, and we're going to also have to filter that out. So for the parameter, we're going to be using our to do, and now let's just provide if the to do.id is not equals to the action.payload. So in that situation, we are going to be removing that specific to do. Now we are getting this TypeScript error. We will fix that in a few seconds, but yeah, I want you to bear with me for a few seconds. And for the default case, we only want to just return the state. I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to also take care of these errors right now. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my to-do interface. So I'll just use like interface, and I'll just give it the name of like to-do, and it's going to take the ID, which will be set to string, and it's going to also take the text, which will be also set to string. And now underneath that, we're going to be also creating an interface for the state as well. And for the state, we're going to be only passing our to-dos, which will be set to to-do, or just a to-do, that specific interface which we've just created right here, and then array right here. Okay, so now underneath that, I'm going to also provide an interface so that we don't have to do that a bit later. And I'm going to just use like interface and then add to do action. Okay, so now inside there, we're going to be providing the type, which will be set to add to do. And I'm going to also provide the payload, and it's going to be set to string. Let me create one for the remove to do. So I'll just write like remove to do action, and inside there, we're going to be passing our type, which will be set to remove. Remove and then to do. and I'll also provide the payload, and the payload will be set to string. Okay, and now to combine all of them, I'll just give it the name of like type action, and now let me just combine like add to do action, come on, add to do action or remove to do action right here. Okay, so now they will successfully combine them. Now we have to use that right here. So first of all, I'm gonna just provide the type for that like state, and I'm gonna also provide the type of the action right here. And now outside from there, we are going to be returning the state from here, and this shouldn't be a payload but a payload. There we go. Okay, so now let's just fix that. And still we are using a payload. I'm gonna have to change that to payload. I'm gonna also provide a string right here as well. And now let's just take care of this UI. I'll remove that, and I'm gonna change that to text input. First of all, we have to grab that from the input field from the React Native, and now we are going to be providing a placeholder which will say like enter a to do. And I'm gonna also provide the initial value. The initial value will be input value, and I'm gonna also provide the on change text right here. And for the initial value, we're going to be providing like set input value right here. So if I save them, I'm going to also provide a button right here. Let's just import that from the React Native, and we're going to be passing our title which will just say like add to do. And when somebody press on there, then we're going to be firing this function which is a handle add to do. We're going to be taking care of that in a few seconds, but yeah, I want you to bear with me for a few seconds. Now underneath there, here we are going to be rendering all of our to-dos if we have some. So for that, we are going to be using our FlatList component once again. You already guessed that. I know you are a smart genius person. And for the what do we call it, for the data prop, we're going to be passing our stat.todos, like all of the to-dos if we have that. Now we are going to be also providing our key extractor, and it's going to take a callback function of item and then item ID, a specific ID from that item. Let's just render item by providing this function. Should I create that separately? You know what, I'm gonna do that right now, like just in one liner. I don't have to separate them. And I'm gonna also render my view, and let's just duplicate that. I'm gonna close that right here, save my file, and that's looking better. And now inside then, we're going to be rendering our text, and for this text we're going to be providing our item.text, and I'm gonna also provide my touchable opacity here. Come on, there we go. And let's just close them. I'm going to also provide the event handler on press. When somebody press on this touchable opacity, so we're going to be using like handle remove to do, which is something which we didn't create, but we will create that in a few seconds. Inside this touchable opacity, we're going to be providing our text which will just say remove. Okay, and now I'm going to provide a bit of styling to that. So let's just copy there, and I'm going to also place that here. Here is my styling. If you care about that, only go ahead and copy that from my GitHub repository, save my file, and now I'm gonna also provide the styling right here. I'll use my style, and let's just provide our styles.input. I'll also provide it for this view, so I'll just use like style and then my what do we call it, styles dot to do item. For this text, we're going to be providing our style, and now let's just provide our styles dot to do text, and I'm gonna also provide that for this button. So I'll just use my style and then styles dot remove button right here. So if I save this, it's gonna obviously gives us an error because we have to create this function and also this function. But first of all, let me just take care of a handle add to do, and then we're going to be taking care of that other one. Underneath this const, we're going to be creating our handle add to do. Is going to be a callback function, and now inside there, first of all, we have to check if we have an input value. We also have to trim this out. And now here we are going to be dispatching our function or state, like we are going to have to change our state. So I'll just use my add to do as the parameter, and we are going to be also providing our payload, and our payload will be our input value. Okay, so like anything we type inside that specific input field, so we're going to be providing that value as a payload for our dispatch function. And now we also have to clear this out, so we're going to be using like set input value, and we have to provide an empty string inside there. And now finally, let me just take care of this function. So like we have to remove our to do, and now underneath, I mean like above this return statement, we're going to have to create this function. It's going to take an ID which will be obviously a string, and now we have to provide our dispatch function right here. And for the type, we are going to be passing our remove to do, come on, to do, and also we have to provide our payload, and our payload will be our ID, which we are going to be taking as a parameter right here. So yeah, that's looking better. I'm going to save this file, and we have to run that manually. So I'm going to use my A. It's going to run there right here in my Android device. Now I'm going to click on this sitemap, go to my index.tsx, And here you can see we are now getting our ugly to do. If you care to style there, you can totally go ahead and style there. And I'll just write like complete React Native course. Let me click on this add to do. It's gonna add there right here. Now I can click on this remove, and it's gonna remove there from our UI. Okay, so now I can just write like walk the dog and eat the fish. I'm vegan. Yeah, you already know that. Yeah, and I don't know whichever kind of to do that I want, so I'll just add that right here, and I can totally remove that. I can totally remove that, and yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our to-do list by using the useReducer. Welcome to the useReducer challenge number 2. So before you start this challenge, I want to say like this challenge is a bit difficult, not a bit, but this challenge is difficult. Okay, so if you can do that, you don't have to worry about that, because this challenge was designed to be a bit difficult. So what you have to do is that you have to make it so that the user can provide their name and also their age. So once they click on the add profile, their information will be added right here underneath this add button. And then the challenging part is, once you click on this edit button, the first thing that you have to do is that you have to change the text of this button to either update profile or edit profile. That's the first thing that you have to do. Next, you have to take that exact same data about that specific user, and you have to put their name right here and also their age, so that they would be able to change their name and also their age. Okay, that's the next thing that you have to do. And once they change that to something else, then they would be able to click on this update profile, and that updated data will be showing right here. Finally, if the user want to remove their profile, so then they can click on this remove, and their profile will be successfully removed. So yeah, give it your best shot. If you can do that, once again, you don't have to worry about that. Now let me give you my solution. I'm gonna go ahead and create my user profile .tsx right here. Let's just use our RNFP, save my file, go to my index file, comment this line out, and use my user profile. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our user profile. First, we have to take care of a lot of stats. So we have to create our stat and also our dispatch function, and we have to get that from the useReducer. And for the initial value, we're going to be passing our reducer and also the initial stat right here. We're going to also create a stat for the name and set name, which will be equals to the use stat. And for the initial value, we're going to be only passing an empty string. We also have to create that for the age, and also set age is going to be equals to the use stat, and we have to provide empty string right here once again. And also editing, come on, editing, editing ID, and then set editing, editing ID right here. It's going to be equals to the use stat, and we're going to be providing a null as the initial value to that. Now let me take care of this initial stat. So I'll just first of all create my initial stat, and that's going to be equals to object, and we're going to be providing our profiles and empty array right here for the initial stat. Now let me also take care of this useReducer, and that's going to be a lot of fun and a lot of work. Okay, so we're going to be creating this reducer, reducer, and for the initial value we're going to be passing a stat and also the action right here. And now let me just use my arrow function. I'll also first of all create their interfaces so that we don't get these ugly errors right here. The first interface that I'm going to be creating is for the profile interface, and I'm going to just take care of all of the TypeScript stuff right now so that we don't get these errors again and again. So I'll just create my ID. I mean, like, it's going to take the ID as a string, name will be a string as well, and we are going to be also providing an age which will be set to number. Now underneath this profile interface, we are going to be creating yet another interface for the stat, and which will be a profiles, and then we have to provide our profiles right here, and here we have to provide our profile. Next, we also have to take care of the interface of add profile action. Like, obviously we're going to be doing this action in a few seconds, and that action will take a type of add profile, profile. I'm going to also provide a comma, and it's going to take the payload of object, and inside this object we're going to be specifying the name as a string, and we're going to be also providing an age as a number. So this is how we're going to be adding our profile, and then we have to provide our interface for remove profile action, and now inside there we have to provide our type, which will be a remove, remove profile right here, and we have to also define our payload, and our payload will be a string. And now we also have to create an interface for update profile action, And now inside there, let's just provide our type, and type will be update profile. And we also have to provide our payload, and our payload will take the ID, and that's going to be a string, and we're going to be also providing a name as a string and also the age as the number. Okay, and finally we have to combine all of them to make it as a one action. So I'll just define my type, which will be set to action. It's going to be first of all taking the add profile action or remove profile action, or finally update profile action. So it's going to combine it and it's going to make it as a one type of action right here. Okay, so that's the first thing that we have to do. I'm going to also provide my state right here. So let's just define our state, and I'm going to also provide my action here. And for the return value, we are going to be returning the state outside from there. We are getting this error because we're not returning something. So now let's just take care of that. So once again, we're going to be using our switch and cases. And for the switch, we're going to be using our action.type. And I'm going to also provide the case right here, and case will be add profile. And now for the first case, we're going to be just returning our object, and this object will have a profiles. Obviously we defined the up above. And first of all, we are going to be providing all of the state profile if we already have there, and then we are going to be modifying that other ones like the new value right here. So it's going to take the new value of date.now. We have to define that, and we also have to change that to string, and also we have to define our name. We are going to be getting that name from the action.payload, and then we're going to be getting a specific name out of there. Now I'm going to duplicate this line, and I'm going to also change that to age, and also change this one to age as well. So this is how we are going to be adding our profile. Now underneath there, I'm going to remove this break from here, and here we also have to define another case for removing the profile. Okay, so let's just return our object, remove profile. We're getting some sort of error. REMOVE. I knew that's going to be the problem. Remove profile. I'm going to save this file, and here now that's looking better. We're now getting this error, so we're going to be fixing that in a few seconds. So to remove a profile, first of all, we have to get all of the profiles from up above. We're going to be providing a state right here. Come on, not a satisfy but a state, and then we have to use our profiles. Then we are going to be using a filter method one more time. As a parameter, we are going to be only passing our profile, and if that profile.id, which we've already specified up above, does not equals to the action.payload, so in that situation we only want to remove our specific profile. And now underneath there, we are going to be also providing yet another one for what do we call it, update profile right here. Let's just return our object, and this object will have the property of profile. We're going to be using our state.profiles once again, and in this situation we are going to be using a map method. And now let's just provide our profile as a parameter, and here we are going to be modifying all of the profiles. So we have to get the ID if that is equals to the action.payload and that specific ID. So what do we have to do in that situation? So if that case is true, we have to modify first of all the existing profile. We're gonna have to spread them out, and then we have to add a new name right here. Like we have to provide the name from the action.payload.name, and we also have to provide the age if somebody also specify the action.payload.age. So we are going to be modifying there. But if that's not the case, so we're going to be returning all of the profile once again. So this is how we are going to be updating our profile. First of all, we have to check if the profile ID is equals to the action.payload.id. If that is true, so what do we have to do? First of all, we have to provide all of the profile data if we already have there. But if we don't have there, so still we have to take care of this action. Okay, so first of all, we are going to be providing all of the profile data, and then we are going to be modifying the name and also the age right here. And for this name, we are now providing an action.payload, and we are only providing this name from here, and we are also providing the age right here. But if that situation is not true, so we are going to be only returning the profile right here. And finally, we have to just take care of the default stat, and for the default, we're going to be just returning the stat. And that's everything that you have to do for this reducer. Now that's successfully done, but I'm gonna also place my styling right here, so I don't have to like go back and forth. So these are all of my styling. If you care about that, you can totally go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and download all of these styling from there. But if you don't want to get there, you don't have to. Okay, so now let me just take care of this UI. There will be a lot of things going on. So first of all, we have to remove this text from here, and I'll just change that to a text input field, and I'm gonna also close that right here. First, we have to provide a styling to this, so I'll just use my styles.input. So for this specific input field, I'm going to also provide a placeholder, which will just say like enter name. and then we are going to be providing the value for this name. So I'll just write like my name right here for the initial value, and when somebody change this text, what do we have to do? We have to just write our set name right here. So that's everything that we have to do for this input field. Now underneath there, we're going to be also creating an input field for the age. So I'll just get there right here. I'm going to close there. And for the style, we're going to be providing our styles.input, and also let's just provide our placeholder, which will just say like enter age. And now I'm going to also make that as a capitalized case. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our keyboard type right here, and we have to just change that to a numeric, numeric. For the value, we are going to be passing an age, and also when somebody change this text, in that situation we are going to be providing our age. And I'm going to save this file, and that's going to be it for the age input field. Next, we have to take care of this button, and we are going to be rendering this button dynamically. So for that, we're going to have to provide a bit of ternary operator right here. So what do we have to do? We're going to be first of all providing our editing ID. If that is true, we're going to be providing one UI. If that is not true, we're going to be providing another UI. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is if that is true, so we're going to be getting a button, and I'm going to just close it right here. I'm going to provide the title of update profile, and also when somebody press on there, we're going to be providing our arrow function, and which will just say like handle update profile. And here inside there, we are going to be passing our editing ID. And if that's not true, in that situation, we're going to be still using our button, and we're going to have to grab that right here. I'm going to close them, and we have to provide the title, and the title will just say like a profile. And when somebody press on that button, we're going to be providing our handle add profile right here in this situation. Okay, so we're going to be taking care of this function and also this function in a few seconds. But yeah, I want you to just bear with me. Okay, so now underneath there, we're going to have to create our flat list to render all of our name and edges. So we're going to be using our flat list component from the React Native. For the first prop, we are going to be providing our stat.profile, like all of the profile if we have some. And then we are going to be providing our key extractor right here. And for the key extractor, we are going to be passing our item and also our item ID. I'll also provide my render item. And for this render item, we are going to be destructuring our specific item as we did there like a 1 million time. Okay, and we have to provide our view, and I'm gonna also duplicate there and close this, save my file, and now that's looking better. And inside this view, first of all, you know what, I'm gonna provide a styling to that, and the styling will be styles.profile item. Okay, so that's gonna be the style for this view. And now inside there, we are going to be using our text. I'm gonna close there, provide our style right here, and let's just use our styles.profile text in this situation for the styling. And I'm going to use my first of all item.name, and then I'm going to provide my comma. You don't have to do that. Like if you don't want to do that, then you can use like item.age years old. And yeah, that's going to be it for the input text. I'm going to also use my touchable opacity. There we go. Let's just close that. Or you know what, we don't have to close it that way, we have to close it manually. And inside this touchable opacity, we're going to be rendering our text. I'm going to provide a bit of styling to this, so I'll just use like styles.edit button. Come on, edit button. I'm going to also provide my own press event handler right here. And we are going to be providing our callback function here. And inside this callback function, we are going to be taking the set name. We have to provide our initial name right here. And also we have to take the age, and we have to pass our item.age.toString. And now let's just execute there. We're going to be also providing the on editing ID and provide our item.id right here. Now finally, underneath this touchable opacity, we're going to have to create yet another touchable opacity once again. Yeah, and I'm going to close them. And here we're going to be also providing the on press event handler when somebody press on there. So in this situation, we have to use our handle remove profile. We did not create this function, but we will very soon. Okay, and now inside there, let's just create our text, and that text will just say remove. I'm gonna also style that a bit, so I'll just say like styles.remove button right here, save my file. Obviously it's gonna give us a lot of errors, so now let me just take care of these stuff right here one by one. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to make it so that I can totally add my profile. So for that, we're going to be creating that function which we've already defined right here, which is handle add profile. I'm gonna copy there, and now let me use that right here. It's gonna be an arrow function, And now inside this arrow function, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to check the name.trim. If the name includes a lot of spaces, so totally trim that out. And we're going to be also using a edge.trim. The edge is also including a lot of spaces, so totally remove there. And now we are going to be dispatching our stats. So let's just use our dispatch. And for the type, we are going to be passing our add profile. I'm going to provide a comma here. And for the payload, we are going to be providing the name and also the age. And the age will be set to parse integer. Okay, and it's gonna take the age and also 10 as the value. So that's the first thing that we have to do. Next, we also have to set our name to totally empty string, and I'm gonna also set my age to totally empty string. So that's the first thing that we have to do. It's gonna allow us to add a new profile to our existing list. Next, we have to take care of how we are going to be removing our profile. So we already specify a function right here, which is a handle remove profile. And now I'm going to create that right here. So let's just use our const handle remove profile. It's going to take the ID, which will be set to string. And now inside there, we're going to be dispatching our function by providing a type of remove profile. And also the payload will be set to ID. That's the only thing that we have to do. And finally, we have to take care of how we are going to be updating our profile. And to do that, we are going to be creating this simple function. Or you know what, we can totally copy. I'm not going to copy there. Let me just create this new function right here. I'll just create my handle handle update profile, and it's going to take the ID as a string. And now inside this function, we also have to check out our name.trim and edge.trim and execute them. And inside there, let's just dispatch our function by providing the type of update profile, and also the payload will be set ID name, and age will be set to parse integer. And for the integer, we're going to be providing our age and also 10 value. I'm going to save there. Next, we also have to provide our name and set that to totally empty string, and also set the age to totally empty string, and set editing ID will be also set to null in this situation. So I'm going to save my file. We're getting some sort of error right here, and it is giving us this error right here. This is a TypeScript error, so I can totally ignore that. Yeah, let's just test this out. I'm going to go into the sitemap. And now I'm going to click on this index.tsx. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my name, which is Hussein, and the age will be, I don't know, I'm going to specify 21 right here in this case. Now if I click on this add profile, I'm now getting my name and also my age and also the edit button and the remove button. But now if I wanted to update my profile, I can click on this edit button right here, and here you can see I am now getting an update profile, also my first name and also the age. So I'm going to change that to like Hussein Web Dev, and the age will be 22 22 years old. And I'm going to click on this update profile, and here you can see we are now getting our Hussein Web Dev 22 years old right here. I can provide more profiles if I wanted to, like more, and then I'll provide like 30 years old, and I'm going to add that. I can totally remove that if I wanted to. And yeah, everything is working the way we expect him to work. So that was it about the user profile component or challenge. Hey Mark, do you know about the prop drilling?
Well, when you drill a prop, that is called a prop drilling.
What you are seeing right now is something called the component tree. Now you might be asking like, Hussein, why do you want to have a component tree? So we have this component tree because we are learning about something called the prop drilling, and this is an issue in React.js. Okay, so what do I mean by all of that gibberish which I just said? As you can see right here, like these are separate components. So we have an app, header, nav, card, user, date, and time component. And I want you to imagine that we have some sort of important data available inside this app component, and we also want this data to be available inside this date component as well. So how in the world we can pass this data from this app component to this date component? Well, the first way is to use something called the props, which you already know. So we are going to be using a prop, so I'll just use like prop, and here we are going to be first of all passing this data into this card component. Then we are going to be passing this data into, come on, let me just put that right here. Then we are going to be passing this data into this users component, and then finally we are going to be passing this data into this date component. But now this is just a small component hierarchy right here, so that's why that was simple. Like we have first of all pass it to this card component, then we can pass it to the users component, then we can pass it to the date component. But let's suppose you are working with either a Facebook or Google. They would have like a lot, and I mean a lot of component. They will have like, I don't know, maybe 100 or maybe 1,000 if not million component, and you would just pass your data from your app component to that much nested component, and then finally you would be able to pass your data into that specific component which you want. But that's not a better practice to do that, so I'm going to remove that from here. And the solution for that is something called the context. We're going to be learning about context very soon, but first of all, let me just write a code for the prop drilling to know what I'm talking about. Now let me show you the prop drilling in action. So to do that, first of all, we're going to be creating a lot of components. So component A.tsx, component B.tsx, component C.tsx, and component D.tsx. And I guess that's going to be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and go into the component A, and I'm going to be using RFNE, and let's just use all of that. Okay, so I'm going to go into my index.tsx, and let's just render our component A. Okay, I'm going to render that, save my file, and as you can see right here, I have my component A, which is looking amazing. So first of all, I'm going to create some sort of a variable like name, and I'm going to drill that into these components. So first of all, I'm going to be passing that to the component A, then to the component B, then to the component C, and then to the component D. Okay, so that's going to be a fun ride, and I want you to bear with me for a few seconds. So let's just pass our username, and our username will be that name right here. Okay, so now we pass that to the component A. Let's go into the component A. I'm going to destructure that, and I'm going to just write like username. I'm going to also provide these type for that, like if you guys don't know what a TypeScript is, so you don't even have to worry about that. I'm going to also provide a type for that, and what I'm going to do is that instead of providing this component A, I'm going to render my component, component B. And do you want to have a component B? I guess I'm going to have to import them manually, so I'll just use like import component B. Oh god, oh, that's the I'm not getting an auto suggestion. That's because we don't have any content inside there. Okay, so I'm going to be using my RFNE here. Now let's just use that, save my file, and I'm going to also use my RFNE here for the C component, and let's just save that, and I'm going to also do that for this component D. Okay, so I'm going to save this file. Let's go into the component A, and now inside this component A, I'm going to render my component B. Okay, so if I render that, I'm going to save my file, and now we're going to be passing this prop of a username to this component B. So I'm going to use like username, and I'm going to be also passing this username to there. So this is how we are going to be passing that to the component B. And now inside this component B, we are going to be grabbing our component C, and let's just render that. We are going to be also first of all destructuring there like username. I'm going to use like username is set to string. Okay, and we have to pass there right here for the component C, so I'll just use like component C and username. And finally we have to pass there to the component D, and we have to grab there first of all, and I'm going to be using like username. Come on, username, let's just provide our start to there like username will be set to string. I'm gonna I'm gonna copy every single thing from there. That's component B. We also have to do that for the components. I forgot to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to render my component D, and I'm going to pass that username to this component D as well. So I'm gonna save this file. We already did that right here. So finally I'm gonna just render that by using my text, and I'll just say like yeah, username. There we go. So if I save my file, let me just check. First of all, we are passing this username prop to the component A, then we are accessing there and passing that to the component B, then to the component C, and then to the component D, and finally we are now displaying there on the component D. And as you can see right here, I am now getting my own name, which is Hossein, which is awesome. But this is how we are going to be drilling our prop into multiple components. Like first of all, we have to pass it to a component A, then to the B, then to the C, then to the D, and so on and so forth. But this is not a better practice. That's why we call this as a prop drilling, and you have to be aware of this concept. So that's the only reason I am taking a lot of time to explain every single thing right now. So this is what we call a prop drilling, and now we are going to be refactoring this code to using a context. And here is the solution for the prop drilling, which is called the context. So what is a context, and why should anyone care about that? So React context is a way to manage, and here the keyword is manage. React context is a way to manage state globally. It can be used together with the useState hook to share the state between deeply nested component more easily than by just using the useState alone. So this is just a quick definition of what a context is, and now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Time to refactor our code to use the context. So I'm going to remove every single thing from here, and I'm going to go into my src, and I'm going to be creating my context folder right here. So you can give it the name of like shared, you can give it the name of like context, you can give it any name that you like, but in my case I'm going to only give it the name of like context. Now inside them we are going to be creating a separate file for our context, so I'm going to give it the name of like usercontext.tsx, and you can give it any name that you like. So in this case we are now passing our username to all of these components, so that's the only reason I just give it the name of like user context. So the name doesn't even matter, you can give it like any name that you like basically. And first of all we have to create our context. So how are we going to be doing that? Well, to do that we have to just use our create context right here. So if I call that, so what are we getting? We are now getting there from the React.js. Okay, so we have a function which is a create context, which will allows us to create our store or that context which I just mentioned a few seconds ago. Okay, so for the initial value I'm going to only specify like undefined. You can pass null, you can also pass like 0 or some value right here, but in my case I'm going to only specify the initial value of undefined inside there, because currently we didn't define anything, so that's going to be set to undefined. And I'm going to store it in some sort of a variable like const user context. And by the way, you can give it any name that you like, but in my case that user context is fine. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our provider function, which will allows us to send our data to other components. So we're going to be just using like user provider, and now inside there it's going to take a children, so I'm going to destructure there right here. And now let's just use our function right here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create some sort of a data which I want to pass into my multiple component or a specific component. So you can just create a variable like const username and just set that to like your own name, but in my case I'm going to just create a separate state right here. So I'll just use like user and also the set user right here, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and we're going to be passing the initial value of Hussein to there. Okay, so you don't have to do that. Once again, like you can create your separate variable and you can store some sort of a value inside there. This is going to be just data which we are going to be pushing to multiple component. Okay, and now we have to just return our user context, and now inside this user context we have a property called the provider. Okay, so you know what, before I show you there, I'm going to use that right here. So we have a consumer, and it's going to allows us to consume our content. The next one we have is a provider, which will allows us to provide our content into multiple components. So we're going to be using this provider right here, and I'm going to close it right here. And we're now getting these error, and these are just a TypeScript error, so I want you to just ignore that for a few seconds. And now inside there we're going to be passing our children, because we now close our component in this way. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to set the value, and this value will allows us to send that data into multiple component. Like we have to specify this value right here. Okay, so I'm going to be just providing like a user, and I'm going to also provide like set user right here. So that user will be holding the value of Hussein, and this set user will allows us to change this state right here. I'm going to come back to this file and I'm going to fix these errors, but I want you to just bear with me for a few seconds. And finally we have to export both of these out, so I'll just use like export. First of all, we are going to be exporting our context, and we're going to be also exporting our provider as well. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. So this is how we are going to be creating our context, and this is how we are going to be creating our provider, so that we can use them in multiple components. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into my app and then index file right here, and I'm going to wrap this component A into my user provider. So first of all, we're going to be importing our user provider right here from the context, which you can see right here. We are now importing that from the context file, and we have to import that first of all, and then we have to wrap our entire application or a specific component inside that context. So this user provider will now allows us to use that context or that specific data inside this component A. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this username from here, and I'm going to save this file. Now I'm going to go into my components right here to the component A. Let's just remove that from this component A, and I'm going to also remove that from here. Then I'm going to go into the component B. I'm going to remove it from here and also from here as well. Then to the component C. And finally we have that in the component D. So I'm going to also remove that from this component D right here. And for now, I'll just put like hello right here. So if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting this hello. But now the question is, how in the world we are going to be accessing our context, and how in the world we are going to be using that specific data which we are now passing to this provider right here. Like, how are we going to be accessing this user and also this set user inside this component D? We don't have any prompts right here. We don't have any way to access that. And to do that, for that we are going to be using our useContext hook, which will be also coming from the React.js. So I'm going to be using like import useContext, and it's going to allow us to consume all of that data which we are now passing to this value right here. So it's going to allow us to get the user and also the set user right here. Okay, so now let's just use them. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using my useContext, and now we have to tell this context like from where we are now getting their data, and we are now getting their data from our user context. And what is our user context? Let me just show you there. Our user context is this user context right here, as you can see. And now inside the user context, and inside this user context, we have this provider property, and then we are providing our value to this specific user context right here. Okay, so now first of all we are going to be using our use context. Then we have to tell this context like from where we are going to be getting our data. So we are going to be getting our data from this user context, and now let me just store that in the context variable. So I'll just use like context, and by the way you can like obviously give it any name that you like a username or something like that. And yeah, you can also provide a if check right here, but you don't have to. I've seen a lot of developers use that. I personally prefer that, but if you don't like that, you don't have to write that. So I'm gonna just write like if you don't have the context. So what do we have to do in this situation? We just want to throw new error, and we want to tell other developer that component D must be used within a user provider. So we just have to tell this message to other developers. That's all that you have to do. Next, we have to get our data from this context variable right here. Okay, so we have this context. We are going to be destructuring our user and also the set user from this context variable, and now you can use them inside this component. Oh, finally. Let me just render my user right here. So if I save that, and it's gonna give us that Zustand name right here. I can do anything I want to do with that. So I can create a button and use my set user, and I can change that to anything I want. But as you can see right here, now we are not passing any prompts and we are still getting our data. So how did we do all of that? Let me just review that once again, and I'm gonna also provide a bit of typing to my context. So I'm going to go into my context right here. We remove all of their props from all of these components right here, as you can see. First of all, we created our context, and the initial value we specified undefined to that. Then we create our provider, and as the name suggests, it's going to allow us to provide our content or provide our data into multiple components. Okay, and here you can see we have our value. It's going to allow us to send our data or use our data into multiple components. Okay, and finally we are just exporting the user context and also our user provider. And now let me just provide a bit of TypeScript right here so that we don't get these errors. So, and then I'm going to explain the rest of the code. I'm going to just use first of all my interface, and let's just give it the name of like user context type, and inside there we are going to be passing a user which will be a string, and set user which is a function. So we are going to be using like dispatch, come on, disp or tch, and that will be a set stat action, and now it's going to take a string value. Okay, so let's just close that. We have to get our dispatch right here. What the hell? Dispatch from the React.js, and also set selected action from the React.js. Oh, we don't have to close it right here. We have to close it there. So now I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to use that right here. So let's just use that. I'm going to be passing my user type or user context type right here, or undefined. So it's going to be either a user context type or it's going to be undefined. And now for this error, we are going to be only using our what do we call it, React Native. I'm saying all the time. So let's just pass our children and our React node, which will be coming from the React.js, and here you can see those errors are now successfully gone. So yeah, we already explained this user context, but now let me just explain my consumer right here. So we have this context right here. We have this use context, which will allows us to use our specific data from other components, and this is how we are going to be telling like we want to get their data from this component. And then we can also provide our own check right here, like if you don't have any context, so we can throw this error so that other developers can understand. But if you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. And yeah, finally we are just destructuring our user and also the set user from this context, and now we are showing that right here inside this component. That was context in action. Time for the context challenge. So you don't have to do anything crazy, you just have to create a button right here. If somebody clicks on that button, they should see a random number on their screen, like number 10, 20, 30, 40 or something like that. So yeah, that's the only thing that you have to do. If you want to provide a lot of styling to it, you totally can, but you don't have to. So give it your best shot if you can do it by using the context. Then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. Okay, so I'm going to create my context first of all. Inside this context folder, I'm going to be creating my context component. So I'll just give it the name of like random number context.tsx, and inside there, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my random number context right here, which will be equals to the create context, which we are going to be getting from the React.js. Okay, so now I'm going to provide the initial value of undefined right here. And now here I'm going to also specify a types, but for that we also have to create our interface. Okay, so I'll just give it the name of like random number context type right here, and inside there it's going to take a number which we will provide for our components, and that's going to be a number of array. Okay, and now underneath there we are going to be also creating an add number function, which will be taking a parameter of n like a number, which will be a number, and we are going to be returning a void from there. Okay, so now let me just pass that right here for my context. So my context will either be a random number context type or undefined. We are now providing the value of undefined. So I'm going to also create my provider. So I'll just use like const number provider, and that's going to be a function. So we are going to be destructuring the children, and now inside this function, first we have to create a state like this is going to be the data which we are going to be passing to other components. So now we have to use our set name, and now I'm going to be using my use state, and the initial value will be set to just array. Underneath that we also have to make it so that we can change that state. So I'll just create like add number function, and it's going to take a parameter of n which we've already specified up above, and now here we have to use our set number. And now we have to provide our previous number, and we are going to be using ... spread operator to provide first of all of the previous number if you already have them, and then we are going to be providing the new value which this function will take. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be fine. But now the final thing that we have to do is that we have to use our come on, let's just I kind of forgot the name. So let's just use our random number context, and we have a provider on there, and now I'm going to call this function right here, and the value which we are going to be passing is going to be a children. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the value right here. So let's just provide our value, and we are going to be passing the num and also the add number function to all of the component which will have access to this context. Now here you can see we are now getting a few errors right here, so I'm going to go ahead and create my interface. So I'll just create my interface right here, which will be a number provider prop. You can, like, by the way, give it any name that you like. In my case, that's going to be fine. And now we have to just use our children, and that's going to be the React node. That's going to be coming from the React node. Now we can use our React functional component right here. So I'll just have to use my React, and then we have to just use our FC right here. And here we are going to be passing our number provider props. A number provider props. I'm going to have to copy that from there. And now let me just place it right here. And let's just close that. Provide that semicolon and provide that equal to symbol right here. We are now getting this TypeScript error. That's because we did not call this function anywhere. So yeah, that's why we are now getting the error, like we didn't specify any value for this n. Now I'm going to go ahead and create my components right here. So the first component that I'm going to be creating will be the add random number.tsx, and next I'm going to also create a component for the random number.tsx. Okay, so I'm going to be using my RNFE here, and let's just save this file. I'm going to also go into this component and use my RNFE here. RNFE, what the hell. And now I'm going to have to register that right here. Inside this view, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my number provider, and I just realized that I did not export that. Okay, so we have to export this component, and also we have to export this context as well. So I'll just use my export here, and now that we can successfully use that inside our components. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to use my number provider right here, and I'm going to close that. And inside this component, we are going to be using our safe area view, which will be coming from the React native. And now inside there, we are going to be using our random number, and let's just call that right here. Finally, we also have to pass our add random number, and I'm gonna also execute that here. And now if I save my file, we cannot see anything, but the first thing that I want to do is that I want to go into the random number component. So I'm gonna just click on that, and here we are going to be using our context. So to use that, for that we have to use our useContext hook. And now here we are going to be passing like which kind of context that you want to use. So I'll just put my random number context. I'm gonna hit enter right here, and we are going to be destructuring this value out of there. And here we have to specify our number right here. And the reason we are getting this error is because the initial value of our context is set to undefined. So that's why we are now getting this error right here. So you can totally set that to something else, or you can totally ignore that. In my case, I'm going to just totally ignore that. And here I'm going to just specify like numbers and list. You don't have to do that if you don't want to do that, but I am going to do that. And I'm going to be also using my FlatList component to render all of that content right here. And let's just use our data, and the data which we're going to be specifying is going to be that number which is coming from this context. Okay, so that's the first thing that we have to do. Next, we also have to provide our key extractor, and this key extractor will take a callback function of item, and now I'm going to also specify my item.specific ID out of that. And now we have to use our render item to render our item. Here we have to specify our callback function, and I'm going to also destructure my item out of that. Okay, so I'm going to just use my text, and for this text we're going to be specifying our item.name. So if I save my file, and here you can see this is how it looks like, and I'm going to also specify a bit of styling to that. Let me just hit enter. I'm going to copy and paste this styling. If you care about this styling, you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of these styling from there, but if you don't care about that, you don't have to worry about that. Let me just use my style, and we're going to be using our styles.item, and I'm going to also use that right here. So let's just provide our style and then styles.header. And next we have to go into our add random number right here. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to use my useContext, and here we are going to be specifying my random number context right here. And random number context, there we go. And we have to only destructure the value of add number out of this context. Okay, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to just create our button, and I'll just create my button right here, which is coming from the React Native. And let's just provide our title to that, and the title will be add random number. And when somebody press on this button, we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle add number. I'm gonna copy that, and now let's just create that right here. Okay, so let's just create my handle add number, and now inside there we're going to be calling my add number function, which we are now getting from this context right here. So let's just call that, and the initial value we're going to be specifying the ID, which will be string. And now let's just provide our date now. We can convert that to string later if we wanted to, but I'm gonna do it this way because I prefer it this way. Okay, and I'm gonna also specify my number, and here we can just say like number space and then plus math.floor. This is the formula like everyone should know, and it's gonna give us a random number right here between from 0 through 100. So if I save my file, and that's gonna be it. Okay, so that's gonna be everything that we have to do. And here you can see we are now getting our number list, and now if I click on that, it's gonna give us random number anytime I click on that, as you can see right here. So yeah, that was a simple challenge that I want you to do. First, I'm going to show you the problem, and then we're going to be solving their problem by using the custom hook. So I'm going to create a component, and I will give it the name of like without custom hooks.tsx. And now let me use my RNFE and so on and so forth, save my file, and register there right here inside this index components. We have without custom hooks, and I'm going to save my file, and as you can see right here, we are now getting our result, which is amazing. So basically what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just fetch some sort of a data, and I'm going to store that data inside this use state right here. The initial value will be set to null. You can also specify empty array if you wanted to. Yeah, I'm going to just stick with this empty array right now, and I'm going to use my useEffect. And now inside this useEffect, we're going to be fetching some sort of data. So I'll just use like that HTTPS and that JSON placeholder.type icode.com/todos. And now I'm going to be just using like then. I'm not going to use that async await, and I'm going to just use like res.json, and I'm going to also use their data. Let's just set that to their data. Okay, so I'm going to pass their data right here for this set data. So it's going to fetch their data, and it's going to push it to this data right here. Okay, so that's totally done. Now I'm going to iterate over through every single data, and I'm going to just use like FlatList. I'm going to grab my FlatList component from the React Native, And let me check out. Yep, we are now importing that from the React Native. And now here, I'm going to pass the data first of all, and that data will be my data. And let's just provide our key extractor. And here we have to pass our callback function. And we are going to be getting the ID from there. Let's just get our ID and change their to string. Okay, so that's cool. And we are going to be also providing our render item right here as well. So let's just pass that. I'm going to also destructure my item from there. And we are going to be using first of all the text. And now inside this text, I'm going to pass my item dot title right here. So if I save my file, and let's just watch what happens. And here you can see it's going to give us all of their titles right here, which is something that we want. So now this is not a problem, like we can totally do that. But just imagine, like if you want to use the same code again and again throughout a lot of components, so that's going to be a lot of messy code. So to refactor this code to use our custom hooks, so this is how we are going to be doing that. And by the way, we are not just limited to create a custom hook for fetching the data. We can create a custom hook for like basically anything that we want. We can create it for the forms, you can create it for the validation, we can create it for like authentication, authorization, we can create it for just a simple UI, and we can do it for a lot of different kind of things. But now I'm going to just create a simple hook for fetching that data. I'm going to just first of all create my hooks folder right here, and here we are going to be creating our custom hooks inside there. You don't have to create this folder, but this is just a convention to create a hooks folder, and we have to put our hooks inside there. So I'm going to be using the use because this is a hook, so you have to specify this use right here, like always keep this in mind. And I'm going to give it the name of like a use fetch because we're going to be fetching some sort of a data inside there. And this is going to be a TypeScript file because this is not a TSX, like we're not using any JSX inside this file. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to be grabbing the use stat and also the use effect because we already know that. And now we are going to be creating our function inside there. So we are going to be using like use, like you have to provide the use because we are now creating our own custom hook, and our hook will start from the use, and then you can give it any name that you like. But in my case, I'm going to give it the name of like fetch. Okay, and then inside there we're going to be passing the URL, which will be a string. And now inside there we are going to be creating our stat, so that stat will be a data, and then set data right here inside there. And for the initial value, I'm going to pass like null right here inside there. Now that step is done. Now I'm going to go into my without custom hook, and I can totally copy this from here. So I'm going to cut that from here, and I'm going to place there. I'm going to also go ahead and remove this line of code from here, and let's just save this file for a second. And I'm going to also refactor there right here. So now this requires some sort of a URL, so we're going to be cutting there from here, and we are going to be passing this perimeter right here inside there. So I'm going to pass like URL right here, and there the rest of their stuff will be totally the same, like we don't have to modify there. And also we're going to be calling this effect when the URL changes. Okay, and finally we just have to return that data. So if I save my file, so that's everything that we have to do for this custom hook. And finally we have to export this so that we can totally use it in other files. So I'm going to be using like export default use fetch, and now we can totally use that in other files. I'm gonna go into my without custom hooks, and now let me just change that to with custom hook right here. So if I hit enter right here, and now I'm gonna copy there, and let's just rename this file as well because now we are using our custom hook. So I'm gonna save this file, and let me just remove that from here and grab there one more time. So we are going to be using like with custom hook. In this situation, I'm going to save this file, and now let's just use our own custom hook right here, which is a use fetch. So how are we going to be using that? And to use that, we're going to be first of all importing that hook. So to import that, we're going to be using like use fetch. Let's just import that, and then we have to call that inside our component. So I'll just use like use fetch, and here it requires the URL, and that URL will be a string. As you can see right here, we are going to be pasting some sort of a URL to there, and it will take that URL and it will place that right here inside this fetch. So what do we have to do? We have to specify a URL to this. We are going to be using like https and then json placeholder typeiCode.com/todos, and you can basically specify whichever kind of API that you like. And I'm going to just destructure my data out of there because we are providing this data, like we are now returning this data right here, so we have to just destructure there right here. So now this will totally work. So if I save my file, and now if I go into the sitemap and go to my index, and as you can see right here, I'm now getting all of their data, and I no longer have to import the useEffect and also the useStat inside this component. So I can totally remove that, And this is how we're going to be creating our own custom hook in React Native. And throughout this course, we're going to be also creating a few more custom hooks for a smaller projects, and you're going to see that in a few seconds. Time for the custom hook challenge. So I want you to create a custom hook which will allow you to handle the form submission. So anything I type inside the name field and also the email field, and if I click on the submit button, you should take my name and also my email and log that to the console. So that's the only thing that you have to do. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my component like my form.tsx, and let's just use my rfne, and I'm going to save this file, go into my index.tsx, and let's just use my form right here, and I'm going to close them. I'm going to also create my hooks folder. So let's just give it the name of like hooks, and inside there we are going to be creating our own custom hook. So I'll just use like use form input.tsx, and yeah, this is how we are going to be using that. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create our use input field right here, and it's going to be taking the initial value, and that initial value will be set to empty string. Okay, so now inside there we're going to be creating our stat. So it's going to be taking the value and also the set value, and we have to grab that from, and here we have to specify our initial value right here. And now underneath there we have to just change our input field. So we're going to be using like handle change, and it's going to be taking a text as a parameter. And now inside there we're going to be using our set value, and we have to pass that text right here. It's going to give us an error because it has a type of any. We have to change that to string in this case. And finally we have to just return the value, and then on change handler, and we're going to be passing our handle change right here. So if I save that, that's the only thing that we have to do for this one. And finally we have to export that so that we can totally use that in other files. So let's just use our use form input, save my file, and now let's just use that inside my form. The first thing that I want to do is I want to grab my custom hook. So I'll just use like use form input, and we're going to have to grab that from their specific file. And next we have to use that, and to use that we're going to be using that right here. The initial value I'm going to specify empty string, and now I'm going to store that in some sort of a variable like name input, and now that's going to be fine for the first one. Next we also have to create the email input, and that's going to be equals to the use form once again, our own custom hook, and we're going to be specifying empty string right here as well. I'm going to also place my styling right here. So if I save my file, we have to grab that from the React Native right here. Okay, so next we have to take care of this UI. So I'll just remove this text from here, and I'm going to create my text once again, provide a styling to it. So I'll just use my styles.label for this specific label, and let's just provide a name right here. So that's going to be the first thing. I'm going to also provide my text input field as well, which will be coming from the React Native. And it's going to take the perimeter of like, first of all, let's just provide a bit of styling to it like styles.input, and it's going to take the perimeter of value, and the initial value will be name input dot value. Okay, and we're going to be also passing our own change text when somebody change the text. So in that situation we have to use our name input and then dot on change right here. Finally I'm going to also provide my placeholder, which will say like enter your name, save my file, and that's going to be the first input field. Now let me create the email. Now I'm going to copy that from here, and let's just place that here. Instead of a name, I'm going to change that to email. Now underneath this text we're going to be using our text input field as well, and text input field just like that. I'm going to provide a bit of styling to that. So let's just use our styles.input, and I'm going to also provide the value here, and for the value I'm going to be passing the initial value of like email input dot value. And also when somebody change the text, in that situation we're going to be using our email input dot on change, the function which we've already defined inside our use form. Okay, and I'm going to provide a placeholder of enter your email, and keyboard type will be email dash address. Okay, so that's going to be fine. I'm going to save my file, and the final thing that we have to take care of is going to be our button. So let's just create our button right here, which will be coming from the React Native, and I'm going to use my title, and the title will be submit. And when somebody press on that button, we're going to be passing our handle submit function, which we will create right now. Okay, so underneath these input fields, let's just create our handle submit function, and it's not going to take any parameters, so we're not going to be doing anything crazy. I'll just console log this name right here. So yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. I'm going to put a comma here and get the name from the name input field dot value, and I'll also just duplicate there. We're going to be getting the email from the input field, and I'll just use my email right here. And that's going to be fine, but I also want to change there to console.warn so that we can see them on the screen. So let's just use console.warn right here, save my file, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. And I'm going to go into my emulator. Let's just click on the sitemap, go to my index.tsx, and I'm going to provide my name, which will be HusseinWebDev. And for the email, I'll specify test@gmail.com. Click on the submit, and what are we getting? We are now getting only the email. So if I close that, and now let me just check out my console. So we are now getting the name, which is HusseinWebDev, and we are also getting the email, which is our test@gmail.com. So that is coming from the log, and these are also coming from the console.1. So yeah, that was the last challenge of this course. If you don't know what a TypeScript CSS is, I have a complete course on that right here. And in this course, we are going to be building like 3 amazing responsive projects by using TypeScript CSS. So if you already know what a TypeScript CSS is, so you can totally continue with this section. And if you guys don't know what a TypeScript CSS is, so you can check out this course. And by the way, you don't have to know what a TypeScript CSS is to continue with this course. So now I'm going to show you how we are going to be using TypeScript CSS inside our React Native project. So to do that, we are going to be using something called the NativeWind, and I'm going to just go ahead and click on this overview right here. So you can see like we don't have to use our styling anymore, and we don't have to provide our style sheet and stuff like that. We just have to provide our classes, and it's going to style our entire UI. Okay, so I'm going to click on this Expo. And now let's get into the installation. So first of all, we're going to have to create our Expo app. Then we have to go into that app, and then we have to install our NativeWind and this specific version of a TypeScript CSS. So if you are someone who is using TypeScript CSS higher than this version, so you can upgrade to NativeWind version 4. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And by the way, if you see this banner like NativeWind 4 is coming very soon, by the time you are watching this course, I would have updated this section. I just copy this command. And now I'm going to go ahead and open my terminal right here. And now let me place this command right here. And now the first thing it will do is that it's going to create my app project by using the Expo inside my desktop right here, which you can see. Now that we successfully created our project, so the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go into that project directory. So I'm going to hit enter right here. And now I'm going to open that by using my VS Code. Okay. So this is how it looks like right here. Next, we have to install NativeWind and also this version of a TypeScript CSS. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to open my terminal right here. And now let me just place this command. So it's going to install the NativeWind and also the TypeScript CSS. Now then successfully installed. Next, we have to initialize our TypeScript CSS. So I'm going to copy this command from here. And now let me just place this command right here to initialize my TypeScript CSS. And as you can see, we have our TypeScript config file. I'm going to go into that. And first of all, I'm going to copy this content from here, and I'm going to replace it with this one. And we also have to remove this entire thing from here. And for this custom directory, I'm going to remove them, and I'm going to only provide my app right here. So if I save my file, and I guess that's everything that we have to do for now. Oh, we also have to provide this plugin. So I'm going to copy them, go to my Babel, and here we have to just place it right here. Okay, I'm going to save my file right now. And now if I want to test this out, so I'm going to go into my app, and then I'm going to remove every single thing from here. Let me just create my component index.tsx, and inside there we are going to be using rfne to create my index component right here. I'm going to save my file, and now let me provide a bit of styling to this. I'm going to be using like class name, and here I'm going to be providing like I don't know, background teal 300, and also text will be set to red of, I guess 400 would be fine. So I'm going to save this file, and as you can see right here, we are now getting a TypeScript error right here. So to fix that, first of all, we have to go into the TypeScript, and we just have to create this file right here. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just create this file right here, and I'm going to copy this commit, and I'm going to place it right here, save my file. And as you can see, that error is now successfully gone, and now we have to run our project. So I'm going to be using like npm start, so it's going to start there. I'm going to also open my Android Studio. Let's just click on the more action, go to the virtual devices, and I already have this pixel 8, so I'm going to just start there. I'll use A to open that project inside my virtual device. And yeah, I'm going to just close this one, and here you can see we have that right here. I'm going to hit R to reload there. I'm going to click on the sitemap, go to the index.tsx, and here you can see that styling are now successfully applied to this index right here. We can totally change like everything that we want to change, like text of 2xl, and we can write all of their TypeScript CSS classes. So if I save there, and here you can see the text is now bigger. So yeah, if you already know how to use TypeScript CSS, so this is how you're going to be using that. And if you don't know how to use TypeScript CSS, so for that you can check out my course, which is totally for free. Now let's talk about the Expo Router. So what is an Expo Router and why should anyone care about that? So Expo Router is a tool designed to simplify navigation in React Native apps built with Expo. So now a lot of you will say like, what is a navigation and how can I even use that? Navigation is how users move from one part of our app, and it helps users find what they need by providing a links, button and menus, something which we are going to be doing in a few seconds. Now let me show you how we are going to be creating a different screens. So here you can see we have our app directory, and any file we create inside that app directory will be our different screen. So if I create a file like home, it's going to convert it to home screen. And if I create like about or portfolios or anything inside this app directory, will automatically convert to a different screen. So we can totally navigate through there by using a link component, something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. So I want you to keep this in mind, like any file we create inside the app directory will be a different screen. Let's talk about how we are going to be using the Expo Router. So to do that, first of all, you have to go into this expo.dev. And here you can learn more about that if you wanted to, but I'm gonna hold Control and hit K, and I'm gonna just search for the Expo Router right here. So once I search for that, and as you can see right here inside this introduction to the Expo Router, I'm gonna just only click on that. Okay, so if I click on that, here you can learn more about that if you wanted to. But now let's talk about how we are going to be making a setup for the Expo Router. So if I click on this quick start, so here you can see we have this sentence right here. We recommend creating a new Expo app by using create Expo app to create a project with the Expo Router library already installed and configured. So we've been doing that for a very long time now. So I'm going to copy this command. And by the way, if you care to install it manually in your project, so this is how you're going to be doing that. First of all, you're going to have to run this command. Then inside your package.json, you have to place this command. And then inside your app.json, you have to place this scheme. And also you have to run this inside your terminal. I'm not gonna do that because I'm not crazy. So I'm gonna copy this command and let's just create our new project right here. So I'm gonna just open my terminal right here, and I'm going to zoom in a bit, and let's just place this command right here, and I'm gonna hit enter. Now I'll give it the name of like router demos or something like that. Now that's successfully installed. First we have to go into that router demos folder, and I'm gonna open that in my VS Code. Let me show you that right here. And if I go to my package.json file, here you can see we would have our router right here. Let me just search for the router. And as you can see right here, that Expo Router is already installed and also configured in my project. So I don't have to do anything. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that now I'm going to show you the navigation, like how we are going to be navigating from one screen to another screen. And to do that, I'm going to just remove these hooks and every single thing from here, except this app.js. So I'm going to also remove all of their stuff from here. And now if I create any file inside this app directory, that file will be a different screen. So now let me just show you the example of that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all create my index.tsx, and this is now my different screen right here. Okay, so rfne, and now let me just show you that. And here I'm going to write like index screen. I'm going to save this file. Now I'm going to go into this app, and now I'm going to create a different screen for like home section and about section and so on and so forth. So I'm going to write like home.tsx, and now I'm going to use my rnfe. I'm going to save this file, and here I'm going to write like home screen. Let me create a new file for the context. So I'll just use like context.tsx and rfne for this context screen. And I'm going to also create one more for the about screen. So I'll just use like about.tsx and rfne. And here you can see these are all the different screen, like index.tsx will be a different screen, home will be a different screen, contact will be a different screen, and about section will be also a different screen. Okay, so now let me show you all of them one by one. So I'm going to go into my index.tsx file right here, and I'm going to run my project by using npm start. Let me hit A to open that project in my Android Studio. As you can see right here, we are now getting the unmatched routes. If I click on this sitemap, and here you can see I have different screens. So I can go to the home screen, I can go to the about, index, and also the context screen. So if I click on this index, as you can see right here, we are now getting our index screen. So now that's totally done. Now that you know that these are something called a different screen, but now the question is, how can I navigate between these screens? Like let's suppose if I want to go to the home, so I want to have some sort of a button, and whenever I click on that button, I want to go into either the home page or to the contact page or to the about page. So how can I navigate between these pages? And to do that, I'm going to be using something called the link component, which will be coming from the Expo Router. Okay, so I'm going to be using like link, And you know what, let me just open there right here, and I'm going to also close there, and I'm going to remove this K and right there once again. And if I hit enter right here, so it's going to auto import there right here that link component from the Expo Router. And this link component, as the name suggests, where it allows us to navigate between different screens. So I'll just provide a label like home screen right here, and here we have to specify our href attribute right here, or you can say our href prop, and here we have to specify the component name or the screen name to be precise. So in this case, I want to go into this home. So here you can see that H is capital and the rest of the letters are in lowercase. So here you can see we write that exactly the same. So if I save this file, and now we have our home screen right here. So if I click on there, and it's going to bring us to this home screen right here, which is this home screen. So I can now type like anything I want. Okay, so if I save my file, and as you can see right here, it's going to give us the result of that. So I'm going to go back for a few seconds on screen. So I'm going to save there, and now I'm going to duplicate this component for a few times. So let's just duplicate it one time and also two times. So I also want to go into the about screen and also to the context screen right here. And I'm going to also remove this href from here. We have to specify the about screen and also the context screen right here. So if I save my file, and now we can go back, we have to reload our entire emulator right here. So I'm going to have to just hit double R, or I'm going to have to open my terminal. So it's going to redirect us to this page. So if I click on this sitemap, and now I can go to the home, about, and all of them. I'm going to choose this index.tsx right here. So now I can go to the about screen, the context screen, and also the home screen. So if I click on this about screen, it's going to bring us to this about screen right here. Okay, so now that's totally done. We are now here inside this about screen. So I'm going to go into that about screen right here, and I'm going to provide that link component one more time, which will be coming from the React Expo Router. So if I hit enter, so it's going to import that right here. So I'll just write like back, and it's going to go back into the index screen right here. So I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to copy that from here. I'm going to go into my home screen, and I'm going to place that right here. We also have to import that right here. Come on, we have to import that, save my file. Then I'm going to go into the context section or the contact page. We have to also place that right here. Let's just import our link from the Expo Router. So I'm going to save my file. Now that we place that inside the home screen, the context screen, and also in the about screen. So what I'm going to do is that if I click on this back button, so it's going to bring us to this index page right here. So now I can go to the home screen, I can go back, I can go to the about screen, I can go back, I can go to the context screen, and then I can go back. So yeah, that was our basic navigation, and it's going to allow us to navigate between different components, or to be precise, different screens. So now let's talk about the dynamic routes. So dynamic routes are a feature that allow you to create a routes with the variable segments, something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. This is useful for handling different paths based on a dynamic data such as user IDs, product IDs, or other parameters. Okay, so we are going to be using that in a few seconds, but now let me show you how our variable segment looks like. So anytime you want to create a dynamic route, we are going to be providing our variable segments. So this is how the syntax will look like. So here you can see I am still inside the app directory, and now inside this app directory I have yet another folder which is a users, and now inside there I'm now creating my dynamic route right here. Okay, so in this case I'm using my opening bracket and then something inside there. You can provide like anything that you want, but in my case I only specify ID right here. You can provide like apple, banana, or anything that you want, and then we're closing there and using our .tsx extension. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our dynamic routes, and now let me just show you how we are going to be doing that. Enough about the theory. Now let's get into our dynamic routes in action. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to give it the name of like users, and inside this folder, to create a dynamic route, first of all we're going to have to create a file in this exact syntax. First we have to provide our opening bracket, and then you can provide any name that you like, but in my case I'm going to only give it the name of ID right here, and then we have to close there. And once we close there, then we have to specify our extension right here. So I'm going to be using .tsx, and this is how we are going to be creating our dynamic route. So if I hit enter right here, then we can just write our RFNE, and I'm going to also change that to dynamic route or something like that. Instead of the dynamic routes, I'm going to give it the name of like users, and I guess that's going to be fine. So now if I save my file, and now I want to go into my about section, and now if I want to go into that dynamic route, so how can you go about doing that? I'm going to create yet another link right here, and that link will go into that dynamic route right here. So I'm going to first of all go into the users folder, which you can see right here. First of all, we have to write this users. Now inside this users folder, we don't know where we want to go, so I'm gonna just write like 10. If I write like 100 or 2 or 1 or something like that, it will bring me to there. Like if I write any kind of thing right here, it will still bring me to there. So I'm gonna just specify like 10 in this situation, and I'll just say like go to user screen, and here you can see I'm now inside the home screen. But if I go back, and now if I go to the about screen, and as you can see right here, it's going to give us like go to the user screen. So if I click on there, it's going to give us that users right here. And why is that? Because we already have this dynamic route right here, and we only have this users text inside there. And now if I want to show that actual ID, which we are now specifying right here inside this URL, so how can you go about getting there? So to get there, we are going to be using something called the use locale search parameter right here. So we have to execute there, and now we are going to be destructuring that specific ID out of there. So I'm going to just write that ID. And why am I destructuring ID? I'm providing this ID because this is my file name, as you can see right here. So if my file name was something else, I would have destructured that other thing. Like let's suppose if I have if I have like something else right here, so if I want to destructure that, I have to provide that something else inside this destructuring area right here. So I'm going to only specify this ID right here because we are already providing this ID. And now I can log that to the console. I can do a lot of things with that, but instead of providing these users, I'm going to just provide a dash. And now let me just render that ID right here. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the link right here, and that link will brings us to that about section. So I'll just write like about, and we have to import our link right here from the Expo Router. I'm going to save my file, and as you can see right here, it's going to give us that specific ID. Now if I go to the about section, and now in this situation, I'm going to just change this ID to like 2 maybe, and I'm going to save my file. And now if I go to that user screen once again, it's going to give us that 2 right here. So this is how we are going to be specifying the dynamic routes, and this is how we are going to be creating a separate file for that. Now let me give you the most simple example of the stack in React Router. So to do that, first of all, we are going to have to create our new file, but we have to create it. So we have to first of all write this dash, then you can give it any name that you like. But in my case, I'm going to give it the name of like layout and then .tsx. And now inside this layout file, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our stack from the Expo Router. That's going to be the first thing that we have to do. Next, we have to create our component, and to do that, we are going to be using our root layout. And by the way, you can like obviously give it any name that you like, but in my case, I'm going to only give it the name of like root layout. Now inside there, let me give you the most simple example of a stack without the options. So to do that, first of all, we have to use their stack, which we've already imported right here. Now inside this stack, we have a screen option right here. So we have to use the screen, and then we have to close there. And inside there, we also have to specify some sort of a name for there. So I'll just use like the name of like index, and I'm going to also duplicate there. And we also want to go into the users and that specific ID of that user. Okay, so that dynamic route. So if I save my file, and finally we have to also export that. I forgot to do that. So let's just export default or root layout. Okay, so this is exactly what we have to do right now. If I save my file, and as you can see right here, my title is now successfully changed. Okay, so if I go into the user screen, so and here you can see we are now getting the about, and we are also getting this back button right here. And we can also go to the home. We are also getting this title and also this back button right here, and we can go to the contact, and same will go for this one. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that back button from all of these components. So I'll go into the home and so on and so forth, and I'm going to just remove this back button from here, and I guess that's going to be fine. So as you can see right here, so I can now go to the home screen, and I can go back from there, then I can go to the about screen, and I can go back from there and then to the contact and so on and so forth. But if I go to the about screen and then I go to the user screen, here you can see we are now getting this title right here. And why is that? Because we are now providing that right here. So this is the most basic example of how we are going to be creating our stack. And yeah, it's going to give us this result right here. So now let me show you how we are going to be specifying different options to this stack. Provider options. First of all, we have to write our options right here, and now inside there as an object, we're going to be specifying all of our options right here. So I can specify the header title to something else, so I can totally change that to like home page, and I can also provide like something else. I can provide the emojis if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, so underneath this header title, you can also provide the header style if you wanted to. So we can totally provide our styling right here. We can change the background color, we can change the font color, we can change anything that we want. But in my case, I'm going to only specify crimson right here. So if I save them, and now if I go to the home screen, and here you can see that background color is now changed to crimson, and we are also getting this home page right here. So I can change that to like maybe teal. So if I save there, it's going to change my color to teal. I can use like blue, save my file, and it's going to change that to blue. But in my case, crimson would be fine. So this is how we are going to be specifying different options for our stack. Now for the practice, I'm going to also duplicate this component, and let's just duplicate that. I'm going to change that to the about right here, and I'm going to just remove this header style from here, and I'll just give it the name of like about page, and I'm gonna also provide it right here. Okay, so I'll just use my options here, and I'll just change the header title. Come on, header title, let's just change that to the user page. And now if I go to the about screen, so we are now getting this about page right here. And now if I go into their specific user, so what are we getting? We are now getting this user page right here. So yeah, this is how we can specify different kind of styling, and this is how we can use the stack inside the Expo Router. Before I close this section, I realized that I also want to show you the tabs. So I'll just remove every single thing from here. Instead of importing the stack, I'm going to import the tabs right here in this case. Okay, so now to render that, first of all, we are going to be using our tabs component. And now inside there, we are going to be using our tabs dot screen right here, and we also have to close that, not like this but like this. Okay, so now we have to specify the name, and I'm going to specify the name of like index or the page of index. We can also provide the about screen, and I'm going to also provide the users and also a specific ID for their users. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of that right here. So we are now getting the index, we're now getting the about, and also the users, the home, and also the contact right here. So this is how we can also use the tabs inside the Expo Router. By the time you're watching this course, maybe I would have a complete course on a Zustand, but if I didn't, so here is a crash course about the Zustand. Some people call it Zustand, some people call it Zustand. You can call it like whatever you want to call it. So now let's talk about it. Zustand is a small face and flexible state management library for React applications. So now if I ask you a question like what is a state in the React Native, so your answer will probably be like a use state. We already use use state, we already use the useReducer for state management. So now Zustand is a small and also a fast and flexible state management library for the React application. It was created to simplify the state management of the state in the React apps, offering a more straightforward and alternative for more complex solutions like Redux and Redux Toolkit, and there are a lot of them. I even have a complete course on a Redux Toolkit, but Zustand and also Redux Toolkit are completely different things. So you cannot compare Zustand and Redux Toolkit at once. So yeah, that was just a quick introduction to what a Zustand is, and now let me show you which kind of problem it solves. Back to my diagram once again, I already show you there. So once again, if I want to pass this data from this app component to this date component, so how in the world I can do that? We already learned about the context and also the use context. We can totally use that. We have to wrap our entire application on the context, then we would be able to use this specific data inside that specific component. And we already learned about another way, which is by passing this data through props. So we're gonna have to pass them manually just like that, but now with the help of Zustand we don't have to do that anymore. Okay, so for that we are going to be creating a new store right here. We are going to be creating our separate store, like this is going to be just a separate file, and inside this file we are going to be defining our state, and we are going to be also telling it like how we are going to be changing that state. Keep in mind, let me just say that once again, we're going to be defining our store, which is going to be just a simple file, and inside that file we're going to be setting up our entire store, and we're going to be also telling the store like how we are going to be changing our data. Okay, so then we can pass this data to any component that we want, so we no longer have to wrap our entire application through context and stuff like that. We can totally use this data inside this date, we can totally use that inside the users, we can totally use that inside the header, we can use that inside the navigation, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we just have to create our separate store. First of all, we have to install the Zustand, which I'm going to show you in a few seconds. Then we have to create our store, then we have to define our state, and we also have to tell it like how we are going to be changing our store, and then finally we are going to be grabbing this data from the store, and we can use that in any component that we like. Plus we no longer have to add our wrappers like the providers and values and stuff like that. So yeah, that was just a quick intro to Zustand, and now let me show you all of them in action. First, we have to install Zustand inside our project. So I'm going to be using npm I, or you can also use npm install if you wanted to, and then Zustand. So I'm going to hit enter, so it's going to install in my project. As you can see, that's now successfully done. Next, we have to create a place where we're going to be storing our store, okay, or you can say our state. So I'm going to just create my store right here. Here we are going to be creating our state, and we're going to be also telling it to update that specific state. Okay, so I'll just use, like, first of all we have to import the create function. From where? From the Zustand right here. Okay, so we have to import that. Next, we have to create our state, and to create our state, for that we already imported this create method right here, and inside there we have to pass our callback function. So I'm going to just pass my callback function right here, and inside this callback function here we have to define how our state will look like. So I'm going to just pass like count, and count will be initially set to 0, and now we have to store it in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just use like const use counter store, and we have to store there inside this variable right here. Okay, we have to store this entire store inside this variable, and finally we have to export that so that we can use it anywhere that we want. And if you guys don't know what a TypeScript is, so you don't have to worry about that, but this is a TypeScript thing. So we have to write like counter store, and then we have to write our count, and count will be set to number. Okay, and we also have to specify there right here. So I'm going to write like counter store. I'm going to hit tab, and now let me just close there, and this is how our store will look like. We also have to specify the equal to sign. There we go. So this is how we are going to be defining our initial state right here. So it's going to allow us to define our initial state, and it's going to also allow us to change our initial state. Okay, so yeah, that's done. Now we have to use that inside our component. So I'm going to go into my app. Now inside this app we have our index file right here, and now first of all, how in the world we are going to be accessing that state from that store. Okay, so to do that we are going to be using first of all the use counter store, which we have already exported right here, which I show you just in a few seconds ago. So here you can see we are now exporting there, and now we are importing there right here inside this index component. And here we just have to pass our callback function. So I'm going to just write like stat, and then stat, and we are only interested in this count, so we have to get that from here. Okay, and we have to also store that in some sort of a variable. So I'll just use like count, and there we have it. This is how we are going to be accessing our store, or that specific state from our store. And now we can use that, we can change that, and we can do anything we want to do with that. Okay, so I'll just use my count right here, and this is how we are going to be using there. And now I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to this. So I'll just use like font size of 24 pixels. So I'm going to save my file, and I have to reload there. First of all, we want to have to start there. So I'm going to use my npm start to start there, and I'm going to click on the sitemap. Then I'm going to go into my index.tsx, and here you can see we are now getting the count of 0. So if I go to my store once again, and if I change that to like 100, and if I save my file, so what are we getting? We are now getting 100 right here. So this is how we are going to be defining our state, and this is how we are going to be accessing there inside our component. Now that was simple and easy, but the question is, how in the world we are going to be changing this existing initial value of this state? Okay, so to do that, first of all we have to get something called the set method right here, which we are going to be getting there as a parameter from this callback function. So we have to first of all get this set method, and then that set method will allow us to change our initial value of this state. Then we have to create our method inside there. You can give it like basically any name that you like, but in my case I'm going to give it the name of like increment right here. You can give it the name of like plus if you wanted to, so I'll just give it the name of like increment, and we are going to be creating our callback function once again. And now here inside this callback function we have to use that set method, and once again that set method will allow us to change this initial value. Okay, so here we have to just pass our callback function. So I'm going to pass my state as a parameter, and let's just pass our body right here. So now inside this body we are going to be providing our count, and then we are going to be getting that from the set count, and we have to just increment that by 1. That's everything that you have to do for now. Okay, so like that's everything. And now let's just go into our component, and now let's just use it right here. So to use that, first of all we are going to be using this use counter one more time. So I'll just use like use counter, and now inside there I'm going to pass my state. Now we are going to be getting only the state done increment right here, increment. And now we have to store them in some sort of a variable like increment, and we are now getting this increment error because we have to register there inside our counter store. And to do that we're going to be using like increment, increment, and we have to define there as a void, like we're not going to be returning any value from there. And as you can see right here, that error is now successfully gone. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my button right here, and we're going to be grabbing that from the React Native, and I'll also provide a title, and title will say like increment, come on, increment, there we go. And I'm going to also pass the onPress event handler right here, and when somebody clicks on this, we just want to increment our counter. So if I save my file and if I click on there, and here you can see I'm now able to increment my counter by 1. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our store, and this is how we are going to be accessing that store. This is how we are going to be changing the value of our store or state, and this is how we are going to be passing that to our button. And here's a challenge for you. I want you to implement the decrement functionality by yourself, and then create a separate button for the decrement and pass your decrement there. Okay, so if I click on that decrement button, so it's going to decrease this counter by 1. So I want you to do that by yourself, but if you can't do it, that's completely okay. Come back and watch the solution. So I'm going to just use my decrement right here, and now here we have to pass our set and also the state, and let's just provide our count, and then we have to pass our set count -1, and also we have to register that right here. So I'm going to be using decrement, and now let's just get the void from there. Okay, and we also have to duplicate there. Instead of an increment, I'm going to be getting a decrement, copy there, place there, and let's just duplicate there. I'm going to also provide this decrement right here, and I'm going to also place it here. So if I save my file and if I click on there, it's going to decrement my counter by 1. And if I click on the increment, so it's going to increment my counter by 1. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using the Zustand. Here is the optional part. Now I know a lot of you will say like, Hussein, what if we have a separate component? So how in the world we are going to be accessing that store inside that separate component, and then we want to change there inside this index component. So how can you go about doing that? So now let me just show you how we can do that. First of all, I'm going to create a new component. I'll give it the name of like change UI.tsx. Now inside there we are going to be using our regular RNFE. And now the first thing that we have to do is that we have to go into this index, and I'm going to cut all of this functionality from here. I'm going to cut there, and I'm going to put that inside this change UI right here, without using any context and without using anything. And by the way, I shouldn't have to cut this count. I'm going to have to cut that back and put that right here inside this index component. Now I'll also go into this index.tsx file, and I'm going to cut these two buttons from here, and I'm going to go into my change UI, and let's just place it right here. Okay, and let's just remove this from here, and I'm going to import my button right here from the React Native. Okay, so let's just use that, and I'm going to also have to grab my use counter store, and let's just get there. I'm going to remove this text from here because we don't need that. Let's just save our file, go into my app component, and we have to call that change UI component right here. So we have a change UI, and let's just call that right here. Okay, so here you can see now we extracted all of that logic from this component, from this index component to this change UI component, as you can see right here. And now if I go into my index one more time, now I'm still able to increment and also decrement. So yeah, I also want you to keep that in mind if you want to use it. So you totally can use this counter anywhere that you want. You don't have to provide the provider. You don't have to register your store. You don't have to do nothing, just like Redux Toolkit, and also by using a prop drilling and also the context API and stuff like that. Now you can use Zustand, and congratulations, now that you successfully know what a Zustand is.